There's a special spell for that.
Hello, welcome to the Honest Wargamer. I am your host, Rob, and yeah, we're live. We're live in the room. You might be watching us on either Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, but wherever you're watching us, please join us on Twitch because that's the only place I care about you watching. But if you are watching on Facebook, if you give it a love heart or a share or a like, or if you leave a comment, it makes the algorithms do
Or one
stuff.
of those cool orange faces.
Or the angry face.
Yeah.
As long as you do any emote, it makes the algorithms on Facebook do loads better, so please do that. Anyway, welcome to the show. I am lucky enough to be joined by three wonderful men and a dog. Oh, and they're full Grimo. Where is Jet? Thanks for the celebration, full Gina. Hi, Donaldinho. Oh, the Grot Terrorist and our personal hero is here.
Bastard.
Joint first. Joint first.
Right, so joining today is Nathan, as always.
Hello.
Good. And then the follow-up is Jonathan Etland, my always in my heart man.
Oh,
wow. That's some sweet words, man.
One of them.
I wish I could say the same. No.
That's fine. That's fine. And then our resident, and at this stage, after your first appearance on the show, Adam, you obviously came to Bobo and did all the live coverage at Bobo and got to know everyone. We've got Mr. Chucklebutty in the room. There we go. Not so much of a noob anymore. But now you know lots of stuff.
No, that's not fair.
Yeah?
Because there's expectation there now.
You know enough words to be dangerous now.
Oh, shit.
You can say things like, what things can you say?
Like, Robert Sedgman is a slow-playing god. Just saying.
Oh my god. Bobo, me and Jonathan just spat our burgers out. Do you remember, John? When we were Alright, okay. It was great. So, how is everyone on Twitch? How is everyone on Facebook? And also, how is everyone on YouTube? Join us on Twitch. And this is obviously sponsored by everyone on Patreon and do subscribe on Twitch because those guys help us run the show. Thanks very much. Nathan, how are you? And how's Warhammer for you?
I'm good, and Warhammer is great for me, always.
Good. Any exciting things for you this week in Warhammer?
I've been doing my Warhammer vicariously through a little fella, Donal. He's a legend.
Oh.
Yeah, for three. I like how you're like, I've been doing it through a little fella, and he's also short. Adam, how's Warhammer for you, and how are you?
Warhammer's great. I've not really seen Warhammer for a little while, other than on telly and stuff. But it's brilliant. Yeah, I painted some dudes yesterday. Didn't really paint them.
What were they?
I put some Nuln oil on some Harlequins.
Oh,
nice. You're going to join me playing Harlequins?
No, only Kill Team. I'm going to play a bit of Kill Team with my brother and give it a go. Because I heard it's a bit like Skirmish, and I know you love it.
Oh, dear. I want to say a big shout out to both LLV and Hook and Pin, who noticed that I put the wrong graphic up. I've switched it now. It's because I did a transition. That's my fault. Big shout out. Pirate Bear Games. And also Colonel Cabbage, who subscribed for 6 months in a row. Hey guys, long time no see. I'm finally back from my travels.
Welcome back.
And I'm going to be building my Beasts reinforcements tonight. The Beasts of Chaos.
Are they any good?
We'll talk about that. Yeah. So that's what's going to be on the... Oh, before that though, how's Warhammer and how are you, Jonathan Etland?
Yeah, it's good, man. Warhammer is good. Caradon is rocking the scene, both in Japan and in Sweden.
They're not rocking the scene.
No, but they are rocking the scene.
Okay.
Your dwarves aren't rocking the scene.
The mouse is upside down.
Chaos. This is a dwarf off, isn't it? Because now there are definitely on this show there are 3 dwarf players and someone who doesn't care about dwarfs at all.
Couldn't care less.
Hi, Aaron Wilson, AOS. I hope you're well. Hi, Scars Explorer. Hello, everyone on Twitch. Hope you're well. So, John, you're good though. You've been ill.
Yeah, I've been ill, but now I'm back.
Back once again, like the Renegade Master.
Power to the people.
Arkiad, thanks for subscribing. 10 months in a row together, brother.
Yes.
Right.
Jonathan, you don't have to pretend to be politically correct.
And then
Fuck the
Oscar's
people.
Paints is also in the room.
Oh,
Hi,
yes.
hi, Tiny King.
Power
Hi,
to that
Fellatron.
guy.
Isn't it Oscar Lars paints? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Fuck, it's so hard to read. With that
Not
said,
on this screen.
With that said, welcome to the show. We'll be talking about all the things I've read in the Beast of Chaos about Battletron.
Show.
Oh, Battletron, thanks for the bits donation. He
What
said
are you
he's so
doing?
happy to
I
see
don't
all
know.
my buddies. What have you two
Oh,
done?
Battletron. Nothing, sir. Sorry.
All right. Hello, Felonious Skunk. Hello, everyone. Put us on Twitch if you're watching on Facebook. Do a like or some business. I don't know. Velatron, big shout out. Hi, Pa. So today on the agenda. By the way, Warhammer's been fine for me. Thanks for asking.
Wait, hang on. How are you, Rob? And how's Warhammer been
Well, I've
for
been to
you?
the dentist today. That's a nightmare, isn't it? That's
You
a nightmare.
high as shit on Valium?
Huh?
Are you high on Valium?
No.
Oh.
I went to the hygienist or £100 of torture. That's basically what it is. Yeah, you'd love it.
How much
I like
do you
the
pay for
hygienist. The hygienist is great fun.
I will
The,
tell. But I have played. I managed to play 3 games last week, which is quite a bit. Of Age of Sigmar games last week, so I enjoyed myself. Got my ass kicked by Nathan, but learned a bunch. And then played 2 more games, and then won them, which was fun.
Did you learn that your dwarves suck?
Yeah.
No, actually, but I did learn the difference between the shooting dwarfs and the fighting dwarfs, and that probably because the shooting dwarfs also fight not very well, but not that much worse than the fighting dwarfs. That I might as well have the shooting as well. So I've kind of gone for a Kharadron Overlord's force now, Jonathan, but with Chaos Dwarfs.
He's just
Why?
trying to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
himself into
Wait,
as
are
many.
you telling me that your guys with wings have the fly keyboard?
No, they don't. No.
Nah.
That's right. I don't know if that's been updated, but yeah, the what's his name? Drazoth the Ashen may well not have the fly keyword, but he's not.
He's the dwarf on the dragony thing, right?
But he's not in my list anymore, so it's fine. He's on a Baal Taurus with wings.
Why? Because I watched you play a game the other week, and he just stayed alive, and he just kept a whole load of dudes on him, didn't he?
Yeah, but he doesn't
And
have
you-
the fly keyword. They left it
It's a
off.
bit
That's
racist.
because he's a walk.
Because he's a what?
He's got the walk keyword.
Just because you put wings on a bullet doesn't mean it can fly, man.
Yeah. So he's come out of the list anyway now. So now I've got 70 shooter dwarves. So quite good, and that's worked quite well. But I still think it's an army that can only win 3 games at a tournament. But we'll see what the stats say. The wings are obviously for show. So yeah, I had a good time. I've been playing loads of Warhammer. I've got 70. I'll be doing the hobby show tomorrow. I'll be painting up my 75 glaive dwarves for the finals. I think they're going in the list. I've got some Demon Smiths. I'm really enjoying the idea of, if you can find it, when I was looking at the Beast of Chaos Battletome, if you can get any minus to hit in your army, it seems like an auto include that you then put Geminids in your army. Because then you can just go, right, that unit's -2 to hit now. I don't really have to fight it or deal with it. I can just leave it alone for, 2 hero phases. That seemed quite smart.
Or I'll just get a Jabba Slide to roll a 6. And
Yeah,
then it can
we'll
just-
talk about that. I'm very excited. Provocatory says Chaos Dwarfs can win 3 games at a tournament easy, unless they play against Dispossessed 5 times, then they win no games at all. In the politest way possible, Provocatory. Fuck you.
He's right, though.
Right, so on the agenda today is we're going to be talking about some of the tournaments that happened this weekend, any other news we've got from Age of Sigmar, and then we're going to be talking about we're going to do our Beast of Chaos Battletome review. It's only going to be the rules review today and not the story. We're going to do the story next week, if that's okay with everyone.
It's the only bit of it.
It's the only bit that matters, really, depending on
Really,
who
it's the
you
only bit
are.
that matters at all.
It's the only bit that won't change in 2 weeks.
Pardon me?
That's a good
The only bit that
Maybe
won't
it should be the
change
other
in
way
2
around.
weeks.
Donaldinho has put Rob -3 to hit is better than 2, and that's why I have a hag and netters. Yeah, so I do have a special character who is a Bull Centaur Turok. He's -1 to hit. He's ugly. He's got the command trait grotesque. And so he could possibly fight a unit at -3 to hit, which would be quite useful, I think. So his job is to go hold up units and just be a big cowman. Cowman!
Just to be really ugly.
Yeah, really ugly. That's what I said. He's got the ugly power. -1 to hit because I'm ugly. In the UK says, what's the
You
issue
ain't
with
got no
bloodthirsters
alibi.
and why aren't they why aren't 300 to 400 man viable in AOS? They probably are viable, it's just no one can be asked to play them. Those are my thoughts.
It's a lot of people to paint.
Surely something being ugly, question for everyone in the chat,
This is what you plus one did.
would make you want to hit it more.
It's true. It's true.
I don't know. Is there a lot of domestic abuse in Nottingham? Because there seems to be a lot of... No, sorry.
Wow, I mean, that's the subject. I mean, the football's not anymore, so the stats have gone way down.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So I don't really know how it works. So before we talk about the results, so we have some results which we'll be doing from our in-house results expert for Age of Sigmar. Is putting together the stats from Bobo, which weren't included in our big overall stat machine last time, and FaceTime this weekend, and also the Rising Sun event, and some other stuff we'll talk about in a second. So they'll be going into that matrix to talk about what the best armies are. I'll be doing that tomorrow or later on in the week on my own. There's been an update for anyone who's going to the finals of the Warhammer World Age of Sigmar GT final.
Oh.
Yeah, and that is, you ready? Are you excited to hear it, John?
Yes.
First off,
liar.
the Age of Sigmar GT heats have been running across the year, and in between Heat 3 and the forthcoming final, we have of course released a new edition of Age of Sigmar. Makes sense, right? I would, if I was in the know. What do you guys think about this? This is a question for you three and the Twitch chat. If you were going to do a series, 3 heats and a final, would you do it during one edition of the game or across 2?
I think 3.
Yeah, I'm going with 3 as well.
Yeah, Adam?
2 is just
I'd just
a
do it
boring
whatever's
number.
current. They're the guys that make it. They can
You do
what
it
the
across
fuck
a
they want.
current. You plan, and you do it across one edition.
Well, no, because, yeah, you're right. They obviously know when the new one was going to come out, so
Yeah.
you do the finals before releasing it, or whatever. You'd think, yeah, because it would be the tournament for
that edition of the game.
the ending of that edition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. But
That would make sense. Nathan,
the events
Nathan,
team-
you want it over 3.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if it's one edition or 2 or not.
So what am I
gonna be the-
fantasy?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to be the devil's advocate here.
Avocado.
Yeah, you mean the devil? The devil's avocado. Yeah,
Never right.
So a lot of people travel into the heats, right? Travel into Nottingham from far, far away, like the States and Sweden and whatever. And if they were too tight together, it would be like discouraging to go because they're too tight. They're too close to each other.
yeah.
So
I just think that for me, I quite like it. It was the same with 40k. So I listened to a really in-depth 40k show by the guys from FLG when it was doing loads of kind of something similar to what we did. When we did the tournament review with the stats. Yeah. Right? We did the tournament review with the stats.
Yeah.
But it was including 7th edition results at the same
That's
time.
pointless.
And I was like,
Yeah.
I learned nothing from this information.
Yeah.
So that's more. But anyway,
Interesting.
I just thought Aaron Wilson to be the devil's avocado has said, "I love you, Rob, but as soon as you start talking, you're automatically negative or biased towards Games Workshop. I'd more like to think that I just put it in context. I'm excited about the heats, and not the heats, the final. I'm going. So
You qualified then?
it's
good.
It's not difficult to qualify, is it?
Obviously
all I ever
not.
hear from
Obviously not.
but you didn't qualify with your makeup army, right? You did your Chaos Force.
I did not qualify with my.
It's like they stole the Seraphon's passport.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
That's
like-
right.
it's-
What I am is a Mexican immigrant snuck inside a Seraphon transport, and I'm across the border. And that's right. I'm claiming healthcare, insurance. I've gotten a job.
Joke's on you, mate. You got to build a wall.
Well, Nathan's people already built the wall.
Between Canada and
What? South African. You don't need to build a wall to Canada,
my
mate.
God. I tried a law reference, but got nothing. I just want to say big shout out to John for
he's
subscribing
on.
for 11 months on the show. Also, Jelly Pie's in the room. And when we do get to the tournament results, he has posted a phenomenal tournament this weekend. He has really, really impressed everyone, actually, this weekend.
skills.
Jelly
this
Jelly
is for
Pile's real name,
this
really.
is for AOS. This is an Age of Sigmar thing. So, we expect players to use recommended base size guide found on the Warhammer community website.
Oh, is this back to the...
This is what's happening on the 2018 update. So the finals update. So everyone's expected to use.
It's just north of the wall.
Everyone's expected to use the base size guide. What do you think? Fucking Christ.
You speak too fast for my retarded Swedish mind.
The base,
Okay.
this new thing,
on,
the final is got base size guide recommendation in
Game-
the comp pack, which isn't a comp pack.
Yeah, it's not a compact. It's
No,
just a
'cause they don't need one.
Suggestions. Yeah.
That's good,
Suggestion.
right? But use the universal basing stuff. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't see that as a problem. It does say we recommend as well. It doesn't say. It probably just means it allows them to give you some shit if you turn up with the wrong bases, just by saying that in the pack.
Yeah, so they did. I was at
I don't think I mean
I was at the not this weekend, but last weekend I was at the Heats for 40k, and there was a gentleman who had a unit of Shining Spears, and they were on a variety of bases. There was like extra long ovals, rounds, teeny ovals, basically a stick. Yeah,
I bet that didn't bother you a bit.
And
did
the
it?
TO was like, sort this out, and he was like, what the hell? And I was like, yeah, I agreed with that.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
super on board with that. That's the right decision. So no, and I think it's about time Games Workshop stepped up and said, these are the base sizes for the different units. I'm happy about that.
It sounds a bit wishy-washy though, because it's like, oh guys, if it's okay, I'd just like to say, could you, if it's all right, would you mind just using these base sizes?
So this
If not, fine. Don't worry, you can still come.
Yeah, but please do. Otherwise, we'll have to talk to you. And I don't.
What about the Forge World monsters? Like, what base do you put a mammoth on?
None of us know.
Because it's compendium and it shouldn't be in the
That
game.
one.
There you go. I put him on that base, and if anyone says any different, I'll be like, "Screw you, buddy." It's not compendium, the mammoth.
It is. I have two checkboxes for compendium now.
Yeah.
The one is the rules updated.
The war mammoth has got updated rules.
2, can you buy the model?
You can buy it on eBay.
Also, you can buy it by supporting China #1.
Oh, for God's sakes, John! Jonathan!
I mean, and that's not a good way, right?
No, that's a bad way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think China #1 thinks it's
Okay,
a bad
I
one.
wonder so many people are bloody playing.
That's
That's real.
China #1. I don't.
Ignore it, Adam. You're too new. Ignore that. Yeah. Jonathan,
How is it?
Jonathan's
Okay, I think
being.
yes.
Jonathan, I
It's
don't know.
just
What anyway,
knockoff stuff
so
from China.
I think it's great news that they're doing. Great news that they're doing the base size guide. For me personally, I agree with it. Excited.
That's
Yeah.
because you're a fascist.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. I am the only fascist liberal in the world. Yeah, that's how I fight all political fights. Everyone's like, "You're a lefty." I go, "Ha ha! Joke's on you. I'm a fascist lefty." Yeah. What? John, are you excited about the? What do you guys think of? Because if we're going to do Basegate, #Basegate. Also this weekend or last weekend, Games Workshop, the Texas Games Workshop. Now their Warhammer World, the Warhammer Cafe, that's also
Citadel, Warhammer Citadel.
that place.
No.
They now won't allow you to use resin bases. So like if from a third party company. So if you've got all your dudes, your Games Workshop models, but you put them on some like fancy textured bases by a different company, they've said no comprendes in your own, can't play here. What do you guys feel or think about that? Thoughts and feelings. Not in that order.
I think it's absolute bullshit.
Yeah, it sounds a bit harsh.
It's greedy. It's really it's what it is.
It's just-
But also, I think it's a lack of judgment as well. I think they're probably too new to the game to understand like what to say yes and what to say no to.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I agree with that. It seems like a silly decision, but whatever.
They don't sell. Oh, they do now though. They sell their own bases now, don't they? Until they've got a full range of like woodland bases and stone
But then
bases
even then-
and all the rest of it.
even
At that
then,
point, I could understand why they would turn around and say it. But I'm not going to go and
But
buy.
if you take a twig and put it on your base, and it's a twig that you can't buy from Games Workshop,
Well, this is the thing.
Yeah,
At
someone
what
was
point
like,
does
someone
it
earlier on
become-
was like, "Are you going to use Games Workshop sand on all your base? Is this Games Workshop sand?" I mean, I'm like, do they own all the sand?
I think they will get a memo on Monday to like.
Hook and Pin has got my vote.
Yeah, go on. What does Hook and Pin say?
Hook and Pin says, my thought is, oh, fuck off. Completely agree.
There should have been something as a community. That post should have gone up, and someone should have just gone, "What are we doing here, boys?" And someone goes, "I've got the statement." Oh, just fuck off, and then 800 times. Yes. So yeah, everyone, to be fair, they have shown some flexibility in the past. I think sometimes, so that's the thing, the events teams specifically show a lot of flexibility, I would say. And that's the difficult thing about conversions. Like there was an amazing. John, when we were all at the Throne of Skulls event, there was an incredible Skaven. Brad.
I played him. He was great.
Yeah.
Hi, Brad, if you're watching.
Yeah, Brad, he had the mixture of Skaven and Kharadron Overlords. And that was amazing. That had loads of like extra foam and other bits not produced by Games Workshop. And that's super fine. You know, I don't know. Like for me, I really like the texture bases made by other companies. I think they're really cool.
Bases is a topic even.
You know what? Should bases even be a topic?
Yeah. I mean, when you buy the model, you generally get a base with it. So you've paid for a base. So then if you buy a different base...
Well, not if you buy a Forge World monster, then you don't get a base.
There you go. Fair enough.
So technically, you can't play with Forge World monsters at the Texas Games Workshop because it doesn't have a base, and if you get the base to it, it's too small, so you need to get a big resin base, and then you can't play it. Oh, nice business, old guy. Good job.
Is that because it's compendium?
Stop hating on my Forge World dudes.
No, I'm not hating on the Forge World dude. A little bit. I mean, get bases would pay a lot of money for your models. But I think it's just a bad call from an employee at that place, and I think they will change it probably if they have.
Yeah, I think it's a bad call. Someone just not doing something sensible, like turning their phone off. Well,
hello.
John's put something good in the chat. He said, "I find this whole topic debasing my interest in competitive gaming."
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, don't laugh at that.
Anyway, and also to point out, this is only the finals at Warhammer World for the GT. So it's not like it's even the biggest Age of Sigmar event in the world. So it's not even that big a deal for everyone. Like, cool your jets, yeah? I mean, if one of the large Age of Sigmar events was doing it, I'd be bothered.
Like Bobo.
Yeah, like Bobo.
The big one.
Like something was something that had a lot of attendees, yeah? All we cared about, yeah? This is just the Warhammer World GT final.
Right, why isn't it a big thing? Because to me, as, you know, not knowing a huge amount about the tournament scene, more since Bobo, but I would have thought the finals would be the Warhammer World finals. Why isn't that the case?
Well, so I find this is a fascinating topic I think I could talk about for the evening, which would bore Nathan to tears, so I won't. Yeah, look at him, I'll go sleep. But yeah, there isn't like a standardised tournament system for Age of Sigmar. Yeah, and now with the realm rules and not the realm rules, and I like the spells, I don't like the spells, you know, and flip flop Jonathan over here. Yeah, like it could be like, you know, and then there's Australian guys, there's American guys, there's compacts. Are we doing soft scores? You know, there's other guys who are like hashtag soft scores are for wankers. There's a bunch of groups of people that want like, and they should realistically, I think, and that's why I brought up the idea of a standardised season. There should be a standardised season for a tournament. Yeah, and it would be great if Games Workshop had that as their process. You know, like they release Age of Sigmar 2, they're like, cool, we're kicking off the tournament season, let's go. You know, and then you play it until the release of the next General Handbook, and then you
run it as a season.
You release a season,
yeah, that makes sense.
But anyway, those are my thoughts. That would be cool, but there isn't. So I was more just having a joke that it's not the most popular. That's all.
Okay, sorry.
That's all. My joke was out.
Salty fucker.
Nathan. Core rules.
But I think,
Go on, Nathan.
I mean, the fact that there's loads of different types of tournaments means that there's generally a tournament for somebody. Yeah, if the sort of tournament that you'd like to play in, you're probably likely to find that tournament somewhere if you have a look around. So
100%, and that's a great shout out to to all the TOs in the world. So then the core rules are in use and up to date, including leading abilities. Fine, it's pretty standard. I don't know why that has to be talked about, but whatever. 6 of the 18 pitch battle plans, the 6 found in the Warhammer Age of Sigmar core book and 12 in the General Handbook 2018 will be in use for the games over the weekend. Battle plans will be rolled for just before each game, so you can't plan. That's pretty cool. What do you guys think of that?
I like it.
yeah, it sounds cool.
It is cool. Then you have to take a lot of variables in consideration when
Although
you
you
try to build your be-all, end-all list.
Yeah, although you could end up playing the same scenario basically 3 times.
Yes,
Because there are.
Yeah, but it won't be truly random, let's be honest.
I don't think it will be. I don't think. I mean, I know they say it will be. I think it's going to be.
No,
they literally have a big fluffy dice that they roll.
Yeah, sure.
But it says in the pack like it will be rolled. Yes, I guess they will be rolled. But I mean, when we play in Sweden now, we play with rounds. and items and stuff, and it's great. It's good for the game.
Yeah, we know Flip Flop, John.
Yeah, dude, you're just typical Britain, man.
Little Britain.
Yeah, exactly. But before we keep the realm secret, and we keep the affixes secret as the fix for the realm. But we have it preset, like the TO preset the realm, like Blackout did, I think, and maybe Face Hammer GT as well. Did pick? I think they picked.
They picked.
Yeah,
I think that's a good way to go about it. You keep it secret, but it's preset.
Yeah,
I think that's a good way.
Okay. All right. Cool. Then follow-ups. I like it personally. I think it's really exciting. I like the idea that it's going to be randomized. Less likely, actually, because my army's quite weak on heroes. It does bring duality death in, but it also.
But your army's better at duality of death than
play at 3 places of arcane
whatever
power.
the fuck it's called now.
3 places of arcane power. Yeah.
Duality is the one where you have to have wizards and
monsters. I haven't got another monster.
Yeah. But 3 places of arcane power is monsters or heroes.
Monsters or heroes.
Yeah. So that would be better for like.
Yeah, but it dilutes it enough that the character ones aren't as important, which is a good news for my particular army that I'm planning on taking. So that's good. Realm rules and Realmscape features will be in use. Which ones are in effect will be announced before each game at the same time as determining the battle plan. However, given the short span of time in between this update and the final, we won't be using the GUR realm rules. You don't have long to paint up some monsters after all, so you don't have to buy a monster and bring it with you to play in the realm of GUR.
Yeah.
So that's good.
But there's 6 games, isn't there?
There's 6 games, yes.
Yeah, so you will be playing in GUR.
Yes.
Unless they...
Well, no, they've said that. Oh, no, hang on.
Or is it going to be randomized? Could you end up playing in Oogly 6 times in a row?
Shit! Yes, potentially it's randomized. I don't know how it'll work. Endless spells and all rules from Alliance Sorcery will be in use.
I'm really surprised about that.
And we're making 2 minor changes to the tiebreakers in the events pack. Summon units do not count towards the total points value of enemy units when destroyed. That's a terrible decision in my opinion. And if you destroy all units in the opposing army, you should record 2,000 points of enemy units destroyed towards tiebreakers. Note that the winner of the game is still determined as per the battle plan. This cause is simply for tournament score tiebreakers. And over the course of 6 games, there's less likely to be someone who wins 6 games, or 2 people who win 6 games, majors. So the kill points won't matter as much, but probably there'll be someone who ends up on 6 games each, and then it will all be about kill points. So how do you feel about that, Adam? Because you were annoyed by this at Bobo.
What was I annoyed? The kill points there.
Yeah.
The not scoring points for summoned units, I think, is absolute bollocks, because you can turn up with a list, because summoning's free. You can turn up with a list that has a whole bunch of command points, and am I right in thinking some armies can essentially convert command points into
units
summoning
on the board.
Yeah.
Usually you come 84th, but yeah.
Yeah, so you can turn up with an underpointed list, and whoever you're playing against potentially automatically cannot win the tournament. Because it came down to, in the end, didn't it? Bobo came down to kill points.
Yes.
So if it comes down to kill points after 6 games, it's going to be less likely. But if it comes down to kill points, and somebody's gone up against like a 1,650 point list, and the other guy's gone up against 2,000 point list and won, that's not a competition in my eyes. That's not.
Yeah. Also, if you end up killing, if let's say someone summons 800 points extra,
Exactly.
but you don't kill their 800 points of you kill their 800 points of summoned and 1,000 points of their core army, but then you only get 1,000 points in kill points, even though you've killed 1,800 points. I don't really, see that as a bonus. So not only do I have to win, I always have to win and be like, no, I'm not going to kill the free unit.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
going to hurt me.
I'm going to ignore them. I'm killing that guy.
What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, no, I think you should get the point. Because summoning is advantageous to the summoner.
Agreed.
But then there should be something that levels it out a bit. So I do think you should get the points for killing their stuff.
Yeah.
The second part, I like that, where you get the 2,000. If you table your opponent, then you get the 2,000 points, even if they don't have 2,000 points on the table. That's cool.
That's useful.
Yeah, that is good.
That's really useful.
I'm not sure. I'm a bit biased. I think that in a game, like determine who wins the minor victory, that the summoning points should definitely count towards the minor victory. When you count up how many units you killed. But for the game overall, could potentially mean that you could farm a summoning list. You end up, let's say, theoretically now, you end up with 4,000 points from 2 games.
Yeah, and
and that skews the overall competition, because 2,000 is the limit that anyone can get. So I'm not sure how. I don't think it's as easy as you say it is.
But couldn't you just cap it?
What?
Couldn't you just cap it at 2,000?
Well, then Ixtab makes a really good point as well, but the flip side is the person who doesn't face summoning is then disadvantaged if you're in summoning points. The issue with all of this, can I just say, in my opinion, like not to talk over John, sorry, but I think all of the issue with this is the fact that we're still using kill points as a secondary, which is something like I've constantly talked about, thinking is not a strong idea because it doesn't give a great.
I 100% agree with you there.
Now, some people you kind of got like 2 versions of Age of Sigmar in the future, in my opinion. You've got a version of Age of Sigmar where what we do is we use sports votes as a secondary, and therefore we have a much friendlier environment. Or we have people like myself and Nathan who just appear on the telly who get sports votes just because we're on the telly. Yeah, or we get someone with a load of like mates who turns up, yeah, from their club mates, and they all vote for them because they played them or whatever it might be. Yeah, so you've got that environment, potentially a friendlier version of Warhammer in the future, but less competitive. Or you have something like Strength of Schedule, which I'm a bit of a convert to now. And you guys can just go for it whether you agree or disagree. And what that is if me and Nathan were to play at a tournament and I played 5 people that all did really badly at the end of the tournament, and Nathan played 5 people that placed really high, Nathan would place higher than me. So though we'd both be on 5 wins, Nathan had a tougher route because his players did better over the course of the game. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Yeah? And so Nathan places higher because he played people who predominantly did better. Whereas if I just beat up 5 seals over the course of 5 games, yeah, or I got 5 easy matchups, or, a bunch of different things, that I'll probably place a little bit lower. And that's called Strength of Schedule. They use that in chess. So it's hard to really argue with what the people who play chess do, because they're really on the nose when it comes to tournaments. But I know there's some dissenting opinion. Nate, you got any thoughts either way?
Yeah, I think strength schedule's a decent way of doing it. Because, relying on kill points obviously favours killy armies at the end of the day. But some armies aren't killy armies. That's not the way they play. So it just means that they're less likely to come out of the top of a pile just because they're tanky armies or they're avoidance armies or something like that. Mm. So it just means that you're promoting, the bloodier armies. Mm. And you're losing out on some of the other finesse type. So yeah, strength schedule's quite cool, or maybe even like a difference in kill points. So take into effect what you lose against what you gain. But I don't know. I should think strength schedule's probably a better way than that, even.
But do we agree?
Secondary objectives is not.
Oh yeah, we talked about this. Like old Mo missions, they were amazing. Yeah. Adam, as a new player, like realistically, if you went to a tournament, would you be excited about the idea that not all of the lists were designed to kill you, but some of them were designed to evade you or just not die? Would that be more, or would you want to just fight? Just be like, I want to fight people and then fight me, or would you find it annoying, intimidating? Like, what would your feelings be? If you think about that, well, John, what do you think about this whole sitch?
I think you are correct in that using kill points as a second tiebreaker is probably not the most optimal thing. As my friend Magnus said, kill points is already in the mission most of the time. Mm-hmm. So then you kind of double tap. Strength of Schedule is a great way, but it also has its flaws, in my opinion. Because if you play somebody and you don't want them to win, you can just keep on losing. So, I mean, it's a.
That would be such a dark person. Game 1, you lost, and you're like, you want to win? Fuck you.
I'm going for the wooden spoon.
And the one you said, Nathan, where you take the points you claim from a match, like how many battle points you get. It can also get quite out of hand at some issues.
Yeah, exactly.
So it also has its flaws. But there are many ways to do it, and I'm not sure I
think secondaries is a strong way. Really.
Secondaries is a strong one indeed, but then you have to have good secondaries.
Yeah, exactly.
It often what I try to do, like when I build secondaries, I try to make them as counter. They counter the main objective, so you have to do something else to get them right. So it's hard to do both. But secondaries is a thing, like a 20-0 system has been used for quite some time. I kind of like the major victory, draw loss, and so on.
I like major victory because it's nice and clean. But then again, me and Nathan talked the other day. For me personally, I think strength of schedule is the way to go. I think it cleans everything up. Someone can just bring a defensive build and an evasive build and just be like, I'm just playing the mission. That's cool. I don't like in 40k, for example, Nate. They have you play under one format like ITC where you've got the mission, you've got other missions, basically there's 8 things you can score in a turn, and you need a Sherpa to join you and just be like, keep track of how many points I've got, young man. Yeah, let's go. Right? It's intense, right?
It becomes a totally different gameplay as well. Right? I kind of like 40k from that perspective that there are many things you need to do during a game. And I do agree. Those guys definitely enjoy that. But then again, I think it takes something away from the tactics and their damage output. It's another conversation comparing them. But I would be excited to go back and play a mission pack like old Mo, where what you did was if you got a major, basically, me and Nathan played and I got the major, it would then be 15-5, and I had 5 secondaries I had to achieve. And for every one I achieved, and Nathan didn't stop me doing, I'd get an extra 1 and he'd lose 1. And then it'd flip like that.
Okay.
And so it was actually very hard to get 20. And then that way you've got a much granular scoring system. And then that granular scoring system can also be added to strength of schedule, which I think it makes the better players as well. I don't know, I found them. But then if you're winning, it's quite easy to get most of them anyway. But sometimes, those games that you win the major objective, but you win it because, and you've only got 1 model left and he scores the thing. That way, you'll get 20, in this situation, you get 20-0, but with the more granular scoring system, you'd probably only get something like a 15-5.
Yeah, or even a 12-8.
Yeah.
Quite a few times, you'd lose, well, not quite a few times, but occasionally, I'd lose the main objective, but then nail all of the secondaries, and then it would be a draw, 10-10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is quite cool.
But if you use main side objectives, it becomes a totally different game. Which isn't bad, in any meaning.
No, but it is a different game. You're right. Yeah.
It is a different game. It is a different game, and there needs to be a standardized game system.
And we'll some armies at the moment.
No, because there needs to be a standardized game system, so then you can have different games. There needs to be this is my thoughts. There needs to be a central line. They do this in Magic, and they do this in other game systems as well. There's a centralized this is the game that we play core. Yeah, and then someone goes, and then Nathan goes, no, fuck you, only monsters. And then people, which is great, but then what you can have is you can have a season of the only monsters game. So over the course of a year, Nathan and his Only Monsters crew, hashtag Only Monsters.
Hashtag dispossessed, hashtag dead.
Right, and then you've got so then you go to an event. So then Adam, you could go, right, I'm going to play main game next week, and week after that, there's an event with Only Monsters, I'm going to do that, and then you've got the Only Monster meta game, and you've got the what if we get everyone can cast spells on 52 dice or something game, and everyone can you can have a game system, but I don't know, I think it's a nice standardized core one, because that's what I liked about AOS 1. We played out of the book, cool.
Well, couldn't the community just do that though?
I think it's going to have to eventually, but those are my thoughts. If you disagree, Nath, feel free to say.
Yeah, no, but I mean, in reality, we do play the game as that core set, and then it's just the different types of scoring are all the different. So I don't know if standardizing the scoring method is that good a thing.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I think the different tournaments that are all different things are cool, and then people.
No, I wouldn't.
Can go to those tournaments.
Well, this is it. I wouldn't argue against having diversification of the tournaments, but I'd have them happen all at the same time. As an example, if I wanted to go, let's say there's a tournament last week and there's a tournament next week. Yeah. Last week is under the scoring system that I like, that I think makes a better game. Let's say strength of schedule with granular scoring.
Yeah.
But next week's based on just kill points and murder. Yeah. And the week after that. Oh, the month, because it's not weeks, is it? The 2 months after that, it's the event, like that's not like 8 people, that's 100 people, where it's based on your painting, your favourite sports, and your gaming, and your kill points. Yeah? And I'm like, oh, that's my least favourite one. But if I want to go to a competitive Warhammer event, that's the only one available in the next 2 months. Yeah? And that's my point. I wouldn't change that. I would just at the same time have the other event and the other event. Does that make sense? I would just have them all happen constantly over the course of time. I wouldn't go for there has to be a singular agreed system, so there can be other agreed systems instead of the one, because we all play in one system which we all disagree about. But then if we just picked a singular system we agree on and another singular system we agree on, then you can buy tickets based on the one you want. As opposed to at the end of a year, someone will be like, I've done really well at AOS this year, and I'm like, have you? Like what's like? It's like, does that make it's inconsistent the results?
But don't you think over time that if you talk towards the statistics that LLV1 did, over time, since there are these different tournaments, the quantity of those different tournaments will still make the data quite accurate?
No, because they're always under different conditions.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
But then again, tournaments are under different formats. But we still see the same players in each.
Yeah, that's my point. But are they good at playing games, or are they just good at just constantly adapting to the different situations? Like, because currently we don't.
Part of being good at the game, though.
No, because it might only be good at constantly adapting to situations. It's like 40k. Like, I'd argue that being a list writer in 40k is a much better skill than being a player on the tabletop. Because I watched 2 guys at the weekend. I know it's Age of Sigmar, I'm sorry, but I saw 2 guys. There's a guy with the most beautiful Custodes bike army. Yeah. And it was in like this cake concertina tower. And he got it out and it was beautiful. And his mate was stood next to him. They're both having a beer. And he goes, oh, playing these Eldar. Yeah. And he goes, oh, and then the Eldar player's like, I'm not sure I can beat you, mate. And he goes, oh, he flies over his jet bike and then some Dark Reapers get out, they shoot 3 times, yeah, and all the bikes are dead, and the guy goes, have you seen what these do? It's like, we know what they do. The guy didn't really have to do anything, he just got out and shot. Anyway.
One more thing to that part though. If we have a standardized tournament system, doesn't that mean we have to rely on Games Workshop releasing miniatures or meta to update?
No.
Because we will have the net list become a thing that will be the be all end all, and that won't change in that system. No,
because you don't you have the standardized system based on the General's Handbook and the core rules. You don't make the 9th age for Age of Sigmar. Like, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just like with Bobo, you just make some clarified rules that are house rules for a year, and then it's real simple and easy, and no one has to mess about. Speckles, thanks for subscribing for 10 months in a row. Anyway, right. Interesting though, and I had a question from the chat that got asked several times. What do you 3 think? Do you think we should just get rid of the realm of beasts? Not from the story, not from the story, but just the game. What do you think?
Don't the Angels come from there?
Yes, everybody comes from there. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, what do you think? Yes or no?
No, I think you can. I think next year they will have it with you where you have to bring monsters because you'll have had enough time to build your own freaking monster, and it's cool. Bringing a monster along is cool. Yeah, I agree. Monster. Well, what were you saying earlier? Hashtag monster something. Hashtag monster. The monster meta. Nathan will be writing a tournament pack soon, which involves you only bringing monsters. Is it 4,000 points, Nathan? Sorry. How many points for your game system? Your new one. What are the secondaries? What? But your monster only version. Hi, the first brain squig. You made that up, not me. Kill points, Nathan. Kill points. No, fuck kill points. So, is it just dung heaps? I think the question is should we just get rid of the monster thing from the Warhammer? Okay, why? Because it's fun, and we play the game to have fun. Agreed. What's the monster thing? Remind me. Have a monster. You just have to have a monster. Yeah, there's random monsters that wander around. What's wrong with that? Yeah. How fun is that? I said, what do you 3 think? We are red. I am not against it. Imagine that with relocation orb, and it moves right underneath this monster. You're like, shit. Yeah, I would bring the war mammoth every fucking time. Yeah, I would. It would appear underneath. You're like, fuck, I can't get near it. Then your opponent will take control of it and ram it up your ass. God. I think that now that we have beta tested the rule system for them for about
a few months.
Yeah.
I think they should get together and talk about these rules. And I think that for Realm of Beast, they should standardize monsters. What monsters are included in Realm of Beast?
I think we should get together.
I forget that Sweden's like this place where they have healthcare and like their prisons. There's basically no one in there. Jonathan's still full of hope. I forgot about that. Jonathan's there like, oh, I reckon about sometime soon, based on no evidence that I've ever had, they're going to come and approach this until they want to sell us something new. Yeah, you idiot.
Oh, that's
no,
so
it's
nice.
not his fault. It's his culture. Right, so the guys in the chat, go on.
It's alright north of the wall.
They should also look over the realm rules, because some of them are broken. Like the teleport in Realm of Shadows. After you teleport, you can actually move your models.
I'm excited. I'm actually... Go on.
So some of them needs to be tuned. But I mean, it's not, as I said before, it's not a lot of work that needs to be done. You need to take one person, give them half an hour, and fix it.
But the realm rules...
Well, they'll be doing that. They'll be doing that the next time they want to sell us a book.
Hashtag like a Swede.
Right, so Mumdare has donated 300 bits. I want to say big shout out, Mumdare. Thank you. He says Night Haunts are still the best. And then Evening says WS10P. Evening P, good excuse to paint my Dreadsaurian, says JPEG. There's never an excuse, I think, for that. All right, Melonhead. Is he talking to me? You? Who knows?
Hey, that must be you.
They will sell us Malign Sorcery Gur Pack, £200 for 6 monsters you can use for Gur. I'm excited. It's going to be the funnest. Right, so that's the Age of Sigmar tournament pack. The thing also that I don't think the events team get, and this is something I tried to express to them there, I was like, when you release an events pack, it's read the world over. You know, people in New Zealand are like, I'm going to run an event. I wonder how Games Workshop do it. And then they read it. Like, the people that look to them for be like, what's the plan? You know, so like it's kind of important to read it, I think, anyway.
To be fair, it's their job as well, right?
Yes, yeah, nowadays. But also, big shout out if you ever get to play the spare player who works there, Andy Millington. That motherfucker is one of the best people play Warhammer ever. I'm excited to play it next time. So, this weekend, I nicknamed this show in my scheduling the 5 tournament weekend. There were 5 tournaments for Age of Sigmar around the world this weekend, which is, I think, pretty exciting.
Who won?
Well, let's talk about some
That's
of that.
a hell of a schedule for somebody.
We're playing all 5.
Yeah.
I would like it if there was one guy who was like on an iPad, and he's like, move them left 7 inches, cast 4 spells.
Korea. I bet they could do it from Korea.
Yeah, one guy.
Yeah.
So there was the one we're going to talk about today, Facehammer GT. Yeah. There was the Crossroads GT in the US. There was the Last Rites event in the US. There was the RCGT in Australia. And finally, but that was a 2,500 point event, the Australian event. Finally, there was the Rising Sun GT, Japan's first Warhammer Age of Sigmar tournament.
Did they have fun?
They did. And Jonathan, do you want to tell me what happened in Japan? At the tournament.
You left that so open.
What happens in Japan stays in Japan.
They use special Japanese tactics with their skyships. And destroyed everybody.
Yeah, so learning some valuable lessons from World War II. They realised that flight was a powerful tool, and the Carriage-on Overlords won.
Yeah.
Yeah, so big shout out to those guys. That's pretty impressive. Yeah.
Guess what? I played a one day in Sweden as well. I won 2 out of 3 with a shitty Carriage-on list. So
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been
one day, man.
So it would have been 2 out of 5. It'd have been a 5
No.
day. It's 5 day. Alright, okay.
3 votes, man. And I didn't use the Japanese tactic. So, I mean, next time.
So, what are you doing to that microphone again?
What?
This is you.
That's because we're talking about Japan.
Right, so big shout out to Carriage-on Overlords winning over in Japan. We don't know the other event results, but when we get the opportunity to, we'll plug it into our data system that's done by LLV, and then we'll bring you the stats. But this weekend at the Facehammer GT, run by the Facehammer boys, you had a 5-game tournament played in the realms with realm rules and realm artifacts to give you kind of the context for the tournament. And then they also included painting sports into your final result. And in first place, I played this guy before at Warhammer. He's a great dude, Mr. Colin Cochrane. Yeah, Cochrane. That's another way to say it. With Daughters of Cain, making Daughters of Cain officially the most statistically competitive army in the game of Warhammer Age of Sigmar. So big shout out to Colin.
Woo! Colin!
Good job. What do we think of that, gentlemen?
I think that's great, although I think the guy in second is better.
Yeah.
I agree with the guy being.
Just saying.
I agree with the guy in second being great, but Colin's also awesome. He's also in the He's either the captain or the vice captain of the Northern Irish Age of Sigmar team.
Yeah.
So big shout out.
I think the Daughters of Cain won those matches, not Colin.
Do you want to know what list Colin was running when I played him?
Yeah.
Vanguard wing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did he push
You
it for
you
the
say that, Jonathan, but the next Daughters of Cain came 30th.
Well, perhaps that guy didn't bring his wheelchair, so he couldn't move his models.
Oh my god! What kind of show is this?
I got to say, big shout out to Colin. I think that's cool, and also it really does cement, I think, the idea that Daughters of Cain are one of the most competitive armies that we've seen in Age of Sigmar at the minute, and you need to work out how to beat them. So, big question: what do you guys think is the way to beat Daughters of Cain? Nathan, got any thoughts? You played him? What do you think? From another table with a mean stare?
No. Well, I mean, obviously, like Adam just said, the next Daughters of Cain came down like when
30th, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
no, because we've got some stats on this, but statistically, there's a Daughters of Cain player coming very high. They
Yeah.
consistently place very, very high.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't mean to throw you under the bus. I'm like,
Yeah.
Nathan, the most competitive army out there. How do you beat it?
Please tell us. Tell us all.
Yeah.
okay,
Nuke.
gun.
Just send in
Guns.
Donal. Well, apparently not, because he didn't.
No,
No, yeah.
I don't think. I don't think Donal's list would have been happy to play against Daughters of Cain, but because you need to, ideally, you want to be able to take out the characters, and then
And also the sisters at the same time, or the snake ladies.
Yeah, avoid the sisters and the snakes,
And the
you've
Cauldron of
got
Blood.
rid of the characters, and then pile into them, and they'll evaporate.
It's interesting. I think when we come to talk about the Beasts of Chaos in a minute, I actually think Beasts of Chaos have got the potential to shut down, in a really big way, shut down Daughters of Cain armies. Because effectively what we're talking about is a combat, apart from Marathi, it's a combat army, right?
Yeah.
That's quintessentially what it is. So chaff lines and walls, maybe defense in depth where you've got a couple. Maybe people need to just spend more points on chaff. There's an argument for it there. But maybe that could be a whole show. I might talk to a couple of the people who I know play Daughters of Cain, give them a ring, and then just say, what do you think? How do you beat you? And they'll be like, I don't want to tell you.
So I.
Just take Daughters of Cain.
Smart.
You got to
Fire with fire.
Yeah.
evaporate those units before they get to you. So
Are you really saying the way to beat them is to kill them?
yeah, exactly. Before they kill you, that's the way to do it.
Brilliant.
Honestly, though, I don't think that people have adjusted their armies to play against.
I couldn't agree with that more. Yeah, I think that.
So have you played against any Daughters of Cain recently?
I played against Daughters of Cain once,
Yeah.
and I found it fine because,
What
like,
did you
Which
take?
army did you have?
Chaos Force.
Were they well played? Your opponent?
No, I lost the game.
Okay.
But like that's fine because like I didn't know them like in depth.
Yeah.
And Marathi was my issue. Yeah, because I was just like, ugh, because you can't really you're trying to control the witches while also trying to control Marathi, and I should have just focused on Marathi being dead and control the witches because they can't fly, and that's a key bit, right? So if you look at the Stormcast armies at that event as well, there were loads of Stormcast armies, but they didn't play. They all placed about mid-table. And they're a really good combat army now. They're also a good shooting army and a good magic army and a good everything army. But mainly it's a combat game for Age of Sigmar at the minute, right? Quite heavily.
Next Daughters of Cain were 9th. Liam Cook. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry,
Alright.
Liam.
Yeah. And I think it's just we need to just spend. If you don't have an army that can beat it in combat, you need to chaff them up so you can deal with them in whichever way you deal with them. Is my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, so I've played against them with Iron Jaws and with Dispossessed. The Iron
Those big hitting armies.
So the Iron Jaws, I lost the game, but then I failed some crucial charges, and I think if I'd made the charges, then it would have been a 50-50. So I mean, I probably committed myself too early if I'd held back and then hit them.
Mm.
But then they've got the chance of having good allies, and that army had some Idoneth eels.
Mm.
So you're going to get, if you don't hit them first, they're going to hit you first, and it's going to hurt. And then the dispossessed did not mind fighting the Daughters of Cain. Just walk backwards shooting, and they die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really do think that there are ways to beat them quite comfortably. But and that's the question, isn't it? That's my thoughts. That's why I'm excited about talking about the Beast of Chaos book. Because do I think it's a great book? A bit of a spoiler. I don't think it's incredible, but they have some tools to shut down and possibly make them the best combat army in the game. Is it Khorne? Is it Daughters of Cain? Is it Ironjaws? Realistically, it's about who gets the combats off first, right? That's the key element. Which is why maybe Order of Draconis with Pete that we've run in, he gets to choose who goes first. Doppelganger and the Quicksilver Potion, he gets to choose combats first, and that's a big deal to the Daughters of Cain. I'm not saying that they're glass cannons at all, but they don't want to get punched all the time, especially first.
Yeah.
They want to hit first.
Well, and there's one of the realms where you can just interrupt the combat phases as well and go first. One of the realms.
You want to hear a thing about the Doppelganger cloak?
Yeah.
So if you get charged by Night Hound and they roll a 10, they can't.
Yay. That's good. And someone pointed out Nighthorn didn't do particularly well this weekend, which I still think there's a Nighthorn army in there. There's a guy asking me about an army. I've been telling him that I think that you can make a really good Nighthorn army. I wouldn't base everything on a series of results, but Daughters of Cain have consistently done well now. It's worth a conversation.
Oh yeah, they're a strong army. I think, but that's where I think if you look at the armies do tend to mix up from tournament to tournament, which I think shows that it's in a good place. I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Most factions have got armies that can do really well.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think Beasts have got a way to deal with Daughters of Cain.
They're great.
Yeah, they're great.
There are some really strong Night Hunt builds out there.
And there's also some of them, and I don't think they were there that weekend. But anyway, good conversation. Who's the best combat army? What?
Velatone's just made a really good point.
Yes, I think
you're dissing Stormcast.
Stormcast are the most flexible army because they are almost a faction unto themselves. You can make a great shooting army, great magic army. I don't know why everyone isn't taking the Comet personally with the staff. I think it's a joke. That's my thoughts. The Comet that comes down, and then you've got this artifact that gives you +1 mortal wound on every mortal wound you do. What the? Why is that not just it's like, hello, I've got Stormcast, I have the stick and this ball. I'm like, fucking all my army is now separated out.
I bought the meteor now actually on a Stormcast encounter.
Pardon me?
I bought the meteor and the encounter for my.
How good? Have you used the meteor yet?
No, not yet. It's not painted yet.
Oh, okay.
But I plan to use it. Try it out in my Caledon list. So.
I'm a big fan. All right, so you can use it in Caradron.
Well, ally it in, can't you?
Oh, that's cool.
Because
cool.
it's a Stormcast
because
wizard.
only Stormcast wizard can cast it, not Stormcast army.
You just need to ally in the wizard. I don't think you need to ally in the spell actually.
So it counts towards allies though.
No. Yeah. The spell doesn't, but the wizard will.
The wizard does. Yeah.
You obviously have to pay for the spell.
Yeah.
So it's good, if they want to hold back, I can just dump a meteor on their ass and they have to move towards.
But everyone's in a single. So for me, if we go for a quick conversation, everyone seems to be building combat armies. Yeah, right. No one's building shooting armies because of things like Sylvaneth Wildwoods and whatnot. Jonathan is taking a shooting army. I played Nathan the other day, changed my list to be even more shooty. So I think that there's a good counter pick to block stuff up and shoot it off. And then and we saw Ian Spink. Who had Bone Splitters, but I think he has more of a combat Bone Splitters. He does really well at the event.
He had a lot of, is it Maniacs? The guys on
Ball Boys.
They had a lot of them at Bobo.
So maybe to them as well.
I remember it.
So, Colin, well done. Congratulations. Big shout out. Great work there. He also got 2 sports votes, which I think is a big deal.
Yeah, well, so he won it on the sports.
He
from
did.
Donal.
Only 2?
Yeah, Donal only had 1.
Yeah, so
Donal actually had
the
more
Grot terrorist himself.
But they
more
played
kill
5,
points.
and you got 2 sports.
Yeah,
That's a bit
so
strange.
the Grot terrorist himself, Donal Taylor. Famous for doing 1 billion #1 billion damage.
Is he allowed back in the?
Well, so big news this weekend. I do have his list. so we'll talk about it in a minute. He took Mixed Destruction. And won 5 games with Mixed Destruction, and then only got the 1 favourite sports vote, so that's why he ended up... although he did get more kill points than Colin.
Yeah.
So that's the thing to talk about. Paint scores was fine, not an issue, so it was a 5-point difference. Came down to a sports vote. And Donald's a lovely man. So, and also, I'm sure he's teammates with Colin as well.
Yeah, they are. They're in the same Six Nations.
And they must be chuffed. They must have been chuffed.
Yeah.
Like, first and second. You guys happy about that, Jonathan?
Super happy.
Yeah.
Super happy. Yeah, it's good to see that the years of playing Grots pays off.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's great. It's awesome.
I think he's a lovely man.
And
I don't know why he only got 1 sports vote. He must have been a right bellend that weekend.
I think it's not a good meta army for sports because it's so many models, probably.
Oh, so you think people didn't like his army, and in which case didn't put him down to sport?
Well,
this is the problem with...
The important part about his army was... he was I've seen some of the things he said. He said he loved having a flying Frostlord on Stonehorn. Big news, because of the Thermal Rider Cloak. He had the Troggoth Hag, so making a unit -1 to hit. He obviously had 60 Moonclan Grots, so they've obviously got Netters, so another -1 to hit. And he also had Geminids of Ulgish as an endless spell, so he can make a unit -3 to hit when he wants to, pretty consistently, and that's massive.
Yeah, but also that will hit your sports scores. If you have debuffs and hordes, you'll probably be less popular. So there you go. I mean, I obviously like playing with the occasional grot, and I did find that playing with the big hordes of grots, sometimes my opponents just didn't enjoy the game, even though I was cackling away, having a great time. So then, so that's probably why I've not been playing with them so much recently.
Yeah, we talked about this before, didn't we? Anything and Donaldino's put here is in the chat. Big shout out, Donald. My army is horrendous to play against. It's the debuffs. Testament to learning the army inside out. It says first breaks big, so big shout out to Nick. No one wants to attack and not kill grots.
Stop looking in my face.
And then the Colonel Cabbage has built his Herdstone. That's good. They're really good. 5 points for 1 sports vote and 10 points for getting 2+. So he might have got more in sports. I played Legion of the Gash and only needs to use Inspiring Presence for 1 combat. Wow, just because they couldn't kill him. Yeah. So that -3 to hit is a big deal. So again, that's another way of dealing with combat. Just make it so they can't hurt you.
Yeah.
And that must have been that's a clever tactic. So he won 5 games as well. So when we talked about that big long chat we had about secondaries before, go on, Jet.
Jet's like, fuck you, I'm being on the camera.
Not you. And also just seeing Mixed Destruction up there, seeing the Troggoth Princess, and as we know, Donaldinho's on a quest to get the Troggoth Princess in the Game of Age Sigmar, made all Troggoth battle line. That's pretty exciting, right?
Yeah.
Make Troggoths great again. Sorry, we're being completely distracted by a dog.
You are.
It's probably not the best.
It's not professional. It's not professional TV. I do worry. I'm like, John, what do you think? I sometimes am like torn between professional TV and let's just have a dog on the telly.
It must be brilliant for all the podcast nerds, I have to say. We just all go quiet for ages. Like, this is great. I'm the outside. I'm now
you guys okay for Jet being in there? Yeah, it's great. It's like he's watching the show now.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Donald coming second. I think that's a great shout. And finally, I'm very excited about this. I was excited about Donald and Colin, to be fair. But Laurie Huggett Wild, said it right this time. Yeah. With Sylvaneth, big shout out, 4 wins. A bunch of sports votes and some paint scores, took him into 3rd place. That's awesome, right?
Good job, yeah.
And also Sylvaneth. Not a lot of people saying Sylvaneth are going to be, 4 games seems... He didn't win 5, but no. What do you guys think?
I think Sylvaneth are strong. I think they can win 5 games.
Yeah. I think they can win 5 as well, but if you're looking at the kill point format, lists like Gnarlroot and stuff will have a struggle winning the tournament because they don't kill enough.
What did he take? Do we know?
I do have his list. I sent it to Nathan.
Yeah, Winterleaf with Alariel.
Yes!
and
I've been running Winterleaf for
some
3 years.
dryads and all of that sort of malarkey.
I'll read it out to you. So it is in order. So he's got a Branch Wraith, is the General Warsinger, Acorn of Ages and Regrowth. Another Branch Wraith, brand new Lamentary, Verdant Blessing. Alariel, 30 Dryads, 20 Dryads, 10 Dryads, 10 Dryads. 5 Tree Remnants, 3 Kernothans with Scythes, Winterleaf Wargrove, Forest Folk, and Chronomantic Cogs. So just awesome. Absolutely awesome. Starts off with 2 command points. Obviously, he's got Throne of Vines on Alariel, which I really like. I think that's really clever. Yeah, really cool. Those Dryads in Winterleaf they do a lot more damage than they look like they do, which I really like.
What does Forest Folk do? What's that?
Forest Folk is the smaller detachment which you need to go into Winterleaf, and it gives you Dryads, and they can redeploy. There's like a very specific mechanic for redeploying the Dryads. So it would have been hi Lord Pollux, thanks for subscribing. There would have been thanks, really nice, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, that's great. And it just makes them super mobile. They're kind of like they can kind of like redeploy and be mobile. Am I talking to myself?
Yeah.
You two just want to stare at that dog, who you live with, by the way. Yeah, you see him all day.
Yeah, but look at him.
Dogs. Dogs are dogs.
They generate extra attacks on 6s to hit. If you're fighting against Chaos, you get to reroll 1s. Obviously, those 6s to hit become 5s to hit in your combat phase because you can enrapture a unit, which is really massive. So having them generate extra attacks on 4s, hit on 3s, reroll 1s is a big deal. Yeah.
Right, are you coming down or what?
But Sylvaneth coming third is a big deal, right?
Yeah.
I think it's great. I'm surprised. You sound surprised that Sylvaneth to come third, but when we were at Bobo, it seemed
They were quite few.
they were so close to, because they were quite high up. There was 2. You had Andy Hughes, and it might have even been Laurie actually.
Yeah.
I think it was Laurie. I think Andy Hughes was playing Laurie in the last match.
Yes,
And
Dreadwood versus
versus
Forest
Nulri.
Grove at that point.
Nulri, I think.
Yeah, I think he had.
He had Forest.
He had the not winter.
Harvest Boon. Harvest Boon. Yeah. Harvest Boon. Yeah, let me get my notes.
I've got my notes with me. How dare you?
But personally, I'm really excited about the fact that Sylvaneth came third. I also know that what I really also like is that as Laurie's gone away from Bobo, playing with his Sylvaneth, and then has redone his Sylvaneth. He hasn't moved away from Army Book, so it goes to show you both Donal and Laurie are starting to become seasoned in their particular armies.
This is coming back to the
Playing an army for a
type
year
thing. And,
yeah. Like and they're posting more consistent results because they're playing well. And they're playing the army that they know really well, and they're rejigging their army around a little bit, but they know their core mechanics for how things work really well. That's me guessing for them. So if I'm wrong, just tweet me or.
I love it if Donald just goes, "Nah, mate, blagged it."
Because Jonathan, you're going to play your Caradhran for a year, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you think
I'm in a bet now with my Swedish podcast with my co-host. So I need to play them 6 months. Not anything else, just 6 months. And if I do that, I win a get started box. Yay!
A get started box of what?
Yeah, but
whatever the next army is.
If I win a 5-game tournament with 4 gun haulers, I get 2.
Oh, nice. Good.
Very nice.
Because there's a whole bunch of people out there who are starting to put together what we would consider to be like lower tier armies, or like armies that we wouldn't think can win 5 games. Like, for instance, you've got Darren who's out there building Swiftfolk Agents. You've got Gary who's out there building Darkling Covens.
Is Darren part Australian?
No, Darren Watson.
Is he part Australian? Because aren't Swiftfolk Agents doing quite well in Australia at the moment?
No, that was a mistake.
Was it?
They're not doing well, no.
Oh, rubbish.
Veli, we're probably not going to talk about the upcoming Chase by Night Vault stuff because we're going to do that as a separate show.
No, you're not.
So as far as I know, that's Facehammer. It was obviously run by the Facehammer guys. Looked like it was a cool event. Everyone was really positive about it. I do have to. There's one more result I want to talk about. Flesh Eater Courts. Now, a particular player came 84th out of 88 with Flesh Eater Courts. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I need to talk about Phoenix Temple. Sorry, 84th out of 88.
Is that Speckles?
No, it was a chap called Dan.
Dan the cameraman.
Dan the
Oh
cameraman.
no! I know he started. His first game was against Dan Ford, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With his murder host, and well, I'm assuming still
And
murder
then he
host.
just went backwards.
It just went down from the...
Slanis is asking, my goal is 4 wins with Flesh Eater Courts. Is that possible? It is, because there's a young lad that's done that at Bobo.
Luke
Yes.
Whitehead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
there was a young man, not yet a fully grown adult like Dan, who
Dan's not fully grown.
I tell you what, he needs to stop growing. So on Wabi TV down there, not doing the best, but having a great weekend, I imagine.
Yeah.
Just having a load of fun. But
He went to
84th.
Canal Street, so obviously he had a good time.
Yeah.
Can we do, I don't know. Did you say about Laurie getting 4 favourite sports votes?
Yeah, I think so, something like that.
That must have been why he jumped up, but that's huge.
That is huge.
Because nobody else got as much as
So
that.
again, talking about secondaries, and all love to Laurie, and all love to Donal, obviously, and Colin. The difference between Colin's and Donal's results, first and second, was based on the secondary of favourite game votes.
Mhm.
You know, and that's a great environment to be in. I think. I'm not cussing it. I'm just saying, they're equal first. Realistically, no, that's not me trying to take anything away from Colin at all, or give anything to Donal, and I'm sure he wouldn't want to. I think it's just an important note, right? 5 wins.
Well, I was going to say they both went 5 for 5.
Yeah.
So, but is that inevitable? It is inevitable, isn't it? That you're going to have at least 2
Sometimes,
people.
unless you have something like Knife to the Heart, where it's actually quite hard to get the major.
Okay.
Because you have to actually go and get the major. You're not automatically getting the major.
Yeah.
So not many people always get the major. Whereas almost all the others, you end up always with a major. Because it's based on, unless the points are a draw, obviously. But most of the time, the other scenarios are based around big points, and it's almost...
And it's quite difficult to tie on the points.
Yeah.
Although, but because they're playing all of the scenarios now back from the old days, some of the original ones are quite a bit easier for you to tie on points.
Yeah, it was. It's harder now. But big love to Colin. He got a sword, which Donaldinho wives didn't want in his house. Big shout out to Lloyd. But then also big shout out to, from the Black Sun, Mr. Chris Tomlin, winning 4 more games with Phoenix Temple, meaning that consistent 80% win rate for Phoenix Temple is still in effect. Yeah, because no one else is playing them. And he just keeps going to events. And winning 4 games. And he's like, this army will win 4 games every time. I'm indestructible. Which I think is brilliant.
Yeah.
Does that make it potentially one of the most successful?
No, Dort's
Win rate
game.
wise.
Well, it's the most averagely consistent. Yeah, because the others are always their
nobody else
averages
is playing
brought
them.
down. Yeah, like you'll win 80% of your games with based on the stats. That's pretty cool.
I have a teammate on the Six Nations team called Adam, and he won against me once, and we only played once, and he keeps telling me that he has a 100% win rate against me.
Well, he does.
Yeah, but it sounds so much since just one win.
Let's be honest, you'd be saying the same thing the other way around.
I definitely would. For sure.
All right, so that's the news and reviews. How long's that taken? I'm going to turn this into 2 podcasts. That's definitely what I'm going to do. So if you've been listening to this podcast, we're still going to stay live on Twitch, but everyone on Patreon and on Twitch who subscribes and everything is wonderful. Thanks for listening to this little bit of news and roundup. Big shout out to winners, losers, everyone in the world. Anything from you 3 quickly? We're not going offline, so stay online, please. Anything you want to say goodbye?
Thanks for coming.
Right, perfect. So just stop that recording. Start a new recording. Hello, welcome to Honest-Wargamer. I'm your host, Rob. I'm joined by Nathan.
Fuck you.
Adam.
Hi.
And Jonathan Etlin from Sweden.
Love you.
And we're now going to be doing a review for the Beast of Chaos Battletome. That's right. That's how I'm saying it. Yeah? Or, as it's been nicknamed on Twitter, # the GOAT.
Yeah, they finally got a new book.
GOAT being an acronym for Greatest of All Time.
But also, it's a goatman in it.
It's got goatmen, satyrs, in fact.
Satyrs.
Yeah, any
Fine.
of them.
However
Also,
you want to say
has anyone seen Mr. Tumnus?
Is he in?
Is he in this?
Is he on the chat?
Is he? No. We do have a viewer called Mr. Tumnus. No.
I know he's from Narnia.
I've
haven't seen him.
Right, okay. So, everyone's read it a bit, yeah? So we're not going to be covering the narrative today. We're only going to be talking about the rules, yeah?
I love that you said that. As we got here, you said that, and I was like, shit, that's the main bit I've read.
What, the story?
The story.
Then Adam,
No.
before we do any more, do you want to tell us the story?
No, because I haven't read enough of it to tell you, because I thought you'd read most of it.
Oh.
Once upon a time.
Anyway, once upon a time, there was
Give
some
us a rough outline of the
There
story.
was a lantern
Basically,
at the end of a
Cupboard. That's a different story, Nathan. That's a different story.
and basically there's beastmen who kind of don't give a fuck.
in the back of a cupboard.
They don't, they
like
say,
you
they
staying
don't...
shot. Just want to keep going further.
Oh, sorry.
Go on, tell me more.
They literally don't care who their allegiances or anything like that.
Yeah,
Some of them are aligned, but it seems quite loose, and they
So
don't
they
actually care.
didn't, they didn't get involved with the kite drama.
The kite drama.
What?
Yeah.
What kite drama?
Is this going to be some racist shit again?
No. When you speculate to the narrative on Age of Sigmar, there was a kite involved.
What was that?
Oh yeah, there was a kite involved. We had to
They weren't involved in the kite affair. Okay.
They weren't involved in the kite affair, no? So what else do we know about them?
What else do we know about them? If you want to learn more, you should have read the book, to be honest.
Okay, good.
It's a good
All
book.
right. So we're going to skip that. So let's do a TLDR. Yeah, let's do a what do we think of the book in short before we get into reading about it? Like your quick overview before we go any further. Jonathan, what do you think?
What the fuck have they done with Enlightened?
With the lighting?
Enlightened.
Enlightened. That's all? That's your whole review in a sentence.
Yes.
Tagline: what the fuck have they done with Enlightened? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Adam?
I think it's really interesting. This is the first. I was saying to you, this is the first Battletome I've read that isn't of an army I have.
Okay.
So it's actually been really, really interesting to kind of read loads of different, kind of completely and utterly different and new things.
Mm-hmm.
There's some War Herd especially are quite exciting for me.
You like
they might technically be the worst, but I think I like the rampaging. I want to say rampaging destroyers about it, but you'll get a bit grumpy, won't you? There's this craziness to them, and I'm really excited to give them a go. I think I'm going to get some.
Okay, all right. Nathan, what about you?
I reckon it's going to be great. There's going to be a load of fuckers getting head-butted.
Yes.
Yeah? You think there's going to be a lot of headbutts going on? Yeah? Is that your overall review?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Mine sounds so much more serious now.
Go on.
I think that in a combat environment that Age of Sigmar is, I think these are potentially the anti-combat army. But I think it comes down to a spell.
Glaswegian-kiss.
Yeah, I think it potentially comes down to a singular spell, in my opinion, this book.
Dandruff sandwich.
Dandruff sandwich, yeah, that's what it comes down to.
I like that.
So that's it. So let's not bleat around the bush.
Oh.
You see, because it's going to be like goat themed and cows.
Yeah.
I like goat.
To eat,
Yeah.
I like them to cuddle. We're so different, but also
When did you ever cuddle a goat?
Whenever I've seen one, which is never, in fact. But if I was to see one, I'd cuddle him. If it was dead, I'd not. Yeah.
I've got a picture of me carrying a goat.
Cuddling a goat.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't eat that one.
You did eat that one. Good. All right.
The endless spell seemed good.
They do. All right. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this in sections. So we'll start off with the allegiance ability, and then we're going to go through the different herd. We're going to go through them in separate. We'll just do them in sections. Yeah. I shall orchestrate the madness if that's fine with you. So the herd stone. Yeah. Do we know what the herd stone does?
Yeah, you set it up before deployment, but after you've chosen your sides. 12 inches from enemy territory and an inch away from any other scenery. But what does it do?
It does. So it does minus. So it's a free thing that you start. So like Sylvaneth Wildwoods goes on the board. Nice. It gives all units within 6 inches are -1 to their save, unless Beast of Chaos are unaffected.
And but that aura spreads through the game
because of the locus of savagery. Everyone watching on Twitch or listening to the podcast, and you guys I would like you to keep listening for the names because I want you to decide which your favourite one is by the end of the show. Yeah, Locus of Savagery. And it does. At the start of each battle round, the range of that 6-inch bubble increases by 6 inches. So by turn 5, it's gonna be 36 inches AoE. That's right. 5 times 6 is 30, plus 6, 36.
But why are you plusing 6?
6
Plus
inches
3
every
each
turn.
time, isn't it?
It's plus 6 each time, isn't it?
Yeah, so 6, 12, 18, 24, 30.
Oh yeah, we don't get. Yeah,
Doesn't it start with
you start out as
Oh,
a
no.
natural 6.
Yes.
Oh, but it doesn't add +1
Oh,
on the first
But you
turn.
Yeah,
play
yeah, yeah.
in.
Yeah, okay.
You play that.
Does
So
it?
30.
Are
But
you
still,
sure?
Still 30. It's
Are
crazy.
you sure? Is it written that way? It's at the end of the book. We'll come back to that. Anyway, so big news. It can be placed on top of objectives. There's probably you probably get the battle plans and probably draw the perfect place to do it. But -1 save in AoE is pretty massive, right?
Yeah, that's huge.
John, what do you think?
It's good. It's good. It's really good.
Yeah,
It's fun. It's probably more fun than actually really good. But it's a tool, I guess.
I
Is
think
it?
it's a big deal because there's loads of other ways to get -rend in this book. So, for armor saves, for armies with armor, I'm thinking
Yeah.
of Stormcast
Those
specifically.
night haunts are going to be shitting their loads, aren't they?
No, they're not going to be bothered at all.
They're not going to care at
They're
all.
not going to care at all.
No modifications. No modifications
Nighthorn
to say.
unaffected.
Yeah.
But it makes armor weaker. So in a
Yeah.
game where we know that this is going to constantly exist, people might not take as heavily armored units in the game.
But they'd have a counter,
Which
Right.
is what?
which is a Heralder.
What do you think he does?
He makes scenery tumble.
Oh, you mean
And
so? You mean
kill
he, would
people.
he doesn't destroy the
You're
city?
like, haha, you're stood near it. You're dead.
And also they also have immunity to battle shock. So if you're a Beast of Chaos unit, wholly within range of the model, then you're immune to battle shock.
Within 6.
Yeah,
and
but
that again also spreads 6.
Yeah, both
Every-
abilities.
Every
Yeah,
turn,
yeah.
starting from not the first turn, but from.
Did you read it?
Yes, I did.
What did it
Just
say?
read it now.
What were you
Goes up
said?
to 30 inches.
Goes up
yeah.
to 30
Yeah.
inches. All right, nice. So yeah, I think that's a big deal. I think that's Jonathan. Do you think that's more effective or less? You got Silvereth Wildwoods. You also have the Feculent Gnarlmaw and the boat from Eineth Deepkin. Where would you rate this in the tier of free scenery?
Well, they nerfed the bow. They buffed the Wildwood. And the Feculent Gnarlmaw is great for Nurgle.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a bit unutilized overall on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably put this one between the next best one, probably. I think the Wildwoods are stronger.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'd say this is up there. I think this is better than the boat. And then the tree provides lots of utility for Nurgle, but I don't think which potentially is game-winning utility. But I don't know.
This is specific builds, right? So overall, I think this should be up there, like it's one of the best ones.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal. This one.
It's huge.
I think it's a big deal.
That expanding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's massive.
So you get that for free. So good. So then you've got a couple of special abilities depending on what's in your army. So you've got Bray Herd units. At the end of the first movement phase, you can infiltrate a Bray Herd unit. Sorry, so I put infiltrate. So what that means is, what infiltrate means as a word in Warhammer context
Means
is
ambush.
means ambush is another way of saying it. Infiltrate or ambush. So you can bring them bring them on the board outside of 9 inches from the enemy, but within 6 inches of a board edge. So infiltrate or ambush. Sorry, that's my shorthanded notes. I know Nathan knows, but if you're listening at home, that helps. And it's a Bray Herd unit for each Beast of Chaos you've deployed. Interestingly, I read that, and as I read it, you have to put a Beast of Chaos unit down first before you can say that you're putting the other one in the Bray Herd ambush. It says for each unit you've deployed, for each Beast of Chaos unit you've deployed, you're putting one. That's how I would read it if I was being pedantic.
Yeah,
which
that's the
I
same
often
way.
am.
It's the same way that Stormcast have to do it. So you put one on the board, and then you can put one in ambush.
No, no.
You put another on the board, you can put one in ambush. But you can play with that. So you can put like a hero down, and then you can put a unit of 20 Zangors in ambush.
Yeah,
you're probably right, yeah.
Yeah, so that's how I read it. So you have to. Well, that's good though, because it means that Beast of Chaos players can't just do a dead drop. They can't just go, ambushing one unit. It's like, no, you put a unit down first, mate, then you can ambush a unit. Yeah, which is quite useful because I think deployment's a pretty big thing. So it's quite nice. It means they can't just keep going. You know, they can't not deploy 3 things first.
Yeah.
And you know, so you're like, oh, where are they going to go? So
And
that's how I read that.
And it's first turn, isn't it? They have to come in first turn.
Yeah, but there are ways to make it. There are ways to make it second turn potentially. What do you guys think of that?
It's useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, being able to redeploy basically is quite good.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's obviously one weakness if you don't upgrade it, that they have to come on the first turn.
Yes.
But yeah, it's always good to be able to deny.
Obviously, the problem is that you can't really buff them whilst they're off the board, but then you're just redeploying, aren't you? So it's the end of your movement.
And there is a way that you can give them a buff because they've ambushed.
Yeah.
So it's quite good. For me, looking at it, because most of the army, when we go through it, can run and charge, and then reroll charges, and then pluses. Are we going to talk? I can't wait to talk to you about the 7-inch pilot later, Nate. Yeah, that's exciting shit, right? I'm so excited by this book. I think it's great. But for me, I think it's a bit of a trap, this ambush bit. You kind of think, yeah, it'd be cool to bring them on, and it would do for like threatening objectives, but I wouldn't commit loads of my thought process.
Yeah, I don't think I'd put half of my army on the ambush. I think you'd be putting some units into ambush, but maybe not.
But for me, in my head, they're more
Not as
inconsequential
much as
units. A couple of units here or there, as opposed to... Because you can move so fast with this army. You can move like... You can move like, I don't know, condoms in Africa. Right, Creatures of the Storm. Yeah?
This is the Thunderstorm one, right?
This is the Thunderstorm. So this is the Dragon Ogres or the Dragon Ogre Shackle. They get at the start of each turn they get a D6 move in the hero phase. So Thunderscorn units, so Dragon Ogre Shagos and Dragon Ogres, they get to move 3 D6 in the movement phase. In the hero phase.
Yeah.
Bothered, Nate? Not bothered?
Well, I mean that was when that's basically what the old Rampaging Destroyers was, and people loved it. It was good. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Night all, night Aaron Wilson. Also, hello everyone that's just joined us. Obviously everyone on Twitch and Patreon. If you're watching on Facebook, we're on Twitch. I think this is important because obviously it's a D6 move, and then you can do some spells, and that's a big deal. Loads of people forget that, and you might be able to catch someone out with that. You know, you say, "Oh, my Thunderscorn units can move a D6 in the hero phase," and then they'll measure outside of 18 inches on their spell, and they'll be like, "I'm safe," and then you move D6, and they'll go, "Of course." You're an idiot. I like that ability.
I think it's great. Yeah, I think it's awesome.
John, bothered? Not bothered?
Well, it's the Thunderscorn, right?
Make your point.
Yeah, the thing that they push forward is that dangerous.
I agree. Right, and then finally, Blood Gorge. This is the War Herd. So these are the much more built up prison body beastmen. If they destroy a unit in combat, and they're War Herd, keyword War Herd, they heal and you roll 6, you heal D3 wounds into the unit. Is it heal to 6? No,
just heal D3.
Yeah, you don't need to roll 6.
I didn't write it down. So you heal D3 wounds to the unit. Don't care about that ability. I think it's sucks.
I think it's good for the heroes in there.
Because they're multi-wound models, right?
Yeah. Well, they're all multi-wound models, but I do think it's particularly good for the heroes.
Yeah.
Because there's some shenanigans.
See, I personally felt that the Creatures of the Storm, so the Thunderscorn ability we just talked about, I feel like that should have been swapped with the War Herd. I feel like in terms of a lore-wise, I feel like they would have worked better the other way around. So they're being able to just move 6 inches, because they're big bulls, aren't they? They're just... I feel like that's all they want to do is just get going. Just get charging.
Jenny Pay, thanks for the 100 bits, because he says that he's all about the Flesh Eater Courts, and 84th is pretty impressive for him when he's not running 90 Zangor. Also, big shout out to Sanesh says, the FEC, I find ambushers as the best speed bumps, tying up shooters. So being able to make units not shoot. But I don't like the Blood Gore ability personally. I think it's not that good. For me, like, it's probably unlikely you're going to have a model. Like, it's not unlikely, but it's inconsequential that you're going to have a model on 1 wound left and then you can heal. And it's only D3. Like, if you healed, like, a model up to full, I'd be like, okay, now you're talking about an ability.
Well, how many wounds do the
8 wounds,
Bulgors.
I think, on the... we'll go through.
That's on Doom Bull, isn't it?
On the Doom
For the
Bull.
Bulgors.
Aren't
they 4 apiece?
Aren't
they 4 apiece anyway? The Bulgors.
Yeah, I just don't think it's any...
Okay.
But just imagine you had a weapon that would give you +2 damage, but then you'd have to take a mortal wound to use it. But then you'd just use it to wipe shit out, and then you could just heal that mortal wound back.
Yeah, you could.
Time.
You can heal that
great
one wound
hypothetical
back.
situation.
Yeah,
that's all that only
scenario.
wound that you've lost, so then you're back at full strength.
Yeah.
All right, listen.
It's great.
I just think...
What we're trying to say is we don't like your opinion.
Yeah,
that's
fuck
fine.
you.
That's fine. In my opinion, it's nothing to write home about, and I don't care. But that's my opinion. So, but I am excited about both the Creature of the Storm ability and the Bray Herd ambush. But I think the Bray Herd ambush is a trap, personally, because I think these guys are so fast and so mobile. I agree with Nathan. I'd put some units in ambush, but not.
It just gives you flexibility.
It does.
Which,
and a threat your opponent has to think about. They can't just leave a single little unit on an objective.
Yeah, I think in general the book has got quite a bit of flexibility, and that gives it just that extra little bit of flexibility, which is great.
I agree. I agree. So we're not ignoring how important the Herdstone is, because obviously these guys can also summon, and it's very important because you have to summon from within range of the Herdstone. So I'll just go and get my book up. It's on page 61. There we go. And you can summon a bunch of stuff. Starting at 3 points, you can do 10 on gore, all the way up to 10 points. You can have a Chimera, and you get 1 point per turn. A hero within 3 inches of the Herdstone can cause D3 mortal wounds to another unit, but it has to be a Beast of Chaos unit within 3 inches, or itself, I imagine. And 1 point, you get 1 point for each mortal wound you cause. And then you summon units wholly within 6 inches of the battlefield.
So you do D3 mortal wounds, and for each mortal wound you get extra call point.
Yeah.
So you get 1 for free at the beginning of the turn, and then you get D3.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's 4. And there are ways to stack that so it's even more, and then you can infiltrate on your summoned unit. It doesn't have to be near the
ambush them, anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere around the board. So that's great.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Do you like that? Excited about it?
Well, yeah, it's free shit, isn't it? So it's great.
It is free stuff. Jonathan, you bothered?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. But I don't think we'll see a lot of Chimeras and Gorgons being summoned. Probably just those 10 Zangors and stuff, which is really good.
I think it's going to be things like the 10 on gore, just jumping onto objectives and then just going and having 10 models around an objective while a single hero maybe holds that single objective and just outnumbering them. I think that's going to be the models that we see summoned, and that's kind of what we're seeing.
Warhounds for 4 points is not a bad call either. So.
No, the Warhounds are actually... I quite like the Warhounds, realistically. But yeah, we'll see. 10 Bestigors, not too much as well, at 6 points. Get them on, and they'll clear an objective and maybe fight over it. So, I quite like it. It's free stuff, right? It's just going to be loads stronger because it's free. And you're probably going to have the wizard near. You're not going to want to go near the Herdstone, but then are you going to put the Herdstone near where you can use it to get more points, or are you going to put it where it's more useful on the board, doing the minor save? Because the minor save is going to be a massive deal, right? And immune to battle shock.
It's going to depend on your list and how you want to play it, really.
You want to go aggressive or you want to go defensive,
For me personally, it looks like it's just a nice bonus, the summoning, as opposed to something to work around, like maybe Seraphon.
Yeah.
I think. Anyway, right.
Well, I mean, you're going to get the 1 call point every turn anyway. So if you just save them up after 3 turns, you're going to have enough to do a small summoning anyway.
Yeah, after 5 turns, you can summon a cockatrice.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Who doesn't want to summon a cockatrice?
Who wouldn't want to summon that?
At least it'd be free.
Yes, it's just free. Right, so summoning, they got that. So now we're going to break it up. We're going to break the book up into sections. So as allegiance abilities, you think they've got some pretty nice ones, some pretty good stuff compared to other books? Or just like,
Compared to others?
I think they're cool. I mean, obviously the Herdstone as a allegiance ability is alright. And summoning is good.
It doesn't seem that bent, the summoning.
Yeah. Wow.
No, but you know what I mean? There's other armies
there's
have really over-the-top summoning, and this doesn't seem anywhere near that bad.
But someone is going to win a game one time by putting 10 Zangors on an objective in the fifth turn. And having had to do almost nothing to achieve that is the point. That's the issue. For positioning, it's amazing because of where you can put the models, where you can summon them nearby. So that's going to be the key part of this summon, in my opinion, is that it can just be on a table edge. Because now the whole boards, you are going to feel like I played Beastmen in Total War, and it does feel like that. You're like, fuck off. You're like just spinning in a circle like Predator. Yeah, you're like, they're in the trees! And that's it. I think that's how it will feel playing them, which I will not enjoy. It will be very tense. I'm looking forward to playing these.
You're going to love castling up against these, aren't you?
Huh?
You're going to love sitting in your castle.
I'm tempted to play this army. I'm not going to, but maybe next year, because they've got my favourite bit. We'll talk about it in a minute. Right, so we'll break the army up now into the three different sections, really, that it is. Yeah. You've got War Herds, you've got Thunder Scorn, and then you've got Bray Herd. We'll start off with Thunder Scorn because it's the easiest, it's the smallest. You guys are okay with that?
Yeah.
So, let's go over to them. So we've got the command traits for the Thunder Scorn. So this will be Dragon Ogres and Dragon Ogre Shaggoths. Dragon Ogre Shaggoths make Dragon Ogres Battle Line if you want to do that ever. Yeah. So, command traits, you've got Tempestuous Tyrant, which is reroll wounds against monsters.
Yeah.
Very quickly, we're going to read it out, and if we think it's worthwhile, say, I'd like to say something. If not, just go meh or poop. Or whatever word
it's quite situational.
Situational, so lame. Shit. Magnetic Monstrosity. Enemy units within 3 inches of the general cannot retreat.
I like that.
That is a useful ability, that is.
Jonathan?
Especially as he's quite a tanky dude. Yeah.
Agreed. I think that's actually really, really cool.
Well, I don't think it's the best one in there.
Okay. But good.
Yeah.
And quite unique.
Good. Yeah.
I think I know which one you think is.
Father of the Storm. Reroll the Creature of the Storm ability, which is your ability to reroll, which is how far you move.
The dice thing, yeah.
The dice thing. Yay or nay?
That's also quite cool. I mean,
yeah.
Just makes the
makes it more reliable.
Makes it more reliable. Yeah. Lightning Fast Monstrosity goes first in combat if it's been charged. It goes first. So you charge, it fights, and then because it's your turn, you choose your first unit in the north. So it precedes the combat phase.
Situational again. If you build your list around having a real fighty Shaggoth.
But it's not like the most fighty thing in the game, is it?
No, you can make it quite killy.
Yeah, I don't. For me, that's what I'm doing. The great phrase say you can give it an extra fray keyword, and then it says you can use one create yourself. So raw, you can name your great fate. Oh no, Zen Minis. That's the same as the chapter things in 40k. It's not the same. You can't say that they're the name of the keyword of a great fray, and then we'll talk about it later. Anyway. Right, Adamantine Scales, +1 save. They've got a 4-up save. They get a 3-up save.
It's
pretty good.
That's fine for the command trait. And then you could give them the Ethereal Amulet and have a 3-up ignoring Ren save if you really wanted. Ancient Beyond Knowing, +D3 command points.
Best one.
Yeah.
You like that?
I like that one a lot as well, because I think the Beastmen can use the command points really well. They don't have the best command abilities on their war scrolls, but some of the others, they can get some pretty good command abilities, which I'm expecting they will FAQ. And but also with the run and charge thing, it makes them on the double command ability, on the double command point thing being super useful.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think command points, Beastmen would like to have more command points than not.
Yes,
but it's +D3 once.
Yes, +D3
is the only problem, I think.
I know, but some people drop points in their list just to get one command point.
Yeah, it's worth 50 points.
For me, I think the most interesting one is the Magnetic Monstrosity. The enemy units in 3 inches of the general cannot retreat. That's just because I think you could do some cool stuff potentially.
Yeah. I mean, having played against the Household, which is the Sylvaneth where you can't retreat, that is fucking
annoying as hell.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously,
And then having them not be able to retreat and then eventually minusing their save because the aura's coming from the Herdstone is a nightmare situation. And again, that's like someone's now gaffer taped you to a tree and you're like, where are they coming from?
But so would that nullify the Skinks ability?
Yes.
It would, because it would act as a retreat. Amazing. I mean, why would you be retreating anyway?
Well, exactly. Pussies. Skinks can find anything. Right, so that's their command traits. Woohoo! And then their artifacts. You've got the Ancestral Azurite Blade, which is one weapon, gets +2 rend, so rend of 3!
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
But then they do have other ways of improving their rend. Obviously, the Herdstone helps and stuff like that. But yeah, rend 2 is always good. There's a realm. One of the realm weapons gives you that as well.
Yeah. So. Lightning Chain Bracers. Reroll hits. Meh.
Reroll failed hits for attacks made by the veteran. Meh.
Yeah.
It's boring.
I don't like that one. Jonathan, disagree, or do you think that's meh?
I think it's meh.
Okay.
On a Thunderstorm here, it's...
Right, Thunderstrike Lodestone. Once per battle, you can heal D3. Every unit in 1 inch takes a mortal wound on a 2+.
That's huge. I think that's big.
It's rubbish.
You would think? I think that's big.
I think that's rubbish.
You get him right in the middle of all the whole enemy.
And then he dies. John, what do you think?
If it was once per phase, it would be great. Because then you could use you can't retreat, and then you step one.
Yeah, and then you just keep nuking stuff. Yeah.
That's the case.
that would be so much fun. That'd be like holding on to it. You know that thing at the fair where you hold on to it and electrocutes you, but then you hold on to your friend. Yeah, and you're like, we're in this together until the bitter end. But sadly no. I think that the reason I don't think that's very good, Adam, is you've got 10 moves with a 4-up save.
Yeah.
So what you're going to say to yourself as you go through it. So there's this thing called Scornology, which is a term from a different game system. What it means is fake synergy. So you've got 10 wounds with a 4-up save. You go, well, they can heal D3 every turn. Yeah, which is great. And then he's going to heal another D3. And you can do a spell that heals D3. So he's basically alive. But guess what? What if he's already dead before you start healing? Right? Like, have you ever seen that thing where a Lariel's on the board and you're like, well, I'm going to heal D6 and I'm going to heal D3. Yeah. And like, basically she's going to be alive. And then she's not alive. Yeah. And you go, I can't heal her from death. Right? And she can heal better and is more. I don't think the healing mechanic for the Thunderscorn is strong enough based on their wound pool. If that makes sense to everybody, John, what do you think?
I agree. As I said again, like if it was every phase, then it would start to add up. But
and to quote Dave Lister, he's dead. Dave, he's dead. They're all dead.
Yeah. Well, Dave didn't say that, but
yeah, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, well yeah, he doesn't say it. You're right. Horn of the Tempest, run and charge for Thunderscorn units wholly within 18. Now that is an artifact.
That's good. That's really good. That. But don't you find the Thunderscorn are all a little bit boring though?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I didn't get excited about
one Thunderscorn player in the world currently is listening to this podcast.
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
I'm sorry, Mum.
Because he is Australian, right?
Yeah, he's definitely Australian. You're like, eat a bag of dicks. What do you think about that one, John?
I think that's quite cool. Yeah, I like that. Run and charge is strong. It's not a retreat and charge, but it's a run and charge, and that's good. So they're quite fast now. But, again, like when they get there, what they're gonna do?
Yeah. Right, write a letter to my house. And we're attached. Fuck you, Rob. Yeah, right. I'll read it. Nathan, what do you think? Do you like that one?
I think that's quite good because I mean the thing about this whole book is there are ways that you can buff up all the units to make them pretty choppy.
Yes.
So, and this is a way.
And they also debuff the enemy quite well as well.
Yeah.
As an army. So Tanglethorn Familiar, once per battle in the enemy hero phase, pick an enemy wizard in 12 inches and it can't cast spells. That's possibly the best one.
Yeah, super strong.
What do you guys think?
Best one.
It's within 12.
So picture this
in your
already.
hero.
Like we could have 2 Shaggoths, and one of them can run in and make it so you can't run away. Yeah, and another one can run in, and can pick Nagash and be like, you can't cast any spells. And you're like, Oh,
Oh
no.
no, I'm stuck in combat with a shaggle.
Yeah.
I'll kill it.
Yeah, no. This guy's stuck in combat with skeletons who also will kill it. But then also you can throw in some cockatrices later on. Not cockatrices, Jabber slides. Yeah, and now their whole army potentially, if you roll super well, is just standing there going, "Well, fuck me." Yeah,
For one turn.
for one turn, and then their army kills your
Well,
army.
actually,
Pretty comfortable.
the wizard cannot cast it that hero phase.
Yeah.
Once
So,
per battle at the start of the enemy. So you have to be
oh no, that's fine.
within 12.
you can get
at the
over
start
that.
of their hero phase.
Yeah, that's easy. That's easy to manipulate.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not going to happen first turn. But
No.
Yeah.
Unless they run towards you in the first turn. There you go. Nagash will do a spell. Screw you, buddy.
They're not going to run
You
towards
put your fist
before
away.
they cast spells, though, are they? So,
No. And then Ruinous Icon is you get a 4+ ignore spell effects on your on whoever's carrying around the Ruinous Icon. So you can just ignore spell effects on a 4+.
It's there if you like
Affected
it.
by a spell.
There, if you like it. So none of us are particularly blown away by that, unless you are, John.
No, I think the Tanglehorn is probably better. Though it's once per battle though, but
Yeah,
still.
it's quite good. I mean, yeah, especially if it's an army like a Nagash army. That if Nagash can't cast spells for a whole turn, that's pretty. That's going to influence the game quite a lot.
Especially, it also gives them a weird priority roll decision on the next turn, right? So you've in their let's say they go second in the turn, so then I shut down their magic. Like Nagash isn't casting spells, cool, right? Nice. Then you win the priority roll, and then Nagash is like, oh, I'm going to go now, yeah, or. But then they're like, okay, I'm going to cast spells, or you win the priority roll, and now, so then he's like, no, I can finally cast some spells, but he's already not had a turn. Like, is he positioned or out of position if, you move some stuff around? The other way around is if you go second, and then the priority roll happens, and then you win, yeah? Oh, no, sorry, they win, but you haven't used it yet, but they're close enough. They want to give you the turn because it's an advantage to them, apart from, no, they want to take the turn because it's an advantage to them, but now they know you're going to shut down their wizard.
Mm.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, I don't want to take the turn. Do I want to take the turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
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 I think that considering that this is the Thunderscorn Allegiance, right? Both of the items that are once per battle could have been active for the whole game without it being them.
Is the pick a monster once per battle?
The Thunderstrike Lodestone and the Tanglehorn Familiar both are once per battle, and I think.
I think the Tanglethorn Familiar is too strong.
No, man.
You don't think so?
No, it's one wizard.
To be fair,
but if that wizard is Nagash and he's not casting any spells,
but then you've only got to kill it. You've only got to kill a Shaggoth.
Yeah.
It's 10 wounds with a 4-up save.
How are you going to do that?
The other thing is
spells.
You just kill him in combat or shooting all the other fucking ways.
But there's other shit in the way.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you're saying so you've shut down Nagash and you're within 12 inches of Nagash, chances are you've got 30 chainmail sword right fucking there, and you're like, yeah, right. He can't cast his hand of Nagash on
and
you.
shit standing in the way.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
That's a lot of dudes in between
Fucking
in that
kill
12 inches.
And you stop doing any shit.
All right, we're all divided on that one.
Yeah.
I think it's strong, but probably over the grand scheme of things, maybe something you take as an extra and not the first artifact. Maybe.
Yeah.
Right, next up.
Because you're forced to take another one.
Yeah. Well, you're not forced to.
Oh yes, you are.
Right. Right, and now we're into the spell section. So we need Jonathan to ask.
Are you up with it?
So the 3 spells. Thunderscorn only get 3 spells for some reason. So they get Thunder Wave, which is cast on a 7. Each
don't really
enemy
need it
within 3 inches suffers D3 mortal wounds. Okay. So you still
3
have
inches.
That's quite cool actually. Because if you take the Thunder Wave and you take the item that
the lodestone.
That traps them. Yeah.
Yeah. Or the one that traps them so they can't run away.
They're stuck on you, and you go nuke.
Yeah. Nuke. Yeah. It's only 3 inches, so tough, but it's and then you got
My life.
Yes, it's agreed. Hailstorm is cast on 6. Enemy unit, you pick an enemy unit within 21 inches, and you half its move, run, and charge that turn.
Oh, and
That's pretty good.
That
is pretty good. Yeah.
I know. And it's got a nice range, 21 inches.
Yeah.
That's good. It's decent.
Hailstorm. It's nice.
Especially with how fast you can go,
Yeah.
like as an army with Beast of Chaos. And then or if they want to try and get out of range of that -1 save that's creeping towards them.
Yeah.
The creepening.
You see this? Is this a hint to the next release?
What, Hailstorm?
No, the Shaggot Utters, an ancient incantation, but the Shaggot Utters. Oh no, never mind. Move on.
To be fair, yeah, you're doing great. Right, Sunray Blades is cast on a 7, and it gives you +1 to your rend to a friendly unit, obviously within 18 inches. So, gotta say that's a big deal. +1 rend on a unit.
Yeah.
That's
huge.
Massive. Especially with then obviously the -1 from the Herdstone. So basically you can make a normal unit -3 rend.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Well, a unit that is really...
That has rend of 1, yeah.
I mean, you could make a unit of Zangor Raiders have -2 rend.
Yeah, because of that switch. Yeah, that's awful. That's awful.
Unless you're going against Nighthaunt.
Yeah, and then Nighthaunt are like, fuck you, buddies! Yeah, but then, you know, that's what's really interesting. You've got the anti-armor kind of army now in the Beast of Chaos book, and then you've got already ignores your rend army already out in existence in Nighthaunt. So people are already choosing whether or not... I'd be interested whether or not... John, are you tempted to take less rend in your army, thinking that they would have come across Beasts of Chaos and you're not that fussed? Or you're always going to find a place for it?
Maybe in 2 months.
But right now, you're going to stick with it.
Yeah.
That's
Totally.
fair. That's fair. Right. Got a favourite spell? Gentlemen, ladies, men of the Night's Watch?
Hailstorm.
Hailstorm?
The rend one, I think, is the good one. What's it called? Sundering Blades.
I'll go with the Thunder Wave then, just because you can utilize it with the item. But
Synergy is good, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not that good. You clutch at straws.
Cost value of 7 as well. It's Hailstorm is the best one. I can't pretend.
All right.
What's your favourite?
What of those 3 spells?
Yeah.
The Rend one's the most useful one there.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Yeah.
But then I would say Thunder Wave's the most useless. But I think Hailstorm is good. The thing that I find really interesting with Wizards, I mean, there's like big conversation with myself just generally about Wizards in Age of Sigmar, is you've got access to, and it kind of comes, you've got access to mortal wounds somewhere along the lines in your army because of the Wizards. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Arcane Bolt got taken off us all, but then now we can just pay points to have even better Arcane Bolts in one of the endless spells, choose your favourite. But then obviously that can get doubled down where you can just have if you've got a lore spell, for instance, I could just go, right, I'm just going to do damage, that's my default, like I'm taking Quicksilver Swords, or I'm taking Burning Head, or like I'm taking Gemini's more likely. Yeah. And I'm doing 2d3 mortal wounds to the army. Great. That's good for my wizard, what he can do. But also, actually, you know what? I want to shut down your movement phase at 21 inches. That's good. So, like, the utility of spell, and then you're playing in the realms and you've got spells. But this book doesn't have any high-level casters. It's got all its casters can cast one spell.
Yeah.
Apart from the Zangor Shaman when we get to him, who's, again, a joke. Because, in my opinion, this book is Beast of Chaos
plus
Zangor edition.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's ignore everything, play Zangor. Yeah, is my opinion. Yeah, when we finally go through it.
Fuck
yeah,
you.
it's ignore everything, play Zangor, and then you can just double down. Obviously, for this, you would need a Thunderscorn wizard. Yeah, to do this.
Yeah.
But for me, the endless spells, the realm spells, the lore spells, and then doing mortal wounds, the wizards are getting better and better in Age of Sigmar, and especially any wizard that can cast 2 spells. If I can find a wizard that casts 2 spells, it's very hard for me to not want to put him in my army currently. So for me, Hailstorm, Sundering Blades. Sundering Blades probably it's a 7 to cast though, and that's not very reliable.
Have you got a rule? Have you got the words for the ethereal rule?
It's ignore. It's a great question.
Modified.
It's ignore modifiers to your
Positive or
save.
Positive and negative.
Why? What are you thinking?
Subtract 1 from save rolls for attacks
The
that
Headstone
target.
wouldn't work.
Would it work? Would it override
Will you
that?
save
I'll
it wouldn't be
do that
modified?
while in fact, do you want to look at it while I do the next bit?
I haven't got the...
I've got it on here.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Got it.
Okay, perfect.
So it's just re-downloading from the cloud.
Right, next up. I'll do that while you guys read that.
Yeah.
I will read what's... So you can take a battalion that specifically allows you... there's loads of battalions, but I'll just talk about the specific one for these guys first, and then we'll talk about them all in unison.
Yeah.
And that would be the Thunderscorn War Herd. It's 190 points. It requires 1 to 3 Dragon Ogre Shoggoths and 3 to 9 Dragon Ogres. And your ability is the Raging Storm. So in your hero phase, you roll a dice, and on a 4-up, you heal friendly unit.
Yeah, on a 4-up, heal a wound.
Yeah, you heal
For
a
each
wound.
unit. So
And
you roll
enemy-
for each unit.
Yeah, you roll for each unit, and enemy units within an inch take a mortal wound on a 4+.
Yeah.
That's the ability. For 190 points. Seems like a lot. John, what do you think?
Well, another mortal wound to my thunder combo here. And also it's called the Storm Herd, not the War Herd.
Oh, okay.
But it's a bit expensive. I mean, you like an additional item, which I think can be big for the Thunder Scorn if you're going to play them.
Yeah.
I'll probably want another item over another unit, probably.
I think...
Yeah.
Yeah, it does give you another relic.
You will probably get to almost a 1-drop unless you...
Yeah, you can have a very low drop army, so that maybe is why the points. You get a command point, and you get an artifact, which I think is more important than anything else out of this list. But for me, I think I'd find a pure Thunderscorn army particularly underwhelming for 200 points. I don't think you can pull off many first turn charges. You could pull off some, but you can't fly. So
You've got that run and charge thing.
Yeah, you've got that.
You get all these extra command points. Suddenly, all of those runs become 6s. So now your movement 14.
Yeah, I'm not. I think, and you hit that first chap wall, and then you're like, cool.
And then you pile in 7 inches.
Well, no, that's a different. They can't pile in 7. These guys can't. That's why I don't think they're the best, right?
But imagine, like, you get the Thunder Wave spell off, you get the item off, and you get the ability off. That's
that unit.
All of them.
Yeah, that unit in 3 inches is so dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are utterly trampled.
Yeah,
Just
those
them.
guys are dead. So then let's look at what you actually what the 2 units we're talking about are. So Dragon Ogre Shoggoth is 180 points. Obviously, he's a character, and if you take him as your general, you get Dragon Ogres as battle line. Obviously, you can use other battle line units in the book. And then let's look at his stats. I know I'm doing this a bit of a janky way around, but I just think it's easy to do it all in.
No, I agree. Yeah.
All in one bit.
So he's got a Stormlord Axe, which has got 2-inch range, 3 attacks, 3 threes, -1, doing 3 damage.
Yeah.
The 2-inch range is actually quite big, isn't it? It's not. Am I right in thinking there's not a huge amount that have actually got that?
Yeah, all of the Grimgas Reapers.
Oh, fuck off.
I'm
just thinking you could have a whole
bunch of... Could I Fireborn don't? There's just 3.
There you go.
It's rare.
It's rare. So rare.
But yeah, 2 inches is better than obviously twice as good as 1. It's good.
But 2/3 as good as 3. Yeah.
And then they've got the sweeping tail. I mean, it's quite good because it's damage 5. So there are ways of increasing the damage, and obviously you can.
There's damage 3.
Damage 3, mate.
Damage 3. Sorry. But there are ways to increase it to damage 5.
Yeah.
And then you can also obviously affect the rend.
Yeah.
So that if you cast the rend spell on, it becomes, and then you've got the Herdstone thing. So it could be effectively damage 3.
Oh,
Rend 3.
Warhammer
Rend
AOS
3.
is in the house, Mr. John Green of the Bobo event.
Rend 3, damage 3.
Thanks for being here. Rend 3, damage 3. But can I give you a comparison real quick before we talk about the abilities? Because he's also a wizard, so it's all points costed in. It's 180 points, 10 wounds, move 8, 4+ save. Yeah. But a Bull Centaur Torok from the Chaos Dwarves, or a Mega Boss, as an example. So that he has 5 attacks, hit on 3s, wound on 3s, Rend 2 does 3 damage. Whereas this guy only has the 3 attacks. I know he's also got the sweep and tail attack, but then Bull Centaur Torok's 160 points. He's not a wizard, so probably the Dragon Ogre Shoggoth's probably still good for 180 points.
Yeah, and you can buff those attacks though.
and you can buff those attacks. But I wouldn't probably. It's just 10 wounds with a 4-up save. I wouldn't feel comfortable about being super survivable personally.
Yeah.
And then his movement 8, which isn't. I don't know. I don't think it's brilliant. That's not me trying to be a naysayer. I just don't really see it.
I like him. I potentially would make him my general.
You make him your general? John, what do you think?
Well, if you're running Thunderscorn, right?
You'd kind of have to, wouldn't you?
Well, no, because it's a Beast of Chaos book. Because it's a Beast of Chaos book.
Yeah, he could be a general in a Beast of Chaos army.
All day long.
Leading bestigors, Gors, and Chaos Gargants.
Yeah, Chaos Gargants. Yeah, and having a really fighty wizard.
Yeah.
Because he is a really fighty wizard. Like, you're almost getting the wizard part of him for free. Most wizards, even the cheapest wizard in the game is like, 80 points? Yeah? So if you take that off, you're really paying 100 points for that stat line, which is a character, the ability to unbind, and then you've also got that special ability, Beneath the Tempest. If the roll off at the start of a battle round is a tie, then you roll for each Thunderscorn unit on a 4+, you heal D3 wounds.
Yeah.
So you get all that for 100 points is not bad, realistically, if you want him to be in your army. So not terrible, and arguably really, really, really good.
The general is important, right, for the beast.
Yeah, who is the general I think is important.
Yeah. And he's a monster. So it's not -1 to hit. That makes him vulnerable.
Is he a monster? Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's a monster, yeah.
So that takes the edge off it for me, personally. I'd rather have someone with maybe a griff feather.
Is he not a monster?
Well, he's 10 wounds anyway.
He is a monster,
He is a monster, but he's 10 wounds anyway, so he wouldn't get the lookout cert.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter.
They have to look at source only for the monster.
It's monsters. No, it's just monsters. Yeah.
Okay.
That's that other stupid game.
We don't talk about that other one.
Well, some
I've
people
just got
do,
it wrong.
but it's boring.
All right. So I really flip flop there. Really, I was like, could be terrible. Is probably great. Is good. Is good. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. Just something doesn't sit. That movement 8 is something that doesn't sit right with me at the minute, personally. Like,
you think it should be more?
10,
let's
look what it like. Because I suppose it's things like daughters. It's things like the witch elf, like hordes, or like anything else in combat. Is he going to kill something in combat without getting hit back? No. Right? Which is like, unless it's a smaller unit, like you use him to harry like a little 10-man unit holding an objective. He's not a big monster.
Yeah, you're not going to send him into a big horde.
No.
Without the special buffs and expect him to wipe it out.
But he is 180 points.
If you give him the special buffs, he can wipe out the unit.
Yes, he can't wipe out units. He could wipe out a monster. Wait, what can he do? He can have damage 5 with 3 attacks.
Not 3 attacks. How many attacks do you want?
Many.
Then he can have many.
Tell me how.
As a wizard mainly.
Well, we haven't talked about the battalion, but there's a battalion where you can just give them as many attacks as you want.
Oh wait, because it has. You mean the broken rules from Scorn?
Oh no.
Which one? Sinash.
The grave spawn.
Oh right. Okay. Yeah. All right.
If you've got some spawn
but
nearby,
they're going to FAQ that, right?
They better fucking FAQ.
Go on, then. Tell us about him in the grave spawn and tell us what the grave spawn is.
Okay, so the grave. Okay, it's not the grave spawn. It's
the
called the grave spawn. So they're the ones that follow Morgor. Morgor.
Yeah, Mordor.
Morgor.
Yeah.
So basically, there's a command ability in there called Propagator of Devolution. Sounds like a Labour slogan or something. You can use this command ability at the start of the combat phase. If you do so, pick a friendly Grave Spawn unit wholly within 12 of a friendly Grave Spawn Chaos Spawn.
Yeah.
Add 1 to the attacks characteristic of that unit's melee weapons until the end of that phase. So obviously you can combo that with
if people on the podcast you can't see, we're doing bunny rabbit ear quotation marks.
So you can just combo that as many times as you've got command abilities. Oh, there was that one that gives you D3 command points. Take that. Maybe take that artifact that lets you recycle them on a 5-up. There's somewhere else in there, there's a way where you can get some more command points. Yeah. Just fucking go crazy. You could end up with 10 extra attacks, damage 5.
until they FAQ it.
Until they FAQ.
Do it. Next
All
2
right,
weeks.
but-
You've got 2 weeks.
You got 2 weeks, yeah. But in my opinion, so if we're looking at him on his base stats,
Yeah.
and not with 72 attacks, 1 billion damage.
Love you, Donald.
Yeah, he doesn't wipe out a unit.
Yeah, because obviously the artifact there's the artifact inside there which gives you +2 damage to the characteristic of your weapon.
Yeah.
I have unmodified hit rolls of 1 for attacks made with that weapon, inflict a mortal wound.
So you've
on the
essentially
bearer.
got 3 rend, 5 damage, and as many attacks as you want.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks.
Yeah, for 2 weeks. Or until 10 wounds is done to that model, and then he's dead. Yeah, because it's not as resistant as the as the grot combo, because you had to kill all 60 grots, and then the other unit of 60 grots.
Yeah, but then you can obviously put that onto, bestigor, and then all of them are doing 1 gazillion attacks. Or the person I would really like to put that onto is actually the Chaos Gargant.
Shut up.
Are you a fan of them?
About the Chaos Gargant.
Chaos Gargant.
Right,
You can
okay.
rattle his cage.
To get to my point, I think the reason I don't think I love him is because he's not he isn't a mainline fighter. So he's like but he is for 180 points. If you take the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, who's got an incredible spell, it's 160 points, and he can't do what this guy can do in combat. So he's probably worthwhile, but not as the mainstay of your army. Maybe 1 or 2 of these.
You can't rely on this guy to go through stuff. I mean, he's not as fighty as like a mega boss. But then you don't send a mega boss into a horde of witch elves and expect him to kill them.
No.
He's going to get...
You expect him to have a sexy time.
He's going to kill them. He's going to take a few down with him, but he's not going to take them all out, and then they're going to...
But you could have multiples of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not unique.
I could definitely see you running a couple of units of Dragon Ogre Shaggoths, because when we get to the monsters, I think they both suck, in my opinion.
Fuck you.
No, not the Gargant. Not the Gargant, yeah? Right? Right, Dragon Ogre. So, John, what do you think? What's your final thoughts on the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth?
Don't do shit.
Okay, you don't like it. Adam?
I mean, how can you have that model? I mean, ogres have damage to baseline. They have damage to on the Draconic Crusher, with us 3 attacks, 3s and 3s.
Oh, we're talking about the Dragon Ogres now.
Yeah, sorry, what? To talk about ogres?
Yeah, let's talk about the Dragon Ogres, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We're talking about the Shaggoth with his damage.
Yeah, he's dead to me. If you play Thunderscorn, you need to take 6 probably, though. Or something similar to that.
So you would just take a whole load of Shaggoths?
Yeah.
No, you can only take 4.
An orgy of Shaggoths.
You can only take 4.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because they're behemoths.
Are they behemoths, though?
No, they're not.
You sure? Are you on
Yeah, they're
points?
not. I'm looking at the
it
thing.
doesn't say it there.
No, it doesn't.
It says it in the pitch battle profile where the points are.
The end.
At the end. And they will be because they're monsters. So...
No, that's not true. That's a false statement.
That is a false statement. You're right. I'm sorry.
No, they're not.
They're not behemoths, so you can take 6,
you, buddy.
They're just leaders.
They're
so
just
you can
leaders.
only take 6 of them.
So you can only take 6 of them, not 10.
Yeah.
Not 4, sorry.
In our Thunderscorn Force, I'll probably go with almost 6 or 6. But,
Yeah, because at 100, you've then got 6 wizards.
Wizards.
Yeah,
6 wizards. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's not a terrible idea. 6 wizards, and then take some endless
there's better
spells.
you could choose, though,
Cast
right?
some spells, heal D3s all across, and then you got heals on the biggest ones, right? On biggest wound pool. Sorry, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, all right. Now next up is Dragon Ogres. They move 8
if you
inches.
ever roll the double, then you're getting like 6, possibly 63 heals on everything. So
Does it apply to every one? If the roll for the start of the battle round determines who takes the first tie, roll a dice for each scoring unit on the battlefield on a 4+. So that's beneath the Tempest.
Yeah.
I guess you do it
It's
for
every
each
unit.
For each unit.
Would you do it for each Dragon Ogre Shaggoth?
Yeah, of course you would.
If the roll...
Oh, shit! Oh, yes!
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't know.
If
I
the
don't
roll
think
off at the
that's
start
true.
of the battle round determined.
Right, anyway, Dragon Ogres. So they move 8, they got 5 wounds each, they got 4 up save, and their bravery 6. So you lose 1, you're gonna start losing the others in bravery checks. Are you guys listening?
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Right?
It's fine.
Jonathan's crying.
Why?
I can hear sobbing.
Yeah. And then they can either have, and you can mix and match in the unit, as if you care, a pair of ancient weapons, which is 6 attacks, 3s and 3s, no rend, doing 1 damage. I advise don't take that. You got the Draconic Warglaive, which is 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, rend of 1 doing 1 damage. You got the Draconic Crusher, which is 3 attacks, 3s and 3s, no rend doing 2 damage. And you got the Raking Foreclaws, 2 attacks, 4s and 4s, no rend doing 1 damage. What do you guys think?
How many points
I mean, the models are great, but why are the damage so low?
Yeah.
They should be baseline damage too, and they should have rend.
Yeah, I mean, because my Chaos Dwarves have got rend of 1 with a teeny tiny axe, but a Draconic Crusher, no. No way!
It's not only a demonic crusher, it's a demonic crusher wielded by a spawn from an ogre and a dragon. It's like, you should...
You would think that they were strong, right? Yeah, narratively. I can see that. Let's not try to be too downbeat about it, because with the Storm Rage ability, you can reroll hit rolls of 1 for this unit while it's wholly within 12 inches of a friendly Dragon Ogre Shaggoth.
Yeah. Real ones is good.
I doubt they're that friendly though.
So let's compare.
They're actually all quite skillful hitting on 3s.
Yeah, well, let's compare them. I think this is there's 2 good things you can compare them to. You can compare them to a Gore Grunter, because they're 160 points for 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Gore Grunter is 5 wounds with a 4-up save. Yeah, and also a Bull Centaur Torok is 5 wounds. Not Torok, Bull Centaurs from Chaos Force, 5 wounds with a 4-up save.
Yeah.
So basically, same stat line. And they kind of do the same jobs. And then a Bull Centaur has 3 attacks each. Hit on 4s, win on 3s, but rend of 1 doing 2 damage. So 1 left. So basically the same stat line as the Draconic Crusher.
Yeah.
And then it's got 4 attacks, 4s and 4s, no rend, doing 1 damage from the feet.
Yeah.
And if it's charged, it gets to have D3. But a Gore Grunter has 3 attacks, 3s, rend 1, doing 1 damage.
Yeah.
So the same stat as the Warglaive. And then it's also got 4 attacks from the pig.
Yeah. So similar.
Similar, but you can hit on 2s with the Gore Grunters. They're 20 points cheaper for unit 3. They move faster.
1 inch faster.
Oh.
Only 1 inch faster.
Still faster.
Fuck you.
An inch matters.
It matters. And then they move the same speed as a Bull Centaur Toro. So I'm just saying that they're very similar. They're all about the same.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Do you think these guys come out on top? These guys are about that, and they're not that good, or
they're all about the same, because you got different buffs you can give them. This unit you can also take with you can mix the weapons up in the single unit as well, which is.
So to quote Tom from the 40K show, he wouldn't do that, because their job should have a role in the army. They should either be punching through armor with that rend of 1, which can be improved obviously to rend of 2 or 3. You know, and John, maybe that's where your Draconic Crusher comes into effect, because you can obviously, if they're near the Herdstone, they're going to have -1 save. If you cast a spell on them, this unit now is going to have rend of 1.
And then you can cast the other spell on your opponent, so it's effectively rend 3.
So you can be rend 3 doing 2 damage with these guys. Does that improve them for you now?
And then you can use your
The
Chaos
models are still
Spawn.
too big for that damage. I mean, you could do that with a skeleton.
You can't do rend 3 with a skeleton.
No.
But you can.
But you could do the same amount of damage, like from quantity of attacks. It's like.
But you can increase the quantity of attacks as well.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Arcane makes a good point about their move. They're moving D6 extra.
Yeah, and so Ryan Jaws, potentially.
Yeah, it's potential though, and they've got to be near a hero.
Yeah, these guys
just move
These
D6.
guys just move
D6 extra plus 8. So yeah.
Plus he can do the thing where he can make them run and charge, right?
Yeah, you can run and charge.
Yeah,
so you can take a command trait to run and charge. So they
maybe
can be going quite fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not. I'm not.
I think they're worth this. I mean, they're similar amount of points to Gore Grunters.
Yes.
There's 20 points in it, and I think they're a similar sort of unit.
Well, so you can have a unit of 9, I think, of these. So would you like go? Oh no, you can have a unit of 12 and 140 points. They're 140 points, not 160. Great. So these are the same as Gore Grunters.
So
don't get me wrong. I mean, I can see that they are useful, absolutely.
For their points, I think you get.
They're
fine.
But for me, they could be 20 points. But that model should be baseline doing more damage.
I mean, yeah. if you want it to have a better set of rules, then you'd obviously expect the points to go up.
Yes.
But I think for their points, what you've got there is
a Gore Grunter, basically.
It's really good,
and people love Gore Grunters.
And I think with the buffs that you can give them, you can make a really effective army with these guys.
I think what we should do, if anybody really wants Dragon Ogres to be good, buy a whole load and send them to Ben Curry, and you'll be fine.
No, the book's been written now. They'll not change the rules.
It will get fucking fucked, mate.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why I do really like the Dragon Ogres? Yeah. Number 1, they're dragons. Number 2, they're ogres mixed together, which is fucking cool as shit. Yeah.
I feel like it's the wrong way around, though. I feel like the top half should be like this dragony thing.
That would look
The bottom
weird.
half should be
just
really
a pair of legs
chunky.
with a dragon stuck on top. I got to say that the reason that I don't like bull centaurs for my Chaos Dwarves is because they hit on 4s. But these guys hit on 3s.
Rerolling ones.
Rerolling 1s if they're near that Shaggoth. And I think that is a great improvement. I also can't really improve my Bull Centaur's rend at all. So the fact you can there is amazing. And sometimes you don't care. Like if you fight Nighthorn, you're like, oh, I don't care that they can have rend of 3, but if you go against Nighthorn, it makes zip difference. So does that change your mind, Jonathan, knowing that it's just not going to change your mind?
I know you didn't like the paired ancient weapons, but I think they actually might be the best.
No, as I said, I mean, I can see their usefulness, absolutely.
Yeah.
My issue is...
For the model,
Sure.
It should be doing more damage.
Yeah. Should be more expensive and better.
All right.
I'd rather pay more points for it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fair and good feedback. All right, so that's the Thunderscorn sorted. Yeah? Happy with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? Would you run an army of Thunderscorn? And if you were only taking Thunderscorn in a Beast Chaos army, how do you think it would do at a tournament?
I think you'd still want to ally. You'd still want some like Bray Herd shamans and stuff like that in there. You wouldn't want just. I mean, you could go heavy Scorn, with a couple of big units of the ogres and the Shaggoth and stuff like that, and have a decent army, a couple of Shaggoths. I mean, the Rend spell is great, and the hard movement stuff as well.
I'd definitely be tempted to take 2 Shaggoths in a Beast of Chaos army, just because just so I've got access to the spells and they're solid combat. Like they're great backline objective holders. We talked about summoning 10 Ungor to go and take an objective. You got 2 of these. You got one of these on each objective, and they're just like, come on then. You got 5 tree revenants. I'm terrified. Yeah. Right? And they're wonderful for that. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think that's a great shout. Yeah. Dragon Age. I don't know. But then Gore Grunters are great. Gore Grunters are great, and they're basically Gore Grunters that can get more buffs. Yeah. So I think you'll
a similar amount of buffs.
Similar amount of buffs. Yeah. All right. Okay. Adam just wants an army of Trogdors, says LLV. Lord Pollux, they are based on Greek giants of myth. It's why they're half lizards and half men. Nice.
I'm not calling into question why they're like that. It's not my place, is it? I'm just saying, I feel like...
Nathan, the Draconic Crusher is better statistically than the paired weapons.
Fair enough.
Paired weapons aren't very good anyway. It's just 6 attacks, 3s, and 3s, and no red 1 damage. Yeah. I couldn't care less.
3 attacks, 3s, 2 damage.
Not in this book, anyway. Not comparative to the rest of the stuff you can get in this book. Not when bestigors are around.
Surely statistically they're identical. Oh, no.
And most importantly, Zangor. So can we now talk about the cool bit of the army, in my opinion, the endless spells?
Yes.
Yeah? So you got, because I think what we talk about with endless spells is going to have a big effect on some of the other 2 units. So you got 3 endless spells available from modelfloggers.com.
Somebody register it.
Right, John, which is your favourite? We'll do that first.
I don't think that.
I like the bull.
That is the best one.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that first. So Wildfire Taurus, it's called. It's cast on a 6. Oh no, the dog's fine. You set it up within 12 inches, and it moves 12 inches, which is cool. So 24 inches, it can affect models within 24. And then it's got a special ability, Whirlwind of Destruction, which is D3 mortal wounds for every unit it passes over and ends within an inch. And then D6 mortal wounds if it's a unit of 10 models. So that's pretty big.
Yeah.
You're killing D6 dudes.
But this is, for me, this is the game-changing thing in this book, the whole book. And I would start my every Beast of Chaos army with this. Wildfire Taurus. I would just go to the bottom and include it. It was because units strike last in the combat phase if they've been affected by the mortal wounds in this army.
That's massive, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
especially
enormous.
it's on a very big base. Yeah. So if you can connect within, it also has the fly keyword, so obviously it can move over stuff. So if you
this cow can fly and it doesn't have any wings.
This cow can fly and it doesn't have any wings. Don't
but it is half made of fire.
Don't bring it up. It's half made of fire. And obviously you can also bang this guy through a spell portal if you wanted, which now becomes terrifying if you think about it.
And also if your wizards move D6, it's D6 on top of
yeah, you could do it
24
that way
inches.
If you wanted to do it that way as well.
Well, you have to.
But you do it. Yeah, you do it when they're a bit closer, wouldn't you?
Or you could do it on someone like a Zangor Shaman who, once a game, can reroll. He can't reroll his casting value. He can reroll either both dice or just one dice once per battle.
Let's come to them later.
Then we'll come to them later. And why do I think this is massive? Because now just all of your charging units, doesn't matter if they've got 5-up save or no save or whatever, you're going to hit the army first. Especially when we get to the pile-in of 7 goddamn inches. Yeah, right? I think this is a game-changing spell in my opinion. For me, I would probably, this is just off the top of my head, and not played it yet, I would just sit off for a turn and just threaten.
Let them come to
turn
you.
one, no, turn one, I try and cast it, it didn't go off, and just be like, well, fuck you, I'll wait. Yeah? John, what do you think about this spell?
I mean, striking last is that's good. It's really good.
So how would that interact with the high tide thing?
So that interacts in the following way. The person who has the turn gets to decide. So let's say I have my deacon and I have high tide. I'm affected by the bull. I get to decide. I think that's the way. I get to decide.
In your turn, but then in the second half of that turn, the beastman.
So in the beastman's turn, when I still have high tide, I still have to go last.
Okay.
I think that's the way it's ruling.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's super strong. It is, how many points is it?
100 points. And
yeah.
it's only cast on a 6, and it moves, and this is key, it moves 24 as well. Yeah, so like, with deployment sometimes, or often being 18 inches away, like for the new missions, obviously more 24 for the older missions, but, you're still potentially getting off first turn. Like, you can either use the portal, or you can, like we said, you can put it on Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, it moves forward, and then you can cast it. Or you can put it on, and if you want it to be more reliably cast and not dispelled, is you can obviously stick it on someone like a Zangor Shaman who can cast it at quite a high value. But doing D6 mortal wounds potentially to more than one unit is pretty big. And there's lots of hordes, and obviously it can move over models as well. So cast after the first turn when armies have started to move about is pretty terrifying, especially from, again, someone like a Zangor Shaman that can move 16 inches on a disc. So he can really be set up to like nuke an army when it moves 6 inches, when it moves 12. Yeah, I really like it personally.
Yeah, that's super strong. Well, yeah, that's that always strikes last thing is.
Especially followed up by the Ravening Direflock, which is 40 points. It's cast on a 5. You set it up within 12 inches, the first one, and then you set the other two up within 6 inches of the first one, so a lot like Soulstare Shackles. Cool, it's cast on a 5, it's 40 points. It's got the Harbingers of the Dark Omens special ability, which is -2 bravery to all enemy units within 6 inches. Pretty big.
Yep.
And then, now imagine if you've also hit them with a bunch of D6 mortal wounds, and now they're -2 bravery. That's going to suck.
Now spend a command point and say, bothered.
Well, no, because you would have to spend it on multiple units, because you could potentially do multiple AoE
okay.
damage.
Yeah, yeah. But if anything moves within an inch of them, they fuck off.
Huh?
Yeah, if anything moves.
Yeah, that's the
It
problem.
does. It does. But you cast this when?
In your hero phase?
And then what do you do?
Tell them to fuck
You
off.
move.
You move. So you cast it within 12 inches. You move next to it, You then roll 3d6 and you move it even fucking further forward.
Yeah.
Yeah? I don't know if it's meant to be that way, but it definitely seems that way.
Yeah, you herd the birds into your opponent's army. Because
Exactly.
it doesn't affect your army. Whereas the Taurus, obviously, you got to watch out for when the
Taurus comes back.
comes flying
But it's
back
only going
at
to
you.
move back 12 inches
That's
potentially.
visually fucking cool.
Pardon me?
Visually, that's fucking cool.
Initially, did you say?
Visually.
Visually, yeah. Visually, it's amazing. You're throwing a flaming bull at them, and then you're punching a bunch of birds at them, and they're like, "What's happening?" They're like, "You're all taking mortal wounds, and also now run away because it's spooky." Bird.
I'm not scared of that cow, I'm scared of those fucking birds.
This is kind of the magic phase equivalent of like tarring and feathering a person.
Yeah.
For me, I think that combo is hi Flukes a lot, and also Flukes a lot. Thanks for subscribing for 11 months. Veli says against Deepkin, wouldn't the order be all Deepkin units save the ones affected, then all Beast of Chaos units, then last affected Deepkin units?
I think when two buffs does the same thing, but they counteract each other.
It's whoever's turn it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whoever's turn it is. I think that's in the core rules. Yeah,
I think so.
So hi Flukesy, it gets better. You ambush and move it again. That's right.
But you can't ambush within 9.
No,
but you could push it most of the way.
So what you do is you move. So you cast it, you move. Yeah, it moves. Yeah, 3d6. You then move it somewhere near the edge of the board. The end of the movement phase, you ambush, bring a bunch of units on, you push it even further into the enemy, and you're like, screw you.
That's a big effort though. Like, what's he doing?
It's a lot
like,
just to get some birds.
Like, what did he do? What did he do? It's like a lot of effort to pushing them into me.
Nothing unless you've lost a model.
minus 2 bravery is absolutely massive. If we look at the Dragonaga Shaggoths, they're bravery 6. They would go down to bravery, and obviously because it's Beast of Chaos, they won't affect Beast of Chaos, but they would go down to bravery 4. Like even something like Stormcast, who are normally bravery 7, 8, they start going down to bravery 6. You don't want Fulminators or Evocators on Dracolines to be taking Battle Shock tests at minus 2 bravery. There are other ways to get your army to reduce the bravery of the enemy as well. Yeah. So and then being able to do AOE damage, you can Battle Shock off the enemy army pretty effectively.
Is a just for the purpose of this, is a pile-in counted as a move?
Pardon me?
Is a pile-in counted as a move?
No, the actual wording is if a unit finishes a move within 1 inch of a ravening Direflock. Now, I don't think piling counts as a move.
No.
It makes sense though.
Yeah.
Like, that this army would have good
bravery
tools to affect the opponent's Bray very.
Ah, nice! Lower the bravery. Hi, low Wilfin. Hello, everyone who's watching, by the way. Thanks for watching.
Low Lifen.
Low Lifen. Then Dublast Dirgeharn is the last spell, 60 points, cast on 6, set within 12 inches. Booming Cacophony is -1 to hit for enemy units within 3 inches, which is massive. And obviously, then every turn, each battle round, it increases by a range of 3. But super easy to dispel because it's a 6. I put for 60 points. It sounds really strong. Potentially, you could use it later game to drop them by -1. Obviously, then with Geminid, you can make an army -2. We saw Donal this weekend use that to great effect. For me, I think 60 points is a little bit too much, as I'm already taking 140 points.
So would you take the Direflock as an auto-include?
The Wildfire Taurus is an auto-include. Or what?
Yeah.
D6, multiple D6 mortal wounds.
Yeah,
at
that's
24
huge.
inches is crazy.
And the Direflock auto-include as well. So you would put Wildfire Taurus, Direflock. There's 140 points.
And then I would,
Now
and that's if you just told me that it did the D6 mortal wounds, I'd be like, 100 points, 24 inches. Yeah, I can see that. That's like, to give you an example, I take the Magma Cannon from my Chaos Dwarves, which is 18-inch range shooting. Potentially, you roll a dice, and if you roll above 3, you do that many mortal wounds: 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 140 points, so more than this.
Yeah.
And then if you have a Demon Smith nearby, it's 24 inches. So I have to take a wizard and stand them next to it to potentially do it. And this thing just does it. And then the addition is making them strike last, and you have a combat army. Witch Elves just like, boom. There you go, Witch Elves. I'm going first.
See ya.
Yeah. So and that's a massive deal.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. Especially then for the priority roll, right? So you win that priority roll, yeah, and then you give it to your opponent, and they're like, "Why are you giving me the turn?" They'd be like, "Well, I want to move the first model, move the cow across, yeah, and now twice, yeah, they're striking last." That's a game-changing spell, in my opinion. Like, and for me, it's basically, we could probably close the book now. The rest of it would be, and they fight stuff.
Wow, short show.
Short show. We're done.
Thanks,
we'll
guys.
Be back soon. Nathan, everyone else have their chip in, because maybe I think it's too good. So level me out and tell me it's not as good as I think it is.
No, I think it's super strong. It's maybe too strong.
Super easy to spell, though.
I don't think it's too strong. I mean, you have to look. This is a Bray Herd spell, like a Bray Herd specific spell.
Yeah.
Sure, you can ally it in, or ally the caster in, and then take it. But I don't think it's like S tier because of the army. But the spell might push it up there, maybe.
Yeah. I think it is. I think it could be S tier because I mean, if you look at when the
STL.
Did someone just donate some money?
When the Idoneth have that one turn where they're always fighting first.
Mm-hmm.
That's just horrendous. That turn for
to
your
face
opponent.
it. Yeah, it's awful.
The opponent. It's just a shit turn, and effectively you've got the chance of having that every turn with this.
Hello.
Nick's in the room. Big shout out to Nick for donating some money to the show. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
LLV's made a good point. Could you take the because the Zangor Shaman is Beast of Chaos?
Yeah.
That can take this in a Disciples of Zinch.
Yeah.
Is this kind of throwing Disciples of Zinch a bone now?
Yeah.
Well,
really sorry.
Yeah, Beast of Chaos.
Here you go.
Battletome Zangor.
They don't need to ally it in because it's just part of that book.
Because there is a.
Do you know who else can ally Beast of Chaos?
Chaos Dwarfs.
The Legion of Asgore.
Yeah, but the Zinch guys.
Fuck you.
Finally, you get a bull that flies.
Yeah, 9 dice.
I think before we go on, I think the release of this book made Zinch a lot stronger.
Yeah.
A lot stronger.
Yeah.
Did you think that's why they've?
That's why they've done it, because they love Zinch.
No. But do you think out of the gate, Zinch they've dropped off the bottom of the tables, right?
Oh, they came like third at the last event.
It's just the Netlisters who dropped off.
Oh, okay.
The next new thing.
Yeah.
Zinch have been strong
Are we talking about the fact that? Can we talk about the fact that all those Chain Host guys aren't really doing that well at tournaments anymore? Has anyone else noticed?
That's kind of my point.
It's weird. I just want to say big shout out to the WS10 boys who just donated some money to the show, which is massively appreciated.
Oh, is that Nick?
Yeah, so huge thank you. So we pay for this thing now every month so we can stream on YouTube and Facebook. And when I signed up to it, I was like, 50 quid a month, that's fine. That's fine. That's worth it probably so the Facebook kids can watch it and the YouTube kids all at the same time. And then it came out the account today, I was like, that's so much money. Oh my God. I mean, I want to do it, but why is it so much money? Anyway, but so big shout out. Thanks for helping us pay for that.
Can we, after this, can I decide what war scroll to do?
Yes, if you want to. So those are the endless spells. For me, I would just stick them in there. So big.
They're all really good, really.
They're all
I quite
really
like
good.
the Dirgehorn, I have to say. I quite like that.
Huh?
I quite like the Doom Blast Dirgehorn.
Yeah.
I think that's quite good.
You like it's good. Don't get 60 points though, maybe. You already got, this is the thing, you don't have loads of wizards. Yeah? You don't have loads of wizards. And you've got great spells. Yeah?
Well, you got 3 wizards?
Yes, but then none of them are level 2. Oh, yeah, this is the thing. You're just taking Zangor Shamans. Maybe are taking Bray Shamans. Maybe are taking 6 wizards, realistically. Yeah, and you're taking Zangor Shamans for mobility and spells. You're taking Bray Shamans that make the Bray Herd run and charge and move faster. And then a couple of backline defensive Shaggoths. A Shaggoth defense at the back.
I'm going to cast this spell. Fuck you. I'm going to dispel that one.
Yeah.
Next.
And for the rend as well, if you need that rend to go through shots.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I think wizards are a big deal to this army. And the best wizard is obviously a Zangor Shaman.
But a Zangor Shaman can only cast 1 spell, right?
No.
Is it? You're going to tell me
Unless
about
you
more
put
in a
in the
bit.
Phantasmagoria, and then it's more. We'll talk about that in a minute. John,
Let's
you
talk
wanted to do a battalion. What do you want to do?
Oh, not a battalion.
A war scroll. Go on then. What war scroll do you want to do?
So this is the war scroll that will make all change host boys jump back on the scene stream.
Okay, and it is.
The Zangor Enlightened.
See, I was looking at these.
Yeah. What were you looking
I love
at?
you, Jonathan.
Just how good they are.
They are ridiculous at the moment. They are, yeah.
Let's look at them then. Zangor Enlightened. Can I tell you something today? So I was finishing the show notes off today. I sat in Starbucks, just being one of them wankers on a laptop, having a lovely time.
Starbucks.
Yeah. And I read the Jabba slide, and I was like, yeah! I could run Jabba slides, and I was reading the cockatrice, so I was like, yeah! I get to say cock a lot! Yeah? And then I flipped the page, yeah, and then it said Zangor Skyfires, and I immediately got like kind of pissy, yeah? And I was writing my show notes, and I was like, fucking typing. Yeah?
I understand. I have full sympathy for you, man.
You feel sympathy?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want this to be. I want the gore to be good, or do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they are technically beastmen, so it's fine. So go on then. Talk to me about what do they do, John?
Well, they do exactly the same thing as they did before, but
which is if you're listening for the first time.
Wait.
All right, sorry.
The difference is they have gotten one more attack.
The vicious beak.
No, on the spear.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so 3 attacks, hitting on 4s, wounding on 3s, rend 1, damage 2. And the beak, 1 attack, 4s and 5s, no rend damage 1. And the teeth and horn, D3 attacks, 4s and 3s, -1 rend damage D3.
Uh-huh.
Let's talk about their stats here. So they have... Wait. Where's them fucking on with the disc?
And you say they get one more attack. It's actually, they get as many more attacks as they want. As many as you've got command points.
It being in the cave spawn thing.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're not fast and they won't be able to get into combat.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait,
so
no,
they can take... And they can take discs as well, right?
Yeah.
So they have a move 16, which is quite good.
So the move 16, it's not
not
quite
bad.
Good. It's the fastest you can get.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Get an extra attack on the champion, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
And in the combat phase, you can reroll hit and wound rolls for attacks made by this unit if one or more enemy units within 3 of this unit have already fought the phase. And they also add the number of models that flee. And I think you can... I'm looking at the wrong scroll, sorry.
That's got to be one of the coolest names. Babbling Stream of Secrets. If an enemy unit fails a battle shock test within 9 inches of a friendly Zangor Enlightened unit, add 1 to the number of models that flee. Do that with -2 bravery. Yeah. You're causing some shenanigans, yeah?
Yeah. But what they also have done is that they've lowered the cost on them, so they're now 140 points instead of 160.
Yeah.
So on a disc,
I don't
140.
I don't remember if you listened to, like, if anyone listened to the show, like, maybe about a month ago, Enlighten came up, didn't they? And I said that they're still one of the best units in the game at 160 points. So now they've improved their attacks and they made them cheaper.
And faster.
Oh, and faster. Because they used to be 14.
No. So their movement's 16, but if they're near a Bray Herd shaman.
Yes, because they've got the Bray Herd keyword. This is super
Oh
important.
my god, they have as well.
Their movement 19.
Which is why it's Battletome.
It's like an ambush
It's
like
Battletome Zangor. It's not Battletome anything else.
Battletome Zangor, brackets, Bray Herd.
You don't ambush these guys because they move.
Well, they can move stupid, but if you've ambushed them on the back corner...
Yeah, so there's 140 points that we were playing for the Dragon Ogres.
They move 19.
It seems quite expensive now.
But they have dropped them a wound, John.
Oh, wow.
No, if they're on a disc, they're 4.
Yeah.
They haven't dropped them a wound.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, maybe.
And if you take the stream, you get +1 to hit on them as well. And it's like I love Games Workshop. And I hate them.
Do you?
Sure, I love Games Workshop, but I hate modelfloggers.com. Yeah.
It's like, it's those 140 points. Flamers are 160.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, these guys are so good. They've got the Bray Herd keyword, like Nathan's pointed out. So when we get to talking about Bray Herd, which we'll do next, they're so strong. Obviously, they got access to all the spells, so that rend of 1 that they have on the 2 damage attacks. By the way, somehow they have Rend 1, but Dragon Ogres don't. Can become Rend 2. They're super fast.
Effectively Rend 3 or 4 with the other spells. So, yeah. They'll go through anything. Because, obviously, if they're near the Herdstone, that's -1 to the save. You cast the -1 save spell, and you cast the +1 Rend. So you've changed the Rend by 3. They've got Rend of 1, so Rend 4. Quite easily. As many attacks as you want. As many attacks as you got command points.
But wait, Nathan, what if I kill some?
Fuck you.
What if I kill some? What if I kill some in the Enlightened?
What if you kill some?
Oh, I could just bring 6 back, right? With Fold Reality.
Oh yeah, well, but that's but then they were different Enlightened, aren't they? Because then
No.
they'd be in that other book.
Yeah, but they're these
Yeah, but
Enlightened
they are
with
the
the
same.
Zinch keyword,
Yeah.
with the updated War Scroll, taking the Phantasmagoria Battalion
Yeah,
inside the Zinch book.
yeah.
Yeah.
But then they wouldn't be in the Gave Spawn. I think they're better in the
you can
Gave
do that.
Spawn.
Too many ally choices.
No, it's not an ally
It's not that.
Yeah.
because it's all got the Zinch keyword, Jonathan.
Do the Battalion have the Singe keyword?
Yes.
That's the issue. Oh, that's it.
Yeah. Oh no.
If Gary Parswell doesn't jump on this list, if something is wrong
Yeah.
as well. This is a Gary build right here.
Yeah, Speckle says 27 Enlightened versus 90 Reapers. He reckons he's in. So Jonathan makes a really fair point for everyone out there listening. Zangor Enlightened have got 20 points cheaper. They've got better. They've got access to the Bray Herd keyword. Like Nathan says, if they're in the Gavespawn battalion, they potentially can get a bajillion attacks. They can move super fast. They can run and charge. There's a bunch of stuff we haven't even talked about in Bray Herd yet that they can do. They're terrifying. And then you can just make everything around them -2 bravery. And wait, but what if the things in front of you strike first? No, I'll just fucking throw a flaming bullet at them. Yeah? But you do want some to strike first because the rerolls to hit and wound
I
is
think
crazy good.
yeah, with these guys, you probably want to take the dirge thingamajiggy, make everybody -1 hit. Go on then,
A bit of Geminids as well.
give us a try, and then it's game on.
Or game over.
Yeah.
I was like, Singe is really cool now. And then this happened.
Yeah.
And I fucking hate them again
So
already.
So it's 320 points for a unit of 9. No. 140, 280. Sorry, that's not right. 420 points for a unit of 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy good.
It's crazy.
That is
good.
It's crazy good. Yeah? Alright, so
Just
at least
420.
the battalion doesn't have the Zinch Allegiance, says Pete Pratt, unless there's an FAQ it can't be used. Thanks, Pete. Alright, clear that up for us. Definitely going to sometimes miss things. As it's written, you can't use battalions. Thanks, LLV. But Games Workshop did confirm on stream that that's fixed in the FAQ. All right, okay. So apparently, when the FAQ comes out, fuck us all more.
Good.
Makes Zinch great again.
Yeah, make Zinch great again. So as we're doing Zangor, should we do all the Zangor?
Yeah.
Yeah. My next hot pick, there's 2, because this is Battletome Zangor in my opinion, is the Zangor Shaman. Move 16. For just no reason at all, 6 wounds.
Got big horns.
It's on a disc, maybe. Like,
Who cares?
Chaos Sorcerer Lord's got 5. Anyway, 6
It's
wounds
5
with a
up
5 up
save,
save. Bravery 6. So he's got the staff. He's actually decent in combat. Okay. But the thing that's a big deal is the Sorcerer's Elixir. Movement 16 is also a big deal. It's so important, that movement mechanic. Obviously, he's got the Bray Herd keyword. Zinch, Demon, Arcanite. He's basically got everything. He's also got the Gore keyword. Once per battle in your hero phase, this is a Sorcerer's Elixir. This model can attempt to cast 1 additional spell. If it does so, you can reroll 1 or both, which is just ridiculous, of the dice when you make the casting roll for that spell. The reason that's so strong is sometimes you'll roll something like a 6 and a 1, and you're trying to cast a spell that's an 8. Yeah, or a 5. How about a 5 and a 1 on the spell that's a 7 to cast?
Yeah.
Okay, but now instead of having to reroll both, you've got a much better chance when you can only reroll 1 of them. So that's really big. So you save your good spell, and being able to cast 2 spells is big as well.
Don't Zinch, if it was a Zinch army, technically, the sub as a Zinch, wouldn't they get their 9 Destiny dice as well?
Pardon me? You could be... So, if the FAQ that comes out is going the way we think, they can be this War Scroll Battalion inside of a Zinch Allegiance book with the Destiny dice.
Yeah.
I think that would be a weird way of Games Workshop, though. because I mean they removed all the ever chosen battalions from the game.
But the problem is, John, that those were too strong. These are fine. Anyway, but Dunmer says, my Tzeentch list had 4 wins at Facehammer. Tzeentch is doing all right, boys.
Yes.
Congratulations, Dunmer. Well done. Proud of you. Are you excited about having even cheaper Enlightened? Please let us know. So what do you guys think of that ability, the reroll spell, the reroll thing?
I think it's once per battle. I don't think it's massively overpowered. I think using it early game, because you chuck a bullet at somebody, and you're piling on some shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love that personally because it gives you a more guaranteed sort of spellcasting time. Yeah, Pete Pratt, it's fine. It's not fine. Longshot Loxley, I'm new to AOS. What tournaments? What do you recommend? Tournaments. Bobo's a good tournament, definitely coming up sometime soon.
Bravery won British Open. There's a Christmas version.
The Christmas version, but I think that's sold out. There's one next year. The Zangor Shaman and all Zangor would be what I advise you take personally. So Visions of Future. Add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made with Zangor Skyfire units bows, which still do D3 mortal wounds on natural hit rolls of 6s now, so they can't be improved. Which is good.
That's a good change.
Yeah. I think that's a great change. And the Visions of the Past, add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made with friendly Zangor Enlightened units, Tzeentchian Spears, and Vicious Beaks while they're within 12 inches of these guys' John.
Yeah, that's great.
So they hit on 3s, rerolling, which is cool. And they've got a spell, which is casting value of 7, pick an enemy unit within 18 inches, does D3 mortal wounds. If you cause any mortal wounds, that many, so let's say you cause 3, you can return 3, you can generate or put 3 Zangor models into a Zangor unit as long as it's within 12 inches, and obviously the Zangor models you put into that unit have to be within 1 inch of the Zangor unit, if that makes sense. Should do. There's a lot of words in there. So they can summon 3 Zangor return, well, probably on average 2, which is pretty cool, and they can cast a spell or potentially 2. Yeah? Dunmer says, I had 30 Zangor, 30 warriors, 10 pink horrors, 5 wizards. It's a bit weird, but has a fuck ton of tricks to it, and Enlightened are super good now. I think that they've always been good, personally, but yeah. They just Skyfires were better, right? What do you guys think of the Shaman? Oh, by the way, the Shaman rocks in at a pretty expensive points cost, realistically, 180 points.
It's not that expensive.
Do you love him or you hate him? Do you love him or you hate him? Tell me what you think.
I'm gonna wait for the Swedes to speak first.
John, what do you think? John, what do you think?
180 points is a deal.
It's a deal.
It's a deal and it's a steal. It's
a steely deal.
I think it's too cheap. I mean, it does a lot for the army, absolutely, and has a great movement speed. You have great casting potentiality. You buff your units. That guy does way more for the Enlightened than the big Thunder Cow could ever do for the Thunderscorn.
Can I also...
yeah, big shout out to Longshot Loxley. You can also go to the Sheffield Slaughter. There's more info coming on that. See if we can do a show on it.
Sorry.
Go on, what are you saying, Adam?
I was going to say, these Visions of the Future and Visions of the Past, would that multi-stack?
No.
No.
No, definitely not.
No.
Okay, there's already an FAQ that's saying no.
No, it just doesn't work that way.
Okay, alright.
Right, okay, so then following up, just to try and keep the pace flying along, I think the Zangor Shaman is crazy good because of the Sorceress Elixir ability. I think it spells good. It's a mobile wizard with a good wound pool, which I think is decent, and you can stick, it's that ability to reliably cast a spell, especially when you're looking to do something.
Did they change the wording on that one?
Mm-hmm.
I think before it could cast the same spell twice.
And it's got better now. Well, depends. I like this. I prefer this personally.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. This is way better.
Because it's got more utility. But for me,
but you could do like do full reality before.
Yeah. And again, obviously, you can do once per battle. If you had 2 Zangor Shamans, you could do it twice. So if you want to get 2 spells off on the first turn quite reliably, because obviously with a 30-inch dispel range, the thing that you really want is to cast a spell at a high casting value. You're not worried about not casting it. You're worried about casting it quite low because now most people are interacting trying to unbind. So you want to try and cast it at a high value. So they give that they give you that ability plus casting another spell. So I like it. Next up, lastly, this one triggered me reading it. if anyone's got a degree, Zangors, just basic Zangors. You take them in units of 10, yeah?
This is massive, this one.
Yeah, units of 10 to 30. They're 180 points for 10, 480 points for 30. They are amazing. And they've got the Bray Herd keyword, which is super important. So they've got a 5 up save, they move 6, they've got 2 wounds each.
So movement 9 if there's a Bray Shaman around.
Movement 9 if there's a Bray Shaman around. And they're equipped in a variety of ways, but you either take the whole unit with a pair of Savage Blades, and that gives you +1 to the hit rolls, so that their Savage Blade would be 2 attacks each, 3s, 4s, no render, 1 damage. Or you have them with Savage Blades and a shield, the Arcanite Shield, which gives you a 6-up damage prevention roll. So after you've gone through all your wounds and everything else, you can roll a dice on 6-up, you can ignore it, which is pretty cool. And then 2 in 5 of those guys can have Savage Great Blades, which are 4 attack, an attack each, hit on 4s, wound on 4s, rend of 1, and they do 2 damage. So better than a Dragon Ogre.
It's because there's
Not
so
as
much
many
more
as a Dragon Ogre, though.
It's because they're much more beefy than a dragon. Oh,
Yeah, they are beefier. than
They
a
do
Dragon
get
Ogre.
+1 attack if there's more than 9
Yes,
models.
yeah, with Savagery and Leech, they get +1 attack if there's more than 9, but that's been changed, so it's not for every 9 now. So it's
So
just
that's
1.
better. But then obviously if you've got loads of Chaos Spawn kicking about and you're in the Gave Spawn, then you can have as many.
You really like the game spawn bit, don't you? But Nath, so because 2 in 5, and obviously you got a unit of 10, so that would be 4 in a unit of 10, and then obviously that would be 12 in a unit of 30. So that would be 12 attacks with the Great Blades. But now it would be 24 attacks with the Great Blades, hitting on 4s, wounding on 4s, rend of 1 doing 2 damage. So there are ways to get rerolls to wound, there are ways to get rerolls to hit. So 24 attacks with that stat line is amazing. And then what you've got is 18 guys that are ablative wound markers. They're not. They've got 3 attacks each, hit on 4s, wound on 4s, rend of 1 and doing 1 damage. But I would give these guys shields.
And they've got 2 wounds each.
And they've got 2 wounds each. Yeah. So you've got 18 ablative guys or 36 ablative wounds on that 12-man. Well, that 12-man unit. That's what you really care about.
Well, yeah, they do the damage, and then the other guys soak up the damage.
Yeah.
And then you just buff the shit out of it if you want.
Night Lord Pollux. Go on, John.
I've talked to a scenes player regarding the new Zangor. They changed the rules for them. Before you got more attacks for every 9 that you had in the unit.
Yeah, they changed it.
So that was kind of a nerf, because you only get the 1 extra attack now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they increased the points of them as well. And he's like, no, that's a nail in the coffin. Well, 1 block could be good, but that's it. And it's not as killy as it was before because of the reduced amount of attacks that you have.
So it's specific now in the way you've got to equip them as well. So it's a unit of Zangors has any number of models, each armed with Vicious Beak. In addition, each model in the unit is armed with 1 of the following weapon options. Each model. Oh no, you can vary. Yeah. You can vary between them.
Yeah,
I personally would just go max. Pete Pratt in the chat is saying load up on paired weapons. I personally would go for the shields.
Yeah, because
but why would you need so many shields?
Well, so when you allocate the wounds, so somebody said only take 1 shield, but when you allocate the wounds to save with that shield, once you've failed that number of saves, then that shield guy has to die.
Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
where is it? Oh, okay. Is that in the FAQ or something then? Or?
No, that's just how it works.
Yeah.
Because you allocate a wound to a model and make the save.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like in 40k
But it says roll a dice each time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to friendly Zangors unit that has any models armed with Arcanite shields. It's not saying you're allocating the wound to that model.
Roll a dice each time you allocate a wound or mortal wound to a friendly Zangors unit. Oh no, it's Zangors unit.
Yeah. Because
you
you're allocating the wounds.
Need the 1 shield.
So you take 1 shield in a unit of 20.
They changed the text.
The best shield in the realms.
Yeah.
The strongest shield in the realms.
The strongest. Wow. That should. Nathan, are you okay?
This is exactly what I talked about earlier. Do you remember when we talked about this? How shields work?
Oh, LLV saying they changed it now. That was the old text. Oh, so you're saying.
Wait, they haven't,
so
they haven't done an FAQ yet. Thanks for the bits, both Warhammer AOS and Banana Timmy. it
But no
more
one
than
knows.
likely will be in the FAQ. Yeah?
Yeah, hopefully.
At which point, I would load up on the shields and take max great weapons.
Okay.
Is what I would do. But currently,
But saying
load
that,
up on paired weapons and have one shield.
but saying that, I think it says something similar for Secretors, doesn't it?
Yes, but they're different. They would have to
maybe
copy
they
and
just
paste it
changed
over
it.
from one to the other, and that's hard work.
Well, steady on, mate.
Because you have
No,
to,
no,
you
but
have
it
to
doesn't
carry
say
it.
you
You
have
have
to
to carry the
allocate-
one machine over to the other machine, right? And then make them make love. AOS, thanks for donating some more bits.
Ah, John, you sexy bitch.
And LLV says, I just saw Nathan die a little inside. Okay, so currently you only need the one shield. Fine. But probably eventually you'll need a full unit of shields. Anyway, you get to add one to hit rolls for the unit champion. 1 in 5 models can be a Zangor mutant, which he gets to, he's armed with a pair of savage blades, and you can add 1 to the attacks characteristic of that guy with a pair of savage blades. So he would have 3 attacks, and then obviously if there was over 9 models, he would have 4 attacks. You've just got so much bookkeeping in this single unit. Then they can run and charge because of the Bray Horn. Fine, and then you've got the icon bearer.
That's the thing, though, is their movement 9 if there's a Bray Herd dude around.
Yeah.
So, and then you can use the get on with it thing, so run 6.
Yeah.
Command ability. So effectively movement 15.
Yeah, this unit's movement 13. 60 wounds, that's movement
15.
15.
And you only need one
We're
shield
not,
in
no,
order
no,
to
we're
be
not
able
fin-
to.
We're not finished. There's so much more that they can do.
You put the shield in the back as well, so
So that the giant can't shove him down his pants.
Banana Timmy and both...
I'll take it,
Warhammer
the
AOS
dude
and-
with the shield.
Huh?
That's the dude with the shield's the first one going in my pants.
The guy with the shield, with your Chaos Gargan. You're like, where's that shield?
He's the first one getting
right
eaten
in the
by
pants.
my what's the big dragon thing in Stormcast? I'm forgetting things now.
Stardrake, yeah.
Stardrake, yeah.
Stardrake's dead. He's fucking these
Hey.
things with their runes.
Warhammer AOS,
Ren
thanks
5,
for the bits.
whatever the fuck.
Huh?
These guys will just rinse through a Stardrake like it wasn't.
Yeah, these guys are incredible. And then finally, they have one other special ability, as if they don't had enough. Add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made by this unit with melee weapons while they're wholly within 12 inches of a friendly Arcanite hero. Yeah?
good thing it's only 180 points, right?
That Arcanite hero.
That Arcanite hero would be something like, a Zangor Shaman.
Is it?
Right? So now they're not wounding on 4s, they're wounding on 3s. And then finally, they have the Ornate Totem. As if it wasn't enough, get ready. This is complex. While this unit has 1 or more icon bearers, at the start of your hero phase, you can pick an enemy unit within 18 inches of this unit and visible to it. Then roll a number of dice equal to the number of wizard units that are within 9 inches of this unit. So within the Zangor unit. For each 4+, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Yeah? So if you stack a bunch of wizards behind it, or you're fighting a bunch of Stormcaster wizards, yeah?
Wizard. Oh yeah, of course. It doesn't say friendly. It's number of wizard units.
And then you can do a ton of mortal wounds as well. So this unit can fight, run, be quite defensive, do a few mortal wounds all at the same time.
Yeah.
And you get those 60 wounds for 480 points. So it's a big chunkier army. They're also battle line.
Yeah. But
If-
they do loads, don't they? Yeah.
They do loads. And for me, they're the standout unit in the book. Like, and also they're just swamp monsters. You just take 30 of these, you take 9 enlightened, like you've still not scratched. You've only got like to about 800 points, and you take the wizard, the shaman, you take those 2 under spells, you take some more battle line that's all now chaff, and you're basically fucking a giant dick at a party. Yeah.
Blue knob end.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are battle line if your general is the Zangor Shaman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which it would be. I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Yeah. Dumma says, I would use my Zangor Shaman with cogs to all but guarantee the cast, and you can move 11 inches and run d6 plus 2, then charge 2d6 plus 2 with the boys. With the boys! That's what they're called.
And that D6 can just be a 6.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. They're pretty much got the shizzle.
Do you know what's really cool though, Jonathan? You're still listening?
Yeah.
Do you know what's really cool is I can run this army, and then I can be like, I'm a piece of Chaos player. Yeah, go for it.
I could outdrop you with Caradon and shoot them to fucking shit turn 1.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can shoot me when I charge your ass. Right, and then there's also Zangor Skyfires. Can't forget to mention them. They do D3 mortal wounds at 24 inches on a roll of a 6 with their 1 attack each. They're 200 points. They got dropped by 20 points. They're still movement 16. They've still got the thing that makes Adam. They've dropped the thing, so now you can't do pluses to hit. So if you have 9 of them, let's say, you roll 9 dice, any 6s are going to do D3 mortal wounds.
Yeah.
They obviously move 16 and they shoot 24, so it's 40-inch threat range.
16, 19.
19 because of the Bray Shaman. You're right, Nathan. I'm sorry. Now I'll have to adjust my stats. 43. Yeah. But key features here are they've obviously nerfed their shooting, so you can't have the 5s or even 4s. But they've still got that thing, which, Adam, I'll let you be the judge. In the combat phase, now not forgetting that they move 19 and then they can charge. If they go first in the combat phase, like if you strike with them first, they can re-roll all their hits and all their wounds. Sorry, I forgot that. And all of their wounds. What do you think of that?
Hang on. By this unit, if no enemy units within 3 inches have already fought that phase. So yeah, okay, so if they go first, which they are because you've already sent a raging bull through the entire
Or just
their
because,
entire
or because
army.
they move 16 inches, 19 inches and
And
charge.
they've made the charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you reroll? Seems pretty fucking bent.
Yeah, thankfully, they haven't changed it, and now they're 200 points. So you're doing what? D3 attacks each. So unit of 9 is doing statistically 18. Hit on 4s, but re-rolling. So 9. So it's another 9. We'll go low. We'll go low end, yeah? So we'll add 4 back on. So 15. That's made maths fucking hard. Then 3s, re-rolling. 10. 5 re-rolling. 3. So 13. Go through. Rend of 1. So it gets a 4-up save.
Oh, it could be Ren 2 though, or 3.
Let's make them Ren 2 just to make it easy. Yeah, let's make it Ren 2 because then I only have to save 1/6 of the saves. So 1/6.
You've got your headstone down.
2. No, we're not doing that. So they save 2. So only 12 go. Only 11 go
Playing with
through.
one hand behind her back.
So they do 22 damage on the charge just from the teeth and horns of the disc.
I know, but then I took them in the cave spawn.
Oh, okay. You're giving 1.
Oh, so you're
each.
giving him as many
Oh,
extra
you give
attacks.
them
as you
5
want.
extra attacks each.
I think LLV. Yeah, I think Zinchar may be back. But from the sound of it, they've never went anywhere.
Beast of Chaos.
That's
this
a
is
good
Beasts
point.
of Chaos.
They're Beasts of Chaos. They're
This
not
is
Zinch.
Beasts of Chaos.
They're not Zinch.
I wish we hadn't spent any time talking about Zangor, if I'm honest. Anyway, Morgan Sorcerer says shooting hasn't really been nerfed, and in fact, that's a massive point because previously they would do mortal wounds on a 6+, but you could make them -1 to hit and nerf them.
Yeah.
Now, natural hit rolls of a 6 is going to cause D3 mortal wounds. So the thing protecting characters, which is -1 to be hit from shooting, no longer protects them from Skyfires specifically.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't know what to do. Like, should I get a Zinch army?
I think you might have to.
Like, can I enjoy the game?
Yeah, no, John, you're not getting a Zinch army. You're getting a Beast of Chaos army.
No, I need to play my Caradon, man. I need to kill these fuckers. And this will be my mission: destroy fucking Skyfires.
Again,
Fly, right?
Skyfires again.
Is this going to be the Honest Wargamer challenge?
What?
Kill.
It was already the challenge one time.
Yeah, I was
it's
gonna say,
constantly
it's
the challenge.
never changed.
Yeah, Beast of Right. Okay. Yeah. So we've covered all of those war scrolls. Yeah. So because I want to get onto the cool shit. Fuck Siege. But I need to talk about their specific war scroll battalion, the Phantasmagoria of Fate. Yeah.
That sounds lovely.
To my notes, if you guys are okay with that.
It just makes them all be able to dispel.
Yes, which is so good.
Only at a range
It's 200
of 9.
points though.
Yeah.
So you need 1 to 4 heroes, and then a variety of things, and then you either take 3 to 9 bestigors, Gors, Zangors, Ungors, or Ungor raiders, and then you got 0 to 9 units of Bulgors, Centaurs, Dragon Ogres, Zangor and Light, and Zangor Skyfire, to score chariots, and then 0 to do Cygors or Gorgons, so 0. And then the Devourers of the Arcane units from this battalion can unbind if they're within 9 inches of the caster, which is crazy. crazy strong.
Which is good. But then the casters will all be dead anyway, so that's
What, from shooting?
shooting and stabbing.
Shooting and stabbing. And then then all units also gain the Zinch keyword, which opens up some interesting options.
I was going to say, what does that...
Which just means that they... Because all of these battalions, so there's also... the Braster Spoilers, which gives everyone the Khorne keyword. So making like some specific units Khorne keyword is really cool because you can ally in, or you can either ally in a Khorne hero into the army and run Beast of Chaos.
You can't into these guys because you can only ally in Slaves to Darkness.
Slaves to Darkness can take marks.
Yeah, but
so the Slaves to Darkness is a mark.
The ones that you would want to ally in, you're looking at for like the Khorne would be like the guy with the banner or the whipper. I mean, these guys with the whipper would be great.
The whipper would be great, but most of them can run and charge anyway. But getting a whip,
getting +2.
They've kind of just said, fuck the movement phase, haven't they? They're like, right, okay, so you can run and charge, re-roll charges, you can cast cogs, you can whip something. It's like, right, how far are you moving? 30 inches.
Pick a number. Any number.
Well, what's your charge? I am within 3. Okay, cool.
I
so
can charge like 9 to 12 inches. 9 to 12.
Oh, wow.
If I roll the dice, I charge.
If I roll the dice, I am charging.
Mr. Lee,
Whatever the fuck
83, have you covered Dragon Ogres yet? We have. Jonathan, do you want to give him the feedback on how you felt about Dragon Ogres?
Jonathan?
It's like... Oh, sorry, I got something in my throat.
No, that's about right.
Oh, shit. Like the Dragon Ogres will.
Oh my
You
god.
got a hot dog. So,
Sorry.
yeah, the Dragon Ogres are great, but Zangor just...
Dragon Ogres are not great. Why are you saying that?
They are. That's what we decided.
We didn't decide it.
We
We
said
decided the opposite.
they're okay
So,
for their points,
that's
but they
the-
don't look as good as what they're not as good as what they look like they should be.
Okay, so in context of just the Beast of Chaos book,
Yeah.
they're the same points as the Enlightened. Are they good?
Yes. For their points, they're good. The Zangor and the Enlightened are bent for their points.
They're bent for their points.
But
Okay, alright,
It's
fair
one
enough.
or... Yeah. It's just crazy.
I
Yeah.
can't shoot them to death because you can fucking put them in reserves as well. No, not like this.
It's not like this. You can't put them in reserves. But then it's the end of their movement phase, so they've got to make that 9-inch charge. Probably rerollable. So
Cold,
just,
go on.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, but the special... So, yeah, that's the Phantasmagoria of Fate. How do you guys feel about it, gents? Phantasmagoria of Fate, good or bad?
Fuck those guys.
Oh,
You want to take the Gave sport?
I think it sounds
Right.
great.
Okay. So let's talk about that now. So if you want to, you can give a specific, like if you play 40k, it's the same as a chapter tactic. If you play a Sigmar, it's the same as a barrack from Carrion Overlords, or a
Stormhost.
nest, a temple nest from Daughters of Cain,
A storm host from
a
Stormcast.
storm host from Stormcast. Probably the one that people would know
Battletome.
best.
You can take the
Did
Great
you hear-
Frey, as
did
that's
you
what
hear
we're
the
saying.
name on my Skyport?
What's your name of your Skyport?
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama.
Yes.
Yeah. and the lore is that they use experimental sky hooks that nobody's seen before. Because you only get one in the box and I have to make my own.
Good. That's good lore. Right. So if you're taking one of the herds,
Great Frey.
Great Frey, sorry, they become a particular herd. They all gain that herd
A load
keyword.
of abilities
Yeah.
and stuff.
So if you take the all herd, and this is free, so you can just choose one of these 3, but it
for
does
some extra abilities, but it does give you some constraints as well.
Yeah. So Bestial Might is -1 bravery to enemies that you have fought that turn. So you run, you charge, you make it so that they're not minus to hit, that they've been hit by some mortal wounds and they're striking last. You make them 2 bravery, then you punch them, and now they're -3 bravery. Fuck you.
Scary stuff, but
Yep.
everything's probably dead anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Command ability, Boom and Roar, +1 summoning point. So you spend a command ability and get an extra summoning point, a primordial roar point.
Yeah.
And then command
That's
trait
not
Dominator.
massive.
No, it's rubbish.
No.
I think it could be maybe 3. You get 3 or something like that. Because you're comparing. Because you got to get 3 summoning points to get 10
Jet down.
Ungors. And Ungors are only, what, 60 or 80 points? I'm about to do some headphones.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, if you were to take that artifact, if you could find room for the artifact that generates from the realm of light, that generates command points on a 5+, yeah, and then...
And you start with the extra D3.
But you have to take...
start with the extra D3.
Yeah,
No, because that command trait, because that command trait would override, because if you took a general, that would have to be a command trait, and the extra D3 is a command trait only for a Thunder Scorn unit.
Is a command trait, is it?
Yeah, dominate.
Yeah, overrides.
It would so you can't have 2 command traits, so you wouldn't be able to get the plus D3.
Yeah.
So
Ancient been on, it says command trait.
and then you must have that command trait, and then you also must have. It allows you to reroll charges for all. The command trait Dominator is reroll charges for all herd units wholly within 18 inches if the general is.
So the general's got to be within 3 inches of an enemy.
Of an enemy. So the general must have had a successful charge.
And then everyone else can reroll their charges. What do you guys think?
And then you have to take the artifact, which is the Blade of the Desecrator.
I quite like the All Herd, only because I think the way they work well with War Herd. And
you what?
We'll get onto it a bit later on, but I just think the no. Let's move on because I think we'll come back to that when we're looking at War Herd in a bit. I think that'll be better for certain.
I think it's quite situational. I think.
I want to answer Orkboy Phil's question. So my 27 Dragon Ogres and 3 Shaggoths in the battalion is a no then. It's not a nobody. It's not a no. It will be super cool and really fun. And the 3 Dragon Ogres with access to some cool spells. I want everyone to enjoy their hobby. Just take what you like and enjoy it. And arguably, if you take that army and play it for a year, you'll know that army better than someone who just picks up the Zangor shit that we're talking about right now.
I think it can be quite interesting.
They're bravery 6.
Well, the All Herd. Or
no, the Dragon Ogres. Sorry.
They're bravery 6. If you kill one, now you're taking battle shot tests.
Yeah, you have D3 extra because that's command trait. Come on.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, like you're gonna have to load up on the command points, but like immune to battle shock. Immune to battle shock.
And then once your aura from your Herdstone has reached you, then it doesn't matter.
Then you're immune to battle shock, and we're all having a great time.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
But for guys that are meant to be charging in killing, you're staying near. I'm gonna stay near this rock.
But it's such a good rock.
It's a good rock.
Yeah.
Where's it, dog?
So take what you like and enjoy it.
So, Dark Walkers are the next grey.
Oh no, hold on, we haven't talked about the artifact of power for the All Herd. Blade of the Desecrator. It's +1 rend from melee weapon if it targets 10 models, but if it targets a unit with 20 models, +2 rend, but you cannot have rend greater than 3.
Yeah, so there's other ways to get rend greater than 3, so...
But there is a way, because you could have rend of 3, and then their save could be reduced by 1 because of the...
2.
By 2, yeah, there's a potential... So you can have rend of 5, really, on a single...
By the save being lower.
Yeah, by their save being lower by 2, and then your rend being 3, so it's effectively a rend of 5.
So basically, you are not saving.
So fuck you, Star Drake.
Yeah.
And then also, a spooky ghost does this.
Watch out. Oh yeah, we were looking at things that had ever come.
Can't head me, I'm a ghost! Fucking
Yes.
ghosts. Piss off, ghosts.
Piss off, ghosts.
I can't believe Nighthorn didn't do well this weekend. They're going to do well. Night in Grimghast is such a thing.
Do you think it's just that people haven't made them all
Yeah,
yet?
I think they haven't all made them yet. It's expensive.
I have a few friends who have.
And how do they find it?
Don't like it.
What, you don't like fighting it?
I see dead people.
That's it. That's what I want now. Please, can two things happen? No, I think you do need that. Need 2 things to happen. Number 1, yeah, I need a bold dad. Yeah. Number 2, I need their 6 to 8-year-old son. What's happened?
We've lost Jonathan.
Has Jonathan talked?
No.
He's still talking.
Oh, he's still there. He's there.
Yeah. I need a
You
bold
hear
dad.
something coming from you.
I don't know why. I'm just
weird.
shouting loud. I need a bold dad. I need them to have a son who's 5 or 6 years old. I need someone to donate a Nighthaunt army to them. And I want the dad to move the models, and then the son to just every turn go, I see
It
dead
might
people.
be on the War Scrolls, actually.
I'm talking to myself. I hope someone out there laughed because that was.
I don't think you need. I don't think you need 90. I think 60 is enough. But the army it's horrendous. It's super strong.
But you
It's
can
really
take
good.
19. That's the point.
No, one guy actually has 90, but he's limiting himself to 60. He's handicapping himself.
Thanks, Psycho.
He's
Rob, I'm
very
laughing inside.
restrained.
Belly, that means the joke missed the mark in a big way. LOE, I smiled. Just, alright, fine. It's a great October army. Bit of Halloween. 90!
Oh my!
90 Green Gas Reapers. It's like, it's because of Halloween, but say it in, like, March.
Because Halloween's coming up.
Right. Where are we? Because you guys seem
So-
to be researching something.
Yeah, we were just looking up the ethereal rule,
Yeah,
and it does just say
yeah, I think,
ignore
yeah.
modifiers.
Yeah.
So
I'm
the
sure they'll be fine.
headstone won't make any fucking difference to them.
Ghosts aren't going to do shit. Right, okay, so then Darkwalkers, Nath, your favourite.
Not my favourite.
No, it's not.
It's my favourite to date.
Alright then. Right, so Shadow Beasts, Darkwalkers are apex ambushes, basically. War Herd Thunderscorn units in the Darkwalkers can also
infiltrate.
have the Bray Herd keyword for the purpose of ambushing. So in addition, up to half rounding up of the reserve units that are set up in ambush can arrive in your second movement phase instead of your first. So you've got a bit more flexibility on your
In the
ambushing.
ambushing. First artifact of power must be the Desolate Shard. In the hero phase, you pick a terrain finisher within 3 inches of, obviously, the person with the artifact. All units, enemy units, within 1 inch, take D3 mortal wounds on a 4+. So it's like a really crappy Harada. Command trait that you must take is the Nomadic Leader. +1. I was super into the names when I was reading them out. I was like, Nomadic Leader. +1 to run rolls for units wholly within 12 inches, which is not bad. Because you already are running and charging, potentially with Bray Herd units, then that gets crazy. Command ability, Savage Encirclement. At the end of the movement phase, you pick a unit wholly within 18 inches of a hero and outside of 9 inches of the enemy, and then in the next movement phase, at the end of the movement phase, you can put them back on the board outside of 9 inches of the enemy. So you can kind of Ancestor's Pickaxe from Dispossessed a unit. I don't get that. I mean, maybe to like it'd be cool to put a bait unit out and then retract it.
Yeah, it's quite having played with the Ancestral Pickaxe, which is effectively the same sort of thing. It's actually better than it sounds, because it does. I mean, you've played against it, and it makes you play your game differently. Because you know that there's a unit that you've seen the unit, and then you can't see the unit.
Yeah, it's a bully
and
mechanic.
it's quite fucking scary. It's better with the Dispossessed because that unit tends to have loads of guns.
Yeah.
So, which is quite fun for me, but not so fun for you. But you know, these guys, it's a scary unit that could pop up and charge you.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I love almost, which is what we said at the top of the show with the infiltrate mechanic that they have.
Yeah.
All of it makes every turn that you move up and down the board, you have to be like, oh, what if that guy deep strikes? That's why the Shaggoths are so good, right? Shaggoths now are like, you're like, I'm going to send 10 Zangors and take that objective, and then Dragon Ogre Shaggoth sat there doing spells. It's like, fucking no, you're not. He's a good, he's a nice, good guard. And sometimes you do it with shooting units, sometimes you do it with war machines, sometimes you just do it by screening with super cheap chaff. Like, it really depends on what army you're playing, but like that mechanic, that key mechanic of I can be somewhere and be a spooky ghost is super annoying.
Yeah. But the best one is the Gave Spawn.
And go on, Nath, because you want to tell me about the Gave Spawn. I think
we
we've
should
all got
move
things
on.
that we really like.
Just move on.
Well, we've talked about it already, but it's got the Gift of Morgar. Basically, if one of your heroes is slain on a 2-up, you get a Chaos Spawn for free.
Mm-hmm.
Once your heroes, and if they've got a mark, then they get the same mark. If they haven't, then they don't get a mark.
Mm-hmm.
But the command ability that comes with this one is at the start of your so you use it at the start of the combat phase. If you do so, pick a friendly Gave Spawn unit wholly within 12 of a Chaos Spawn and add 1 to the attacks characteristic of that unit's melee weapons until the end of that phase.
That's
Does not say you cannot repeat that. does not say you cannot pick the same unit again. So you can knock yourself out just if you got the command points and you've got a chance of recycling them. You just go combo, wombo combo.
But
or stack.
But it doesn't
A
mean
hero has to have died to have summoned that thing.
No.
That has to be
No,
within.
no. Because you can just take a
You
spawn.
can just take
Oh, you can just take a chaos spawn.
Or summon a spawn.
Or summon it.
Yeah, they're 50 points, or else they're 3 points to summon. I
Yeah.
think something like that. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you've also got the command trait, Unraveling Aura. General can unbind or get +1 to unbind. Get 2 chances to
An
unbind.
extra unbind.
And then you've got the artifact power.
And
which
you
is
have to
mutating.
take the blade.
Yes, you have to, and you have to take the command trait as well. The artifact power mutating Gnarl Blade, +2 damage to a melee weapon, but hit rolls of a 1 cause a mortal wound. So obviously the artifact doesn't need to necessarily go on your general, but your general has to have that command trait. But the command ability can be done by any of your heroes.
Yeah.
So that's cool. So you can still pick another character with the command ability you like. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's only really crazy because of the command ability stacking.
Yeah.
If you take that away, because
It's still good.
it's still good.
Because you'll still get +1 attack to all your melee weapons. So if you've got a unit that's got 3 or 4 different types of melee weapons and they're all getting +1 attack, then you obviously...
Yeah, so either good on something, I would say probably like the Chimera, because it's got a bunch of attack
It's
profiles.
got like 6 attacks or something like that, different attack.
Or that unit as Zangor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
what I was thinking.
Zangor's great, but I mean, the one I'm looking at is the fucking Chaos Gargant.
The Chaos Gargants, okay.
Because I like his head, but there you go.
Oh, right, okay. Game Spawn is ace, and also Par tomorrow is playing with Dark Walker and Desolating Beast list tomorrow, so when we get to that, we'll come down. So should we go through... no, we won't do the battalions yet. Oh, no, wait, actually we will. So you got Hunger and War Herd, it's 150 points, Nate. Yeah?
Yeah.
Doom Ball, 3 units of Bulgors, and then 1 to 3 Cygors or Gorgons. And the ability Blood Scent gives you +3 inches to pile in. This is a great battalion.
But that's your whole army basically going in that, isn't it?
If you want it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you can take some Bray Shamans.
3 units. Oh, there's only. But then 3 units of Bulgors could be 3 units of 9 ultimately, and that's all your.
But you don't have to. You can just take the Doom Ball, the 3 units of Bulgors, the 150 points. You get an artifact.
And a Cygor.
Yeah. I'd take the Cygor, whichever the one, the Cygor, the guy that throws stuff. I'd take him.
I'd take the other guy.
The Gorgon.
Yeah,
We'll row about that. When we get
I'd
to
take
the
them
fight.
both.
But the ability to pile in 3 inches
Yeah.
on top of their
6
other
inches.
3 inches,
Yeah.
crazy.
Cool.
6-inch piling is
6
massive.
inch piling. Especially if, I wonder if there's like some sort of way where like 9 could like wipe out a unit, and then you could guarantee that your next unit could go before you could attack before all the other units that have been hit by a big bull.
No, they wouldn't do that.
Not that it would matter, because you'd still be outside of 3, and they would be like, well, we can't attack you anyway. And you can say, well, then I'll just
Pile in
6
6 inches! Oh, it's so bad. It's brilliant. Like, if it wasn't for the Zangor, I'd just be like, the spell is solid.
Yeah.
Piling 3 inches is solid. Like, piling 4 inches even, that's just a thing. It's so good. Thunderscorn Storm Herd, we talked about it. Desolating Beast Herd is a Beast Lord or Doom Ball. 1 to 3 Great Bray Shamans. Bestigor, 1 to 3 Bestigors or Bulgors. 1 to 3 Gors or Tuskor Chariots. So it's like a whole army in one. 2 to 6 Ungors or Ungor Raiders. And then your ability is Bringers of the Wild. Natural 6s. So natural 6s to hit in the enemy territory cause 2 hits.
Yeah. They double.
Is that in melee?
No.
No.
So I can just fire a ton of Ungor Raiders at them. And just be like...
Made by a unit from this battalion that is wholly within... Yeah, so you could do your...
So I can infiltrate and then just shoot, and then natural 6s to hit will generate 2.
But hang on, if you use that on the...
Colonel Cabbage, if you have a 6-inch piling, Nathan, this is a great question, because some people don't really understand this. See you later, Warhammer AOS. If you have 6-inch piling, can you still make a move if you're outside of 3 inches?
As long as you've charged.
Yeah.
So if you've charged, you can still pile in. Even if, say you charge something, say 2 units charge something that was a unit, and then one of them wipes that unit out, piles in, wipes the unit out, the other unit can still pile in. So
And if it could pile in 6 or 7 inches,
yeah, a pile in that file then, yeah.
it triggered speckles when I played them the other day because my Kadai Fireborn piled in 3 inches, but then they have 3-inch reach.
Yeah.
So I effectively had a 6-inch range with the Kadai, and like he had a unit that he didn't think was close, and I charged, and then I just snuck. I just did a conga line with the other guys to about 4 models, and then I piled in 3, and then I had 3-inch range, and he was like, "What the hell?"
That unmodified 6
For
does
what?
that
That
for
splits
the
into
to
2.
hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for that thing. Can you take? I'm not looking at it still. Can you take Zangor Skyfires in there? No.
No.
Ah, okay. I thought I was. Yeah, I was just wondering how that would work. Doesn't. It's fine. Move on.
It's fine. Move on. All right. Cool.
Sorry, that would prevent us all hell if you generate an extra attack basically, or do 2 attacks, and you're doing D3 mortal wounds for each.
I mean,
That
that's
would
really
be
good in the game spawn when you're giving them +1 melee attack. So you're just increasing how many potential 6s you get. Brass's Spoilers is 180 points. It's 90 points. 1 to 4 Beast Lords or Doom Balls. 3 to 8 Bestigors, Bulgors or Gors. 0 to 8 Centaurs, Dragon Ogres or Tuskor Chariots. 0 to 2 Zangors and Gorgons. Martial Ferocity. Reroll 1s to hit if it's within 9 inches of another unit from this battalion, which is great because they probably will be running together. Once per battle, reroll wounds for units while they're within 9 inches of an enemy.
Wholly within 9 of
Wholly within 9 inches.
of another unit of the same battalion.
Yeah. And then followers of the Brass Bull, the units gain the Corn keyword. This one's pretty good. This is another good one.
Yeah.
If you build it in a different way. This one just is giving you rerolls. The other one's giving you the range and mobility. So you got to choose. I think really you're choosing between Desolate Bray Herd, Beast Herd, and the Brass Spoilers. No, sorry, the Hungering War Herd and the Brass Spoilers, because you're getting either rerolls or you're getting mobility.
Yeah.
John, do you like
the
any of them?
Desolating one's quite good with the 6s. So
Do you like any of these, John?
Yeah, I like them. I like them a lot. I mean, they're super solid. I think you covered it. Actually, nothing more to say.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
But you're doing great, and we love you.
You missed the marauding Bray Herd. That was right at the beginning. The marauding Bray Herd.
Yeah, I don't think you can fit that in.
A Beast Lord, some Bray Shamans,
It's
2
massive,
units
though.
of Bestigors and Tuskors, 3 to 9 units of thingy, and 4 to... I think you could fit that in.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And what does it get you?
And that just gives you +1 to charge.
Yeah.
That
what
one's
shit.
rubbish then.
But it'll probably give you a 1-drop. And
Yes, and that isn't
command
rubbish.
point and...
Well, that's the other thing I meant to talk about this Battletome with you all. We're seeing a return to some mega battalions.
Yeah, some big...
That you can actually take.
Yeah, Nighthorn, Stormcast, we haven't seen mega battalions. We've seen, little battalions that gets you a command point and an artifact that are 80 points, but this is a mega battalion.
Yeah,
you're
that
taking
is, yeah.
whole army, 1-drop armies. Yeah. What do you think about that shift? Because we had, beginning of the year, we saw Maggotkin Book, could do it. Legions of Nagash, couldn't do it. Ida Thiepkin couldn't do it. Daughters of Cain couldn't do it. Stormcast couldn't do it. Nighthawk can't do it. Beast of Chaos, we're back again, like the Renegade Master. Yeah. What do you guys think of the change?
It's nice to see that Renegade Master again.
Yeah, I agree. But Adam, you got any thoughts? Are you a bit annoyed because you're a Stormcast player?
I'm a little bit miffed. No, ultimately, I think, I don't know. It's a bit meh. I don't really like the whole 1-drop shit.
You don't like it?
No, I don't like it from either side. If you had it, because it was like, I'm just going to put all my dudes down. See ya.
Right, yeah. It does make the deployment phase a little less engaging.
Interactive.
Yeah.
Which I don't like.
Nathan, what do you think about the return? Because this is an environment we've lived in all our lives.
I don't know what I think about it, to be honest, really. The 1-drop thing... The 1-drop thing is strong, but then once somebody uses the 1-drop thing, then you know what's going to happen, pretty much. You know that they can decide who goes first, or so you can set up accordingly.
I was going to say, you know they've done their 1-drop.
Yeah.
So all of their dudes are down.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, I'm going to put everything behind this piece of scenery. Because fuck you.
I think
you would though, wouldn't you? You can. It actually makes it easier to deploy defensively.
Well, yeah, but then they can say, well, you've deployed in a position where you can't do fuck all, so you can go first.
Fist.
I think the issue with one.
Well, actually, technically, if you read the rules, you have to just technically still roll off. But
Go on, John.
Like it's not probably the one drop itself. It's more the alpha strike element of it all.
Yeah.
That I kind of dislike.
Yeah. And I think,
especially if it's the alpha strike that can hit you hard, like I don't know. Night on for sure. And apparently this one as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think
so.
these guys can make an Alpha Strike army, obviously, that can wipe out an army first turn.
Absolutely, they can make an Alpha Strike army that can wipe out a turn, and the bull helps that entire problem. Well, it helps that thing.
I guess these one-drop battalions,
Yeah.
can make these guys an Alpha Strike. I mean,
Do you think we will have a point in the game where they'll do like 40k, where can't really Alpha Strike in the same way as it could before?
We all just want to roll for the first turn, right? Well, I know I do, because it would make the turn more engaging for me personally. Yeah, but
I don't think they will, because they've almost done the opposite by forcing you to drop in first turn. In their latest book, they're saying
all I meant is it's an interesting shift of gear. We saw a shift of gear at the beginning with 3 or 4 Battletomes at the beginning of the year, and now we've seen a shift back. And arguably, it's a bit of a I don't really know what the word. It's a bit of a big disparity, because their flagship book in Stormcast, and I'm sure they'd say they treat every book and line the same, but their flagship book with Stormcast, it doesn't really allow for one-drop battalions. So, or maybe that's their way of balancing the game. They're like, okay, well, this army is a threat first turn, and we want it to be a threat first turn, but Stormcast, we want you to not be able to guarantee the first turn and have to make some choices and play tactically. It's just an interesting... we're not ever going to know what their motivation are, or we're only going to hear what they say their motivation is. So it's just...
But maybe it would suck if everybody has a one-drop. Wouldn't it? It's like, if everybody had a one-drop, if there's an option, you'd almost be forced to take it with you.
No.
You wouldn't?
I purposefully build armies that want you to decide to go first.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I talked about it when I talked about my Seraphon list. Because, as Nathan and me joke around a lot, I like making castles. And what I want, and a castle is something where you need...
I love it if you make castles, mate. You crack on as a Stormcast player.
I mean, not real castles. But, I want you to attack my castle. Because when you do, I can use all of my tools against you. Because it's like you've stretched your supply lines too long. You're not fighting in your optimal territory. You're fighting in my optimal territory.
No, because I've dropped a comet right in the middle of your
castle. See, that's the answer. See, which is why the comet is so good. Or flown a bull over the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right? They're really good.
I've never engaged them all and just wiped them out. Fucking midget bastards.
fucking midget bastard.
So yeah, I think the one drop thing is fine. But having it decide who goes first. But it's just an interesting that's come up.
Exclamation.
What do you guys think?
Is it fine?
I think it's interesting that they gave them deep strike. It's cool to see that they try something new that hasn't been tried before.
Mm-hmm. Good.
No, it's irony, man.
Yeah. No, I don't think
you. Of course they should have ambush, of course, and I think actually they and Stormcast have a really healthy ambush where you have to actually put stuff on the board.
Yeah, and there's also there's also that scenario that balances out as well, right? Where you have to put all of those units on the board,
everything on the board,
which is why I think that you shouldn't even bother put maybe some small units, but I wouldn't rely on the ambush mechanic. For me personally, I'd much more just want to charge.
It's too tempting to put too much up there.
Well, they're fast enough. If they're movement 4, I'd be like, well, I need to ambush some of these units.
They're movement 19. They're all on friction discs.
Saying that, if you are going one drop, you can, I don't know that it does.
You're going one drop, then moving 19 inches and charging, and then hitting.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's my point. If you're going one drop, why would you put any in ambush?
That's my point. That's what I said at the top of the show. I don't think the ambush thing is important, really.
No.
But it's useful to have, for instance, if you're playing against Karajon, then you'd be like, fucking hell, I'm going to get shot. I'm going to go and hide behind Oh, I'm going to go and hide off the table. Shoot me now, motherfucker.
Yeah. I've shot some gore. It's like, whatever, man. I'm not even a vegetarian. This is fine with me. Yeah. Battletome, what's hard to assess the impact on competitive level of the 4 Chaos armies? As Conan Cabbage said, you should create a crazy combo with the Pure Allegiance army. Could you create yeah, well, you can. I think it's fine that there is an exception for specific armies as long as it doesn't break the meta. For example, Stormcast Battalion is not in a Daughters of Cain might be too much for that. And then Zabul, yeah, Daughters of Cain. And then Callisti says, how can Tzeentch keyword be used? Can I switch allegiance? You can't currently, but we assume in the FAQ or they've said on the live stream.
Yeah, you can only use it if you take the Tzeentch battalion.
Yeah.
The Phasmagoria thing.
So finally, that's 2 battalions, because then we've only got half an hour to rifle through all of the other War Scrolls. It's Pestilent Throng, which is 200 points. Beast Lord, Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, Doombull, Great Shaman, 1 of 4 of those. Bestigor Scores, Ungors, Raiders. And then just a bunch of the other units. Entropic Deluge, if a friendly unit is destroyed within 7 inches, destroyed, then you've got a 7-inch AoE, so any enemy units within 7 inches on 2-up take a mortal wound. It's pretty meh. But you maybe could do it with Jonathan, and he could take a bunch of like the mortal wound item and another mortal wound spell, and he could just be like, do mortal wounds in AoE, that's my plan.
Yeah, or you just flood them with small units of Zangor Raiders.
Yeah.
And just like...
Let them die.
Yeah.
Let them die.
What are they? 60 points. Or even, what are those other things?
Razor Gores.
Or the chariots
or
something.
Chaos, or the Chaos Warhounds are super cheap as well.
Yeah.
Just throw them at them.
Zangors as well is really cheap for what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just throw them all at them.
Yeah,
Just be like, boom, boom,
kill
boom.
all of these, and then on 2-ups you just take loads of
How many drops do you have? 42. And then summon more stuff and throw it. Actually, Nathan, you've convinced me. That could be a really cool art.
Well, except you can only take 7.
You can only take 7. That sucks. But 14 units that you don't give a shit about, just send them at your enemy. Yeah. And then Vex the Plague God, they all gain the Nurgle keyword. Then you got Depraved Drove, 1 to 4 heroes, Beast Lord, Dragon Ogre, Shaggoth, or Doombull, Bray Shaman, 3 to 6 Centaur Scores, Ungors, 0 to 6 Bestigors, Bulgors, Dragon Ogres, and then 0 to 2 Zangors. Covetous Fury, reroll failed charges for units within 12 inches of an enemy hero with an artifact, and reroll combat hits against enemy hero with an artifact, which is actually quite cool.
Yeah.
Narratively, I like that. I was, and then I did this. Yeah. Then I thought, but no.
There's so much else better.
I was like, but cool. That's a cool new rule you put in.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you've got special shiny gold. Nice. I'm going to get that. And then I go, but not with this army.
I'm going to use these Tzeentch guys to fuck you up.
Yeah. And then gain the Slanesh keyword. All right, there we go. Any of those are your favourite, Jonathan? Which is your favourite?
Enlighten.
Okay.
Fun.
Battalions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Back in the room.
The depraved one.
The depraved one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you're going to go with competitive, you probably want to be taking the Phasmagoria with the Gave Spawn.
Yeah, Phantasmagoria with the Gave Spawn is currently gross. That's a fair description. Yeah, gross.
Spent as fuck.
Yeah, pretty gross. And then you've got. So then let's talk about some units, boys. Yeah. So we don't have ages, but this bit should be the easiest bit now because we've done all of the structure. So we've got Beast Lord. He's got movement 6, 5 wounds, 4-up save. He's pretty fist. Anyway, he's a hero. He's got a command trait, which is I've just got all my notes. Which is Grizzly Trophy, and if he kills a unit, he or she could be anyone's Beast Bull Gore. Kills a unit. Bray Herd units wholly within 18 inches get to reroll to wound. If you kill a hero or monster, Bray Herd units wholly within 18 inches get to reroll wounds and hits.
That's not bad.
It's not bad, but he's movement 6. He's
Movement
not very
9.
good. He's got 6 attacks.
He's not very killy.
Yeah, he's movement 9. And then he's got 6
If he's
attacks.
near
Hits on 3s,
Shame.
wounds on 3s. But you could do he could be the guy that takes the artifact that does the extra damage.
Yeah, damage 2, so it could be damage 3.
And he gets a spell cast on him to get the extra
Rend.
extra
Yeah,
rend.
so now he's like doing 6 attacks, hit on 3s, wound on 3s, rend of 2 or 3,
There's a Hearthstone
doing
nearby.
damage 3. So yeah, it's pretty terrifying. But, you know, he's got to go in first. But that's not good unless they can't fight after because of a giant bull.
Yeah.
Yeah? And then he's amazing.
Yeah, the giant bull makes him quite good, and obviously in the Gave Spawn with the special weapon, he's probably a bit better. He'll die, but he should trigger his command ability and make stuff happen.
Talking about trigger and command abilities, there is only Joe is watching the show. Hi, Joe. And I think he beat Warhammer TV Dan, who came 84th out of 88.
So most
he
people,
come
to be fair,
81.
beaten.
Joe came 81st, I think. But yeah, it's not 84th.
Fucking retards,
Yeah,
both of them.
right. You've got this, Joe. You're wonderful.
They're so mediocre.
But then he forgot his display board. So what do we think? What do we think of the Beast Lord?
I think
He
it's
also
shit.
gets to reroll hits of ones against heroes, which is pretty good. Reroll failed wound rolls
Oh.
against heroes, and just naturally rerolls hit rolls of 1.
Yeah.
So he could potentially nuke a character.
Yeah, which would then he could then use his command ability in that combat phase. It doesn't say it has to be at the beginning, so you could let him do it and then trigger it.
Yeah,
But then you
I'm
probably
triggered.
spent all your command points on your spawns going badoo badoo badoo.
You I think someone needs to model their spawn as like cheerleaders.
Yeah.
You got this, guys!
Come on,
Come on!
do all the attacks. I believe in you.
You could just take one of those. What are the troll cheerleaders? Or they're the orc ones.
Yeah,
Can you
they're
just
orc
remodel
They're
that?
orcs. You
Yeah, they're
animal.
not spawns.
Same
They're
shit,
not
isn't it?
spawns,
Same
are they?
shit.
Right, then next up you got the Great Bray Shaman. Oh, sorry.
Can we just say that the Beast Lord looks wank?
I like the Beast Lord. I think the Beast Lord looks great.
Beast Lord, and he's fucking tiny.
He's badass. That's
He's
why I
not
bought
much of
some
a
Beast
lord. He's
ones.
more like a beast bitch.
Oh, wow. Okay. Adam's not happy about that.
They
And
just
also
need to do
Joe
a
came
new one.
52nd.
Oh, well
30
done,
places above.
Joe. That's
Joe.
not mediocre. That's
Above.
shit.
Oh wow,
mediocre. 50th in the middle.
that's better than 53rd.
Right. Great Bray Shaman. Yeah. He's badass. So he's got a fetish staff. That's pretty gross. He's got 5 wounds with a 6 up save, so he's a little bit susceptible to things like Skyfires. And then at the start of your movement phase, add 3 inches to the move characteristic of models in friendly Bray Herd units, while wholly within 12 inches of friendly Great Bray Shaman until the end of that phase. So they're amazing.
That's great.
Because plus 3 inches to everything, and he's also a wizard that's got devolve. If successfully cast, pick an enemy within 18 inches. And they're
They have
not
to-
within 3 inches of friendly units, your opponent must move that up to 2d6 inches closer. So not only can you run like the fucking wind, yeah, you're also Scorpion from Mortal Kombat.
Get over here.
Get over here!
I think they fixed the ruling for the wall as well. Because before it was only affected the unit, so you could literally just move 1 or 2 models.
Yeah, now it's every unit, every model in the unit.
Yeah,
But it's cast on a 7, so it's
that's cool.
It's cast on 7, so it's not
it's
the easiest to do, but it's a badass ability. Yeah.
But apart from the he being a wizard, I mean the infused Battlefield Vigor is pretty good.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. He's a wizard and the +3 moves. It's a great buff piece.
Yeah.
And then he's a wizard on top.
Yeah.
Big shout out. We haven't talked about that spell lore yet, so we'll do that in a
Yeah,
minute.
he's got a great spell lore
He's
as
got
well.
an amazing spell lore as
Yeah,
well, so we'll go to that in a sec. So then you've got Gores. You can take them in units of 10 to 30. They're 80 points for 10, or 210 points for 30. And they've got a foe, they've got a champion who gets +1 attack, they've got a musician that gives them running charge, and they've got a banner bearer that gives them +1 move and piling. Right? So now they're movement 7 with a wound each and a 5 up save, so they're not the most savey guys in the world, which doesn't really matter though if you're not being hit.
Yeah.
And then they're piling in an extra inch, which is a big deal.
And you got +3 move from the shaman, so movement 10.
Movement 10, run and charge.
Running, that's where that command ability where you can turn things into 6s, your runs into 6s is quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they've got 1 attack each, hit on 4s, win on 4s, no render, do 1 damage, but they're super cheap. They're 10 points more than Chaos Marauders. They're way faster, way faster than Chaos Marauders. They're crazy.
I mean, if you cog them and have them in a deprived, I mean, then you have reroll charge for free as well.
Yeah.
I think like looking ahead, I think the deprived is actually really good.
Yeah. And obviously you can buff their rend, decrease your opponent's save, so they actually become quite choppy.
Yeah, they can have rend of 3 on a 210 point unit, who they've got +1 save in melee. So in close combat, they've actually got 4-up save because of the beast shields. And then with Rend and Tear, they can reroll hit rolls of 1 for a pair of gore blades. So you either have a pair of gore blades or you have a gore blade and a shield.
Yeah, I think you're just going to be sending them in to blend stuff. Because you could turn them into like mini blocks of witch shells really for a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
But faster.
And then they get +1 attack if there's more than 20 of them. Yeah. So that would be...
Certainly initially there will be.
Yeah, 60 attacks. Hitting on fours.
Oh, wait, I'm from the Gave Spawn. How many attacks?
Now many attacks. Many attacks,
How many dice?
How many dice do I have? Battalions move 21 inches. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
You are correct, Speckles. No, they move 19 inches.
19.
Enlightened.
But then if you had cogs up 21.
Yeah, they move 21 inches.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. Anyway, and then you've got Ungors, who either have Ungor blades or the gnarled short spear. Yeah?
Yeah.
And you've got +1 attack on the champ, run and charge, obviously, on the Bravehorn, and then +1 to run and pile in. It's run and pile in, not move and pile in. I'm pretty certain the Bravehorn.
Extra 1 when runs or piles and
Yeah, run.
Yeah.
So effectively that's +1.
But they're all running all the time.
Yeah, they're all running and charging anyway.
Yeah.
They're 20. If they have 20 or more models, and they can have up to 40 for 200 points. 10 is 60 points, but 40 is 200 points. They're battle line units. They over 20 models, then they get reroll 1s to hit. Over 30 models, they get to reroll 1s and 2s to hit, which makes their hitting on with their short spears, hitting on 5s, wounded on 4s, quite good, because there's also another way to give them +1 to hit. So they could be hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s and 2s, potentially. I'd probably take that over the Ungor Blade, because if you were taking a big block of 40, because you can reach over that 2-inch range, you can reach over more, get more attacks in, which is a big deal.
Yeah, specifically, they become fairly horrifying when, again, if you improve their rend.
Exactly.
And a number of attacks.
And then you've got Ungor Raiders, who there's 10 to 40 of them. They're 80 points each. You don't get a bonus if you take max. They've got bows, which are 18 inches. They hit on 4s, they wound on 4s, which is fine with no rend, but obviously that can be massively improved. In close combat, it's 5s and 5s with 1 attack each. They can run and shoot, which is amazing on their movement 6, but it could be movement 9. And obviously they can run.
+1 to their run anyway.
+1 at the run, so now it's 10 plus D6, shooting 18, so they've got a 28-inch effective plus D6 shooting range. They've got, but the big reason these guys are incredible is because of Vile Invaders, a special ability, which is a 6-inch. So after, it's a 6-inch move before the first turn, which is massive.
Yeah.
So it means
one of the best abilities in the game.
Yeah, one of the best. The only other guys that have it are archers for
Free Guild.
For Free Guild. Now, inside of a Chaos book, this is the best ability. You're going to see these guys are just going to be just pissing everyone off forever. So yeah, 6-inch scout move. So they're going to, and the reason is, Nath, do you want to say why that's so good?
Well, it's just great. Well, at the moment, so everything is running around, charging and stabbing people. So if you can just get stuff in the way, that's what these guys can do. They can just get further up in your way. And also for stuff that deep strikes or drops out the sky or ambushes, you can just move these into zones to push people back further.
Yeah. For
that first turn, you've got to charge this shitty little unit.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I love it. I think it's so good. Yeah, they're brilliant. John, do you love these guys?
Yeah, I love them very much. I mean, such a flexible unit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to have like 1 or 2, maybe even 3. I mean, they're not that expensive either. And just to know that if an enemy has an auto strike, you can take care of it quite easily.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then you've got Bestigor. You can have 10 to 30 of them. These guys are great. They're 120 points for 10, 300 for 30. They got +1 attack on the leader. They can run and charge. They obviously start out as base movement 6. They've got a 4-up save, so they're better than their weaker, fleshier cousins, but they are covered in chainmail, so that makes sense. They can run and pile in an extra inch, so that's terrifying on this close combat unit. They get +1 to hit against 10 or more models. They reroll 1s against order as well, if you're fighting order units, and they get +1 attack if they charged. They have 2 attacks each. They hit on 4s, but obviously you can have +1 to hit against 10 or more models, so hit on 3s, wound on 3s, rend of 1 doing 1 damage. But then that can be 2 attacks, 3 attacks if they charge. Gave Spawn can make it 4 attacks if you just do it the one time. So that means that 30-man unit is doing 120 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s.
With rend.
As many rend as
you can have that. You can have them re-rolling charging. You can have them movement 10 plus a d6 re-roll charges, or the Beast Lord could have gone in. They could be re-rolling to wound.
Yeah, or there's a spell that gives them re-roll to wound.
Or there's a spell that gives them re-roll to wound. These guys are just going through things like butter.
I feel like the bestigors.
But not. You what? Go on. Go on, John. Sorry.
I feel like the bestigors are a superior option in every way to the gores. Is that just me?
That's because they're the bestigors.
They're superior to the gores.
Yeah, in every way, even if you're taking the points in consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, twice as many attacks.
They're just but they're not battle line, right?
Oh, they're not.
They're not bestigor.
Aren't they battle line if?
I don't think so.
I think they are, which make the gores like a bit meh.
I'll
see. I'll double check.
It's okay. We're all checking right now. And
I'm not checking.
I'm checking. They are battle line if the general is a Beast Lord or a Bray Shaman, which isn't, which is not necessarily it's not unlikely. So yeah, no, you're right. They're really good and they're incredible battle line. But 180 points more to give it some consideration. They have got a 4-up save, but for 180 points more, I have an extra 30 wounds with a 5-up save in a unit of Zangor, and I have the shields, I have the great blades, I can still give them an extra attacks.
Just the one shield.
Just the one shield.
Yeah. But then you have to take the armor composition in hand as well. I feel like the bestigors, they are a lethal version of of the Zangors. Yeah, they are. But if you take an army building consideration, it's quite a big chunk you put in the Zangors, and the bestigors can punch pretty hard as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
4-up save.
Yeah, you're probably more likely to get a few more favourite game votes if you use bestigors rather than
instead of Zangor. But you're also, if you do buy Zangor, because some people are like, oh my god, army. If you do buy Zangor and not bestigor, you can also play a Tzeentch army. So, I mean, there's something to be said for that.
Yeah.
And then, but Belly says, but bestigors look so much better than Zangors, and they're so much easier to paint. Bestigors do look cool. I played bestigors many a year ago at South Coast. I played the boss, didn't I? Scott the Boss.
Oh yeah.
From the Black Sun. Scott the Boss. So yeah, that was fun.
Sure.
They look great. Tuscarora Chariots. Movement 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 wounds each. 4-up save. Hold on, let me just get on the thing. They've got a Gore on the back and a Bestigor on the back. So those stats. They've got 4 attacks, hit on 4s, wound on 3s, with the actual tusks and hooves doing 1 damage. So they don't do loads, but you can take them in units of 1 to 4. They're only 60 points each. You can reroll charges, and you get +1 attack on the charge, and then you get +1 to hit against 10 or more models. So kind of the abilities that you see on weapons from the other guys.
Yeah.
They're okay.
They're alright. I mean, they're not a bad call for the Gave Spawn thing, because there's so many attacks, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
So you're adding... Oh, there's 3 different weapon profiles if you increase the rend, but, I mean, they're probably more of a distraction piece or anything like that, rather than an actual...
How many points are there?
There's 60 points for 1. And you can have them in units of 4. I mean, they're quite cool, like little like zonal control dudes. They're on fairly big basis. Obviously, follow the Games Workshop basing guide and use a flat piece of board.
Only if you want to. it's a suggestion.
And then you've got the big bitch himself. Yeah,
fucking love this guy.
The Doom Bull. He's got 8 wounds. Yeah, he's ready. He's tanked up. He's got a 4-up save. He's moved 7.
Did you want to just do the Bray Herd spells quickly whilst we were with the Bray Herds? Should we just do the Bray Herd spells while we were next to the Bray Herds?
Yeah. Happily, the Bray Herd spells.
So they got 6 spells. The first one is Vile Tide, which is casting value of 6. Pick an enemy unit within 12 of the caster that's visible to them. That unit takes D3 mortal wounds. If the unit is within 6, it takes d6 mortal wounds. So it's just like a short-range arcane bolt. That's better than an arcane bolt.
It's way better than an arcane bolt.
So it's not bad.
And that's great. I think it's really
And
good.
that's what I mean. Like, people have lost the utility of arcane bolt.
Yeah.
So anytime you've got a spell that does d3 mortal wounds, you just bring that back to the 4 a little bit. It's like, actually, that's
not
quite
bad.
decent.
Then the second one is Vicious Stranglethorns. Vicious Stranglethorns cast on a 7. If you pick a terrain feature wholly within 24, then that's visible to them, and each enemy unit within 3 inches of that terrain feature takes d3 mortal wounds.
This one's amazing.
I think that's huge. Yeah.
That one's good. Cast on a 7. Don't forget all your Zangor Shamans can take this spell as well.
Yeah.
Because they're Bray Herd.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not weird. I watched Nathan take the longest breath I've ever seen him take. He just went...
So
Okay.
and then
But you could use that on your own herdstone that's been put near the enemy dudes, right?
Yeah,
So if you were one-dropping,
Yeah.
you could
If
drop
go
that
near,
fucker
if
in
you
near
go
them.
near the herdstone, you're an idiot. But then they're going to put the herdstone next to the objective, so you're going to be like...
you have to go,
Exactly.
to go to that
But if you're
stone.
doing the one-drop and you've decided to put it right there...
Well, you put it down first.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Where will you put it on the orb then? Huh?
What?
Can't catch it. The orb.
Put it right in the fucking middle.
So then you got Savage Dominion, casting value of 5. Pick an enemy monster unit that is a single model within 18 of the caster and visible to them. Roll 2d6. If the roll is equal to or greater than that model's bravery characteristic, it moves 3 inches towards the closest model. You then pick a unit within 1 inch of the monster and roll a number of dice equal to the monster's wounds characteristic, and for each 4-up, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. So basically it charges into an enemy unit.
Do you know what I think
Does
that's the
This is-
shittest spell that exists?
What?
Because it's going to take you half an hour to explain that to your opponent, what the fuck it actually does.
Yeah.
You
I mean, yeah, you're right.
know
You're
what I
right.
mean? That's
But
just...
also, do you know what I never want that done to? That monster that's right in front of you, Adam.
Mammoth.
The Chaos Mammoth with 22 wounds.
How much bravery is it?
Bravery 5.
That
Look at Nathan. Nathan's like, I'm buying a Beastman army. Fuck you.
would be fucking immense.
This guy.
Yeah, so on average you would do 11 mortal wounds to my own army.
That's pretty sweet. Cool. Then you got Tendrils of Atrophy. So this is a good one. Casting value of 6. Pick an enemy unit within 12. Visible. And until your next hero phase, subtract 1 from the save rolls
That's got to be auto
for
include.
attacks
Yeah.
that target that unit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's just so good. Wild
Then-
Rampage is a 6, 12-inch friendly units reroll 1s to save, but they have they reroll wounds, all wounds, but then they are now -1 save until your next hero phase, which is still incredible on some of those blender units. If you like 30 Bestigor or 30 Zangor, having reroll to wounds on them is just crazy.
I mean, a lot of the time, because you've got the speed, you're going to be picking where your fight is. You're going to be like, well, I'll give these guys rerolls to wound, and it doesn't matter because whatever they fight, they're going to kill. And then it's and then you think, well, then if you're set up right, then you're going to be like, and that side of the board is clear, so they're not going to be fighting anything in the next turn or so anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So yeah, I think that's a good spell. I think Tendrils is a great spell. And then the last one, which is the spell I like a lot, is Titanic Fury, casting value of 7. Pick a Beasts of Chaos monster within 12 of that caster, and until your next hero phase, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of that monster's melee weapons. So if you're going for a monster army, that's a cool spell.
Really
Especially
cool
if you got that Chaos Gargant.
Look at Adam now. He's like, I'm going to Savage Dominion that mammoth. What are you going to do when there are 2?
Nothing, because I think they're wonderful.
They are wonderful. You're right. They're great.
one
They're
of them's
great
gonna
models.
charge.
Should we
the
just
other
quickly
one.
do the Warhead spells before we move on?
There are none.
There we go, they've done.
So what's your favourite spell? I think -1 save is one you've got to take.
I think that's the most useful.
Depending on reroll.
It's the most reliable, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite cheap. 6. Oh, I know it's a unit in 12 inches. so you don't have a lot of range on it.
Mm.
The reroll wounds is massive, especially as you cast it in the hero phase and those guys run off and go and kick face. That's pretty incredible.
But it is -1 save, is the only problem.
Yeah.
So it's not...
Yeah, no, I know you
that's
make your
good.
dudes worse.
Yeah. But you make them better as well.
You also make them better. Like, if there's nothing left to hit them, like, do they care?
Yeah.
Savage Dominion's pretty interesting. I got to say, Vicious Stranglethorns are going to catch people out a lot.
Yeah, I think
That
it's that
24-inch range. Especially if you, again, like, you know, you're just like, I'm going to put the Hearthstone near that objective. I'm just going to blitz that objective. You know, which is just annoying. And then Viletide's good as well.
Yeah.
You know what
So
I
I'm
think?
voting for
Go on.
Titanic Fury.
I think that the next, probably like Destruction Armor or something, will have an ability to destroy scenery.
Destroy scenery.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I'd like that.
I'd
loads.
love it. Yeah, if
They used
Angels
to
have
have
that.
They used to have. Well, Destruction used to have it, and I hope they bring it back.
That would be fun. But
That'd
like, I've
be
got
really
a boat.
cool.
I'd be like, no, you don't.
Yeah, take it off.
Take your tree away.
What, a wildwood. Oh!
It's gone.
Piss off, tree.
Piss off.
Yeah,
trees.
yeah. Poof. Yeah, that'd be good.
That's so good.
But this all just makes Heralders better, right? All right, so the Doom Bull, we were talking about him, sorry, weren't we?
Doom
8
Bull.
wounds, 4 up save, move 7, bravery 7. So he's got his horns, which is 2 attacks, 4s, and 4s, no rend, 1 damage. And then 3 attacks with that big axe. 3s, -2, doing 3 damage. So he's kind of like a Bull Centaur Turok, but not as good, because I have 5 attacks.
How many points is the Doom again?
He is...
Without looking?
Not without looking, because I think he's 140 points, but with looking, he is...
I've got him on an army list.
120 points.
Yeah.
Wow. He's also got Blood Greed, 6 to wound, cause a mortal wound in addition to the damage he does, but he's only got 3 attacks. And he's also got, unless he's Cave Spawn, then he's got 72 attacks. Then you've got Command Ability, Slaughter's Call, start of the combat phase, pick a unit wholly within 12 inches, and you get +1 to wound for War Herd units.
Yeah.
So +1 to wound.
In general, you just put it on him. He gets plus to wound.
Yeah, so he's
Then it
wounded,
becomes quite nasty.
wounded on 2s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's about
120 points. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's
he's
about
got 8
big-
wounds.
big. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, it's unmodified. Sorry, they changed that.
Yeah,
My
it's
bad.
all unmodified. Everything in this book is unmodified.
I'm not sure I like that with the Bray Herd. Oh no, the Doom Bull. Sorry. That was kind of their USP to get +1 to wound and to get those major attacks off.
It's just one
Because
more
they-
wound. I don't think that's still
they
pretty
changed,
savage.
they changed the whole ability. Before it was you could attack again,
Oh, okay.
which was quite big, but now it's kind of garb.
Use command ability at the start
Yeah.
of combat phase.
Colonel Cabbage made a good point. If you're running War Herds and you're charging into a high-rend unit, who cares about -1 save? Yeah, like if someone's already given you, like if you're running the Bray Herd part and you're fighting something that's already -1, like do you care about giving them reroll to wound? Because another minus, like, you know, you're not going to be saving loads.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a really good argument.
I'd give these guys reroll to win. They're +1 to wound and reroll to wound.
These are the guys. These are the guys I wouldn't give reroll to wound to.
Why not?
Because they've got a good save. Like, I wouldn't give Bestigor reroll to wound, but I would give it to Ungor Raiders.
Do you know what more they changed on the war skill?
What?
Before you could take paired axes as well, but I guess they realized they didn't sell the model. So
And now you can't. So then the two monsters they're famous for, and then Nathan's favourite monster, is the Zangor, which has got 14 wounds, 5 up save. He moves, starts at base 8, and he's got a ranged attack, which, as he gets hurt, gets worse. Starts at 18 inches. It's 1 attack, hits on a 4, wounds on a 2, is -2 and do d6 damage. You do get to re-roll to wound if you target a wizard.
Reroll to hit.
Reroll to hit, sorry. Yeah, reroll to hit if you're targeting a wizard. But obviously, if you're firing at one of them little wizards, they're probably going to be -1 to hit anyway because of the special rule, right? But Ren 2 d6 damage is okay. And then in attacks, he's got 8 attacks and massive horns, 4s, 3s, Ren 1 damage. It's not very good, in my opinion. He's 180 points. But the reason I would take him would be because he can unbind 2 spells every turn as if he was a wizard, which is pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I think I'd rather spend those 180 points on a wizard that could also cast spells.
Or on a Chaos Gargant?
John, yeah or no?
Before this edition, I would say no. But the fact that magic has become such a big deal, maybe yes. On the Zangor, I really dislike it. Plus, it's 4 up to hit. Even you get the reroll, it's still a 4 up. It sucks. I used to run 2 of these, and they never hit anything. But the dispel thing is quite good actually, and it's quite resilient. 14 wounds as well, so they need to dedicate some power to take it out.
Yeah. I mean, Dumbo's made a good point as well. Zangor of Zinch with Destiny Dice means you can roll a 5 or 6 to hit, and then also for the damage. So, you know, you can...
Yeah, absolutely.
You can smack, but I don't know. I wouldn't be spending 2 6s on a Destiny Dice to do that, personally.
No, it would be really situational if you do that.
Yeah, that's not... I wouldn't be a reason to take it. I don't like that model. I like the... No, I would take it for the unbinds, so if I felt like I needed the unbinds, but I would spend 180 points on the unbinds anyway, like as a wizard, or you take it as the Phantasmagoria and then you're already unbinding, right? But utility-wise, you know, it's not loads of points, I guess. And then you've got... Oh, wait, did I talk about the Gorgon?
Not yet.
My God,
So you got the Gorgon.
Can I skip him?
No, he's got the movement 8. And then he's got 14 wounds with a 5 up save, bravery 7. He's got the Butchering Blades, which are 2 inch in range. Starts off with 5.
Can I just tell you what I picture when I picture the Beast of Chaos army? I picture like an anime, right? Where you're watching Attack on Titan, where you're watching a Gorgon with his movement 8 do like one giant boom, boom, whereas all the Gore are doing like Roadrunner style whirly feet moving 19 inches. Yeah, and they're like, oh! Just fucking blitzing around. But yeah, sorry, the Gorgon, he can keep up with none of the rest of the army. Yeah.
So hitting on 3s, winning on 3s, rend 1, damage 3.
That's great.
So it could be rend whatever you want.
With 5 attacks, right?
Yeah.
It gets worse over time.
Yeah. And then his Slavering Maw is 1 attack 4s and starts off at 2s, gets to 4s, -1 doing d6 damage. And he's got Ravenous Blood Greed. Each unmodified roll of a 6 for attacks made inflicts d3 mortal wounds in addition to normal damage. So that's to wound.
I mean, that's quite exciting.
That's quite good.
I'm like, I don't know, they're 200 points. Running 4 of them and just be like, I'm just going to get like 1 bajillion more wounds.
Well, you're starting off with
But that's
6.
on the wound is the only problem.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
all of it's a problem.
the old Gorgon,
Yeah.
it was just as cheap as the Zangor, and its blood greed was the same as the other ones. We get extra attacks, but the extra attacks are generated on a 5 up, so you could blood greed him, get +1 to wounds with a 4 up. So this guy actually got quite nerfed in this new book.
Yeah. It's 200 points. As Haywo says, hi Haywo, it says it's Gorgon because the Gorgon leave it behind.
Do you think that if
the
you
Go-
milk a
That's
Gorgon,
clever. The
That's
Gore,
he's clever.
don't leave
The
it
Gorgon
behind.
leave him behind.
so if you milk a Gorgon, do you think you get Gorgonzola?
You'd just get milk, wouldn't you?
Right. So we
Then
got-
he can also swallow a model. So you could pick a model out of the unit, like a banner bearer, or out the middle of a unit and make half the unit.
Yeah, and then
It does say though.
that's a big one. Yeah.
It's if the wound, if the roll is equal to or greater than the enemy model's wounds characteristic.
It's slain, yeah.
So it's not remaining wounds or
No.
anything like that. It's
So anything
okay, so yeah,
with
you're
6
using it on a
wounds or
banner.
less. Yeah.
Yeah.
His model is also based on the Gorgons from Toy Soldiers. I'm just being told by Dumba, which is cool. The film Toy Soldiers. If you've not seen it. Also, a little point we didn't point out about the Zangor. When he does unbind a spell, that wizard also suffers a mortal wound, and the Zangor heals it back,
Okay.
which is kind of cool.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially
leech.
sticking next to a piece of arcane terrain, so you did get those bonuses.
Yeah.
I like that. So then you got Bulgors.
I love these guys.
The big lads, yeah? Ooh, 7-inch move. They got 4 wounds, they got
7-inch
5 up
cock is what
save.
they've got.
Yeah, they've either got a Bulgur axe, a Bulgur great axe, or the Bulgur horns. So you got the axe or the axes. So then 3 attacks with the axe is 3s, 3 attacks, 4s, 3s, rend 1, 2 damage. But the great axe is 2 attacks, 4s, 3s, rend 2, 3 damage. So then you just stick on -1 rend on them and -1, let's say that, rend 4.
Couple of extra attacks.
They just like put a couple of extra attacks, and these guys are melting units. Then you've got, let me just check my notes because it's quicker if I do it off the notes because I'll write it as little things for me to learn. Their battle line, if the Bulgur is your general, they're 160 points each. You can take units of 3 to 12. If you take dual axes, you get to reroll 1s to hit. If you take an axe and a bull shield, you can add +1 save in combat, and they've only got a 5-up save. Boo, with 4 wounds each, and bravery 6. Boo. So make sure they're near that.
Yeah, the problem is they're hitting on 4s.
Yeah, bravery's really low.
That Herdstone. They get +1 to charge. The general gets +1 attack. They get +1 bravery because of their banner, so bravery 7. And then 6s to wound, cause a mortal wound because of blood greed. Each unmodified wound roll of 6 for the attacks made by this unit inflict mortal wounds. So there's a reason to potentially take the 2 axes, so you've got more attacks on each one, but it's still not many attacks, it's 3, right? And I personally would rather have the rend of 2 than the 3 damage.
Yeah, I take great axes every day.
But maybe the math is wrong.
I don't know, because rend isn't a problem for your army now. You can increase your rend if you need to.
I mean, that's a really good point, but then... So potentially it's doing 6... They're both doing 6 damage though, Nate.
Yeah. I guess if you can increase the number of attacks, which you can do, then you'd probably go for the great axe.
Yeah, I agree.
So do you want to hear some sad Bulgur history?
Go on then.
You're living in the past, Jonathan. You need to move on, mate.
Yeah, but this is sad.
Ugs are out of fashion.
I mean,
move on.
sure, they lowered the points to them, but they also made them worse. The banner before was, I think it was every enemy unit within 12 gave them +1 to wound, +1 to bravery, which is obviously better than this one. And again, Bloodweed is not as good as it was before, not even close. But I think the Bulgur, as you said, it's a 4-up to hit. And it's a really hit and miss unit. Unless you can get some rerolls from this book, Burning Skull is probably the way to go if you're gonna run a Bulgur heavy army, because you need that reroll 1 state.
So you need a Burning Cow and a Burning Skull.
Yeah, Burning Cow and a Burning Skull. Yeah. The banner is +1 for every unit in 12 inches, so you can get high bravery off them. I'll be buying 3. Wait, hold on. The banner. In 1 in every 3 models, add 1 to the bravery characteristic of units that include War Herd banners for each enemy unit within 12 inches. So
The banner redeemed itself.
Yeah, so they can charge.
Good job, banner.
They didn't even lower the points in this book; they were dropped in the General's Handbook. Yeah, so
okay.
I think that 5-up save for me is the big issue, realistically, because if you can deal with them at range, and they don't have loads of attacks. I mean, if you have a unit of 3, you're doing 6 attacks in on 4, so that's 3.
But they're massive bulls.
Yeah.
And they're fucking
I mean,
cool.
Rend 2 and 3 damage is like a hero stat line, and it's way better than a Dragon Ogre. So...
But you need to get to that roll as well. You need to get to that 3.
It's getting past the 4s to hit is the problem.
Yeah, people are gonna have to go out there
unless you're gonna go Gave Spawn and just give them 1 gazillion attacks. Then
Nathan's answer to everything.
Well, it is with these guys, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless there's a way to buff the hit roll. Just give them loads more attacks.
If I took these guys, I'd probably take them in a big unit.
Yeah.
Like a unit of 12 for 480 points.
We haven't really talked about economy of scale stuff, though, have we? But like loads of the abilities that you have here, like -1 rend on all of the melee weapons or +1 attack, obviously massively improves economy of scale. So this army doesn't seem like it's very MSU. It has access to some super cheap singular units, like the Bacon Missile and a Tuscarora Chariot.
Bacon Missile.
Yeah, the Tuscarora.
How do you beat Bacon Missile? I don't understand.
It's a Razorgore.
Razorgore,
I think
Razorgore.
Okay.
I think a Palisade could probably be pretty sweet for these ones as well.
What, to stop
that's a good point.
Shot?
Yeah. Chuck that in front of the... Yeah.
I mean,
and run up with the Palisade.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yes. All right, and then next up, Zangors. They move 14 inches. They've got the Bray Herd keyword, so they can go 17 inches. They've got 2 wounds and a 5 save and a bravery 5, and they are ugly as all hell. You can take 5 to 20 of them, and they're 80 points each. They have the Centaur Spear, which is 2 attacks, 4s and 4s, no render 1 damage. And then Cleave Forelimbs, which is 2 attacks, 5s and 5s, no render 1 damage. They get plus, the general gets, not the general, the captain in the unit gets plus 1 attack. They can run and charge. So fucking Christ on a bike. 17 plus d6. Run and charge. They get plus 1 to run. 18 plus d6. They get plus 1 to save in combat, so that 5 up goes to a 4 up. They can reroll wounds if they charged. So hit on 4s and then reroll wounds is amazing. And in the hero phase, you can say that they are drunk, which is really good. And then they get plus 1 to hit in your next turn, but they're also then plus 1 to be hit. So they hit on 3s, wound on 4s, re-roll in, charge.
Because they're pissed as fuck.
Yeah, because they're pissed. There's 5. You get 10 attacks from the unit, so they're not necessarily. If you took a full 20, you wouldn't necessarily get lots of utility out of them.
But it's pretty tasty for 80 points to have a unit of 5.
Yes,
really cool.
it is
Yeah, really
amazing.
cool, yeah.
It's 10 wounds, man, for 80 points.
Yeah.
Dead quick as well.
Yeah.
They could threaten little hags and stuff that are hanging around at the back. Definitely.
Not big hags.
Not big hags, no, little hags.
Right, okay, so Centaurs I rate personally. I think, for 80 points, that's a joke. You're just having a great time.
They're brilliant, yeah, they're amazing. 14-inch move for 80 points.
No.
2 wounds, 10 wounds.
No.
10. No, I know you valued it up, but as a
18-inch
base.
move plus d6.
Yeah. I know, but it's just crazy.
It is crazy. That's what it is. And then finally, you've got a couple of monsters.
No, Chaos Warhounds.
No, wait, I know. I'm talking about them. Chaos Warhounds. They got 1 wound, 6 up. Oh wait, let me just go to my notes because they've got more in there. So you can take 10 to 30 of them, which is amazing. They're 80 for 10, or 210 points for
30?
For 30. Thank you very much. It literally said it there. They auto run 6 and they move 10, so that's 16 inches. In your movement phase, if you declare this unit will run, do not make a run roll. Instead, it's a 6. And all models in this unit for that phase, but they can't run and charge. And then they got 2 attacks each, 4s and 4s, no rend. Although obviously, weirdly, you can make that rend 3, and they do damage 1. What do you think, John? Little chaff unit. Personally, yeah.
Is this the fastest army in the game?
It's the fastest army. I think so. It's crazy fast. What about for 80 points, you can have 10 Warhounds, or you can have 5 Centaur.
Centaur. But a unit of 30 dogs would look cool, though. And it's not bad. The footprint is great.
Yeah. I think for the job that they do, I would be tempted by the Chaos Warhounds as well. They're dogs. Huh? Then you've got Chaos Spawn.
2d6 attack, 2d6 move, 5 wounds and a 5 save, bravery 10. 2d6 attacks, 4s and 4s, rend of nothing and 1 damage. You can give it a mark, and if you roll a double, you get to add +1 to hit and to wound.
But more importantly, it goes in a Gave Spawn and gives you +1 attack.
Yeah. When that FAQ hits, like, end of this podcast, I'll have to upload an amendment. Amendment, Gave Spawn is now not. Just edit Nathan out, maybe.
You know, have the disclaimer in now. Disclaimer, it probably will be nerfed.
Yeah, disclaimer. So then there are 4 monsters. You've got I'm going to save that. So the Cockatrice is rubbish. Let's talk about that first. Moves 12. It's got 8 wounds, and it's got a 6-up save. Yeah.
Petrifying Gaze. Is that Mark Wildman?
He is a petrifying gay. So it's a shooting attack that's 10 inches, so that's 22 inches basically because it moves 12. On a 4+, it does d6 mortal wounds. Which is not bad. And then Maddened Ferocity, if it charged, it does 8 attacks with its incredibly bad attack, which is 4s, no render 1 damage. But then it's got its Vicious Beak, which has got 2 attacks, 4s and 3s, render 1 and d3 damage. It's 100 points.
Yeah, so it's cheap, but it's
a monster.
Yeah.
And it's fighting lots of other monsters in this particular book, isn't it?
Yeah. There's better monsters.
There is better monsters. We'll get to now. My top pick from this book that's not a Zangor is the Chimera. 240
You missed the
points
Jabberslave.
of gold, in my opinion.
Yeah. We'll do the Chimera because the next two are the best two.
That's why I'm leaving
Okay.
the list here. I'm building up. Yeah. But I think this is really good. 240 points. It moves 10, but shoots 14, right?
Yeah.
With its fiery breath. And it does, if it's not been wounded, does D6 mortal wounds. Which is, 1,000 points for 4 of these, I agree, is a lot. 'Cause it's not quite 1,000, it's 960. But 4 D6 mortal wounds at 24 inches is pretty good. And to put it into comparison, my magma cannon that does D6 mortal wounds at 18 inches or 24 inches, if I've got Demon Smith nearby, is 140 points. For 100 points more, I get 6 more wounds. It's got loads of attacks. It's got an extra attack compared to the Chimera that we know of old.
Yeah.
3 attacks on the head that hit on 4s, wound on 4s, -1 and do 2 damage. 3 attacks that hit on 3s, wound on 4s, have a rend of 3 and do D3 damage. And then 3 attacks on the lion head, which is 4s, 3s, rend of 1, doing D6 damage. So you can do potentially 18 damage just off the lion head alone. I know obviously it's swingy, but you know what I mean. And then you've got the claws, which is 6 attacks, 4s and 3s, no render 1 damage. This is a good monster.
Yeah,
yeah, he's
Because
really
it's
fucking
fast
good.
as well.
Yeah.
Moves 10.
Well, 13.
No, this doesn't move 13. This doesn't get to
It's
7.
not a Bray Herd, yes.
Oh, rubbish.
But 240 points, I think it's pretty good.
And it's quite a good target for the Titanic Fury spell.
Yes.
Because then you'd get a load more attack. Well, you get an extra 4 attacks, basically. So Titanic Fury and also obviously the Gave Spawn, you'd stick it in there.
Yeah.
And then that would
You'd get some good reward.
It is a behemoth. So you can only take 4 of them.
Yeah.
But I think that's a good shout for it's a good plug and play model. Like that D6 mortal wounds is sweet in that combat. Right, Nath, should we do the Jabber Slide?
Yeah, do the Jabber Slide.
It moves 12. It's got 10 wounds. It's got 5 up save. They've changed the spurting bile blood. Roll a dice for each wound allocated to this model that was inflicted by a melee weapon. On a 4+, that unit takes 1 mortal wound. Used to be D3, right?
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, so it's half as effective as it used to be ish.
Yes. Yeah. John, you okay with that change?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, they have made it more expensive, haven't they, as well?
Yes, he is 160 points. Yeah, 60 points more than he used to be.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because of the Aura of Madness. Oh wait, he does have an attack. Sorry, he's got a shooting attack, which is 3 3s, rend 1 D3 damage, and then he does Spike Tail 4s, 1 attack 4/3 -1 D3, and then 6 attacks 3 3s, rend 2, amazing, and then 1 damage. So meh. But the only reason to take him, in my opinion, is the Aura of Madness.
Yeah.
In your friendly hero phase, every unit within 6 inches, you roll a dice. You do roll a dice, and on a 6, they can't cast, unbind, move, attack until the next hero phase.
That's so big.
It's the best ability ever.
And he's got a massive base as well, isn't he?
He's got a pretty big base, yeah.
Is he same base size as...
No, he's not that. No, he's not
quite
that big.
Corpse Guard-ish.
Yeah.
But is it possible to have Destiny dice on this without taking Kairos?
No.
No, it isn't.
Right.
But Kairos might be a good thing with this guy, actually.
But you can run the Jabber Slide, right? And then you can also run the artifact that's like pick a unit you can't cast spells. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
And you're just shutting an army down. It's on 60s to roll. It's not a competitive choice, but it's fun as hell.
But then again, like if your opponent have 6 or more units that he can get within 12, if you can get him up there, move 12, maybe cogs it, so its whole army is within 12. One unit is bound to get a 6.
Yeah, but it's your hero phase.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the start of your hero phase.
It's double turn, bro. No
yeah,
problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Situational, but fucking cool. If that goes off and you're like, buy me gas.
It's
just
it's still mystical, right? And mystical could be so fucking horrendous.
I mean, 160 points is also cheap. That's what I'm saying. He's annoying, and it's a bit of a threat, and a bit like what Nathan was saying with the ambushing and the deep striking. When you know something could happen, and also really, really competitive players are often very cagey players. Yeah, right. So, like, most often, or like if it was a split, I'd say 60-40, percentage-wise. So, like, if you go, if he's near you in your hero phase, maybe you can't go. They don't want to hear that. I think people will run away from him. They'll be like, no, thank you. No, thank you.
You see, you'd use him as an area of denial type thing, rather than, oh, I really hope this goes off. It's, you're not going to come near just in case it goes off.
Yeah, but then you've also got the herd zone, which is area denial. And then also ambushing units, which is area denial. Like,
and
the bull,
the Warfare class as well.
birds.
It's not dog shit. It's really good, actually.
What, the aura, which one?
The Vorpal class. His damaging profile is actually...
Yeah, I think
really
that's
good.
quite good as well, yeah.
Yeah.
When you said meh, I kind of disagree, because that's quite... 6 attack, 3s and 3s, 2 rend, 1 damage.
Yeah, 2 rend is great, and 3s and 3s and 6 attacks with quantity and reliability, man.
Yeah, Papin's talking
I
about...
wouldn't sell him in a unit, but those, like, hunt those heroes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Papin's talking about a combo you can do in the Corn book when eventually it gets revealed that you can play this army in the Corn book. I have missed one unit quickly before we go and talk about the final monster, which is the Bacon Missile himself, the Razorgore. Yeah. He moves 10. I think people are going to take Razorgores just because it's like 60 points, and they're going to be like, fuck you, buddy. No, it's 40 points.
40 points.
40 points. Cheapest unit in the game.
No,
Just 1.
there's other stuff that's 40 points.
All right, okay. Just 1, but you can take units of up to 6. So you can have 6 pigs, yeah, or pigs in blankets. I don't know how
They
you.
buffed it.
They buffed it. They did buff it. So he's got 4 wounds and a 5-up save. He moves 10. You can re-roll charges because of uncontrollable stampede, and 6s to hit on his 4 attacks causes a mortal wound. In addition, 4 attacks, 4 hits on 4s, 3s, rend of 1, 1 damage.
Before, he had to charge.
Yeah.
So you can bait him off the objectives and shit. It was really frustrating.
Yeah, piggy.
Yeah.
Sweet!
Pig. Yeah. But 40 points, man. This might be a thing. How many pigs can we get?
You can get a unit of 6, and then just as many units of 6 as you like.
Or just
Can you have them in that Nurgle list?
Around on their own.
Yeah, the Baconator.
Can you have in that Nurgle thing?
No, you can't have them.
Ah, fuck! That would have been so good.
If you could have 1,100 Razorgores.
Exploding
If
bacon
you're taking
missiles.
heroes, you can rock out with 50 pigs.
Yeah, that's right.
You'd get favourite army votes if you turn up with 50
Taking
pigs.
out Razorgores. I remember finding a Razorgore once and crying with laughter. It was like, pig. I was like, yes! Then it really hurt. I was like, oh no. I mean, if you thought about a unit of 2, right? So that's 80 points. Would be 8 wounds with a 5-up save. Yeah. They'd move 10 with a rerollable charge, and you'd have 8 attacks, hitting on 4s, wounded on 3s, rend of 1 doing 1 damage. Like, that's not bad for 80 points.
Yeah.
A unit of 2 could clear an objective and hold an objective. Again, it's 8 wounds with a 5-up save. So, but they are.
I mean, 1 unit though.
Well, they
You
got.
take them in 2.
No, because it's just, I don't know, just because you go, I go in combat is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But then if you're throwing a ball forward first, who cares? And also take your time. Roll 1 unit at a time. 1 unit. Next unit a pick. All right, Dave. Finally, the Gargant. And thanks for listening, everyone. Thank you for being on the show, guys, because I know it's been a super big show. Yeah.
Chaos Gargant, movement 8. It gets worse if it gets wounded. 12 wounds with the 5-up save. Bravery 6. He's 180 points.
Yeah.
He's got a massive club. Which does 3d6 attacks.
3d6 attacks.
Which gets worse, but 3s and 3s, -1, doing 1 damage.
But you can improve the -1.
You can make that -2, -3, -4, -5. He can be saying, so you can't have a save.
No save for you in my club.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Then a vicious
Massive
headbutt. Only one of those.
Headbutt.
He's only got 1 headbutt.
Headbutt.
Yeah.
You think it's only 1, but you're wrong.
Because you can be in the game spot.
Make it as many as you want. So 4s, 3s, -3 rend,
Yeah.
doing 6 damage.
Fucking hell. Oh my god. I suppose some of you may not know because you might not remember Warhammer Fantasy from the whole of yesteryear. But at one point, Archeon was about to take over the universe and then good old Grimgor Ironhide just headbutted him and ended the Chaos Invasion.
Nice.
And now you can make a Chaos Gargant headbutt Archeon to death.
Kill somebody.
Which he would.
So, yeah. And then you got the Mighty Kick, which is a 2-inch range weapon. 3s, -2 rend, doing D3 damage, only one attack.
No.
But it's not, because of the Gave Spawn again. But also, if you look at the Whipped into Frenzy at the start of the combat phase, if this model is within 3 inches of Beast of Chaos Hero, you can whip it into Frenzy. If you do so, it takes a mortal wound, but you add 1 to all the attacks characteristics of all its melee weapons.
What the
So
hell?
now it's got 2 headbutts. You can cast the spell on it, 3 headbutts and 3 kicks. And then if you're in the Gave Spawn, you can give it another one or another 1 gazillion.
Let's just call it 1. So
Yeah.
4. So
4
4 headbutts.
Yeah.
3s, -2.
No, 4's
D3.
3s, -3, 6 damage.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
headbutts, yeah.
so you nuke Archeon. Oh no, because you can't you can reroll to wound, but you can't reroll to hit, can you?
No.
Okay.
But-
Get a bit lucky on the hit rolls.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you could improve his rend so that Archeon's not taking a save, effectively.
Yeah, because it's already -3.
Yeah, and it's quite easy to make that -5.
Oh, I love the idea. You can. This
just
is it. This is the army. We've invented the army. Screw the Zangor and screw everything else. This is the army.
Fuck you guys.
You build an army around headbutting every god of the mortal realms to death. Yeah.
Seriously, there's nothing that can take the headbutting of this
Well, you
boss.
could shoot it 3 times,
Hey, shut up.
and then it goes to D6. Then it goes to D3.
Yeah, but,
Then
he's,
it goes to 1.
Yeah.
but obviously you're taking 4 of these, right?
Yeah.
In case someone kills one Gargant, you go, screw you.
3 more.
Well,
There's the other one right
You
here.
take a load of Enlightened and Zangors, everybody's focusing on them, but then suddenly the giants,
Suddenly, lumbering from the distance.
fucking giants pitch
All the
up.
Zangors like, beep, 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 beep.
You just suddenly, why is he retreating all the Zangors and everything? What's going on? And then giants. Oh shit! And then
One big Gargant.
Nuts you to death.
Yeah.
just going and,
That's amazing. The flat 6 damage is crazy.
yeah.
Do you know what really makes me laugh as well? Is that minus just the Sword of Death about -3. It's -3, isn't it?
-2.
-2. So he's more powerful than Spirit of Durthu. And the Spirit of Durthu...
I'm pretty sure Spirit of Death is
No, it's
-2.
-3, the Spirit
Is
of
it?
Durthu. Yeah. That's the point, isn't it? You don't get a save, basically. It's like, screw you.
Oh, okay.
Just
fair enough.
punches through. That's amazing. Oh. Yes. And a great way to end it.
Yeah. I think he's great. -3 to start off with, but quite easily.
No, he's
-4.
-2. Durthu.
Yeah. Dirt is -3. There's nothing that's -3. The drill cannon used to be -3, I think.
There's an Archeon.
There's a headbutt that's -3 now. So wait, the most blunt object that I can possibly imagine. The dome of a...
But it's a
No, he's got
headbutt.
2 horns on his face.
He has a sharp mind.
Yeah, he's got a shot. I mean, the ale guzzler is -3 as well.
Jonathan with the joke of the
This
show.
guy is fucking.
The Elgus is -3 as well.
Yeah.
This is great.
-2 the kick.
How many Gargants do you own?
I've only got the one. He's an ale guzzler.
How many did you
He's
order
not
this morning
Chaos
after reading
Gargant.
this?
I've got a Gargant actually.
I mean, these guys just. When I was reading the book, I was like, oh, with the spell and the other thing. And then I was like, when I read Gave Spawn, I was like, oh, there's 1 extra attack there. Then I was driving home and I was like, 1 extra attack.
How many extra attacks can I
I
get?
nearly had an accident. I was like, fuck, it's not 1 extra attack.
I love
It's as many extra attacks as I can have.
Oh, I love the idea of someone like walking back going, "Wait, is your game already over, mate?" You're like, yeah, what happened? Like, well, you know my 60 grots. Like, yeah, a Gargant headbutted them all to death.
Fucking just went. Like whack-a-mole with your head.
I actually think you could almost win tournaments based on this, purely because that's so fucking powerful But people are going to love it.
Yeah, they're going to be like
soft
game,
scores
but
all over the place.
Yes. They'll be like, oh, I lost my army. What to? A headbutting giant. What did you say? What did you say?
Yeah, Celestin Prime gone because he got headbutted by a fucking giant.
Oh my god, Stardrake gone.
Boom. What do you mean you got a fancy save? Fancy save this, motherfucker.
I also can't wait for you to headbutt them and be like, yeah, that's hit. That's a wound. You'd be like, oh, what's your save? And they'll go, I've got a 4-up. Be like, this is -3. Like, why? Why is it -3?
Oh, I've got a 2-up rerailing ones. This is -5.
Wow. Okay. So to quote Zemini in the chat, and Oscar Lars Paints says he's got 2. This book feels like you'll be able to make loads of different competitive builds. I couldn't agree more. Like Nathan said, loads of the units in here are good, and I think that's true. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
And then
I
the
think
Zangor event.
I was going to say, there's a few that are just like, why not?
Yeah, and some of them are competing with each other, like the Centaurs at 80 points, competing with those other units
With
at
the
80 points.
Warhounds and stuff like
I'd rather
that.
take 2 pigs.
Yeah, or 2 pigs.
There's just, everything.
I just want to let it go.
Everything is not bad. There's nothing that's really sucks that much, other than maybe the cockatrice.
The cockatrice, yeah.
But even he's cheap though.
He is cheap. It's 100 points. Yeah.
So-
Like the spell. I got to say the spells are amazing. Like also knowing, well, you can do mortal wound shooting. You can do regular shooting. You can't do a lot of shooting with this army, but you can do some.
Yeah.
You can do a bravery debuff. Also, isn't the Gavespawn -1 bravery to units around? No, that's the
No, I
dark.
think you're making that up.
It's the all herd.
Huh?
I think that was
No,
the
it's not.
all.
It's the dark fellas.
Was it? No.
I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but you can build loads. You could do loads. Gors seem outclassed by bestigors. I've got to agree with that. That's what Jonathan said. That's what Battletome said. Gargant's cool. The Skyfires are a joke. Not Skyfires, just all the Zangors are a joke. I've got to say, I feel like, now having read through the whole thing, for you three, are you on board with me that the bull is pretty much, not an auto include, but it's pretty fucking strong?
It's strong, yeah.
It just makes everything else in your army the best they could be because they're going first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an auto include, but it is super, super strong. Probably the competitive.
Okay, I'm about Jonathan, everyone. I think I'm going to end the show like this, if that's okay. Adam, I want to say a massive thank you to you. Thank you for travelling down. Nathan, thank you massive to you. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Jonathan, super massive thank you to you. I know you're up late.
Yeah,
Love you, Jonathan.
Everyone on Twitch who subscribed and donated bits today, and everyone on Patreon who helped support the show. Namaste. I just want to finish off by telling Nathan this one thing. Nathan, Archeon flies into the middle of the board. He sits there with a 2-up save, rerolling ones, yeah? Then you fly a bull over him, yeah? Which means he strikes last, yeah? And he takes D3 mortal wounds, whatever. But then you charge him with 4 Chaos Gargants.
3 of them stand there and watch the one of them headbutt him to death.
And everyone cheers!
Bye, Archeon.
The other 3 are like...
500 alla mortal rounds.
I think that's got to be, that's the show, right? That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone on Twitch who's been watching. You guys are great. I am so lucky to have show hosts like you guys who help me. I know it's been super long, so thank you. So if you ever get the chance on Twitter or Facebook or anything to show love to Nathan, Adam or John, you should, because those guys are wonderful. Yeah, thanks guys.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.